categories ahead, and one of the categories that's really exciting this weekend is Super TT. There's a bit of everything in this category, and to talk you through it with another race to follow very soon, Ben Bargwanna and Lachlan Mansell.
And Nudes, when you say a bit of everything, you mean it, because there are no less than 13 different manufacturers on the grid for this weekend's Super TT races. First time for the AusTrack Super TT series here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. They had their opening race earlier on this morning and still 2 races remaining today. Ben Bargwanna, Bugs Jr. joins me back in commentary once again. What did you think of that opening Super TT race, Ben?
Yeah, it was very exciting for sure. We got some highlights from that first race. As I sort of predicted, those Evos off the line would be really good, but that TCR, you know, got the inside line, took the lead early, but it didn't quite have the straight line speed as we also predicted.
No, it didn't. So Harrison Cooper, our pole sitter, losing some positions up Mountain Straight. There were battles all the way up and down the field. This was an interesting incident. Shane Fowler's car turned out that it was a fuel pump failure which caused him to grind to a halt, but thankfully he was able to roll back down into the gap in the wall, which avoided us needing a safety car. The TCR cars, they were battling behind our race leaders. This was a cool exchange of positions. Up the inside went Harrison Cooper at Griffin's Bend, but Will Harris fired back through on the inside with the switchback manoeuvre and had the momentum for the run up to the cutting. Though side by side, Harris just squeezing through on the outside to move back up into the top 3. An incident here at the Chase. A move gone wrong with Bob Puppenback getting into the back of Graham Elliott. That was deemed a racing incident by our driving standards observer Jess Nicholson. And then Graham Draper in the Mini Cooper S having this moment in the chase. He was able to resume as up the front the battle continued. Greg Boyle falling victim to a trio of TCR cars and having to take the shortcut at the S's. And then the second moment for Graham Draper in the Mini. It caught fire when he tried to restart the engine after it stalled on the run-up Mountain Straight. That saw the safety car deployed and ultimately the race finishing under safety car conditions with Charlie Coury in the supercharged Honda Civic taking victory ahead of David Calabria in the Mitsubishi Evo and the TCR Honda Civic of Will Harris rounding out the top 3. But it's been fascinating, hasn't it, Benny, to watch all these different cars with their different strengths and weaknesses battling for position.
Absolutely, it's really cool to see. And Bathurst really creates that, you know, it shows off the strengths of each car. Long straights, but lots of handling over the top as well. So, you know, some cars like the TCR cars, they're really in their home when they're going over the top. You know, back when I was racing TCR, we were nearly flat for most of the top of that mountain. So they're really quick over the top, but you know, some of these Evos in the Skyline, they're really quick in a straight line.
And you can see on this formation lap that Harrison Cooper in particular is weaving really hard to try and generate some temperature in the tyres. You would know firsthand, Ben, just how hard it is to generate particularly rear tyre temperature in those front-wheel drive TCR cars.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, those TCR cars, everything goes off the front axle. It drives, it brakes, the engine's in the front, the driver's in the front. So it's just an empty boot back there, and they don't generate a lot of temperature in the rear. Well, not for the first few laps anyway. It takes quite a while to get there.
There's one of the members of the Harris pit crew there from the exclusive Switchboards team, standing in a position where he's got a good vantage point to communicate with his drivers, Will and Brad Harris, if there's any incidents on the circuit that they're potentially going to need to avoid. Worth mentioning as well that we do have 5 different classes in AusTrack Super TT, a bit like the Bathurst 6 Hour where you have different classes, but the structure is simplified. We've got Extreme TT and then over and under 2 litre treaded and slick tyre classes. As we take a look at our grid positions, Charlie Coury and David Calabria on the front row, back to a couple of TCR cars, Will Harris and Harrison Cooper, Brad Harris, and then the storming Nissan GTR of Greg Boyle. Dimitri Agathos, who was the best of the treaded tyre runners, will line up next out of position number 7 with Martin Farkas, the South Australian, and then a couple of V8 Holdens of Matthew Holt and Trevor Simmons rounding out our top 10 on the grid. Miles Jones, he said that it was the most breathtaking racing experience that he'd ever had after race 1. Chris Sutton is stoked with the performance of his BMW M2 production car so far. Tom Vucevic section. Corey Fraser next. We look a little bit further down the order. Glenn Townsend was in a Lotus. He had a terrific battle with the 4-cylinder Nissan Pulsar of Michael Ricketts in the previous race. He really enjoyed some of the contests that he had. Glenn Townsend, actually, he's got his grandchildren here this weekend, and he was like, did you see how many positions Poppy made up in the last race? It was so cute to see.
Just just about to get on the Conrod here. Just do a last minute bit of tyre warming. You can just see those TCR cars working it really hard, but you know they don't get much time to warm up the tyres. So this formation lap always feels slow out there, but it also goes quite quick. So they need to make the most of this time as we come down for the start of race 2. They want to have as much tyre temp as possible. And I think a lot of the TCR cars, especially Cooper, he probably learned a lesson after that first race. Probably tyres weren't up to it and just didn't have the pace on the first lap. So hopefully they've learned a bit of a lesson and they can go with the front two a bit quicker.
We are using rolling starts for the Austrac Super TT races this weekend. Normally at the other rounds that Super TT has at Sydney Motorsport Park and One Raceway, they have standing starts, but the decision was made for this weekend here at Mount Panorama just because of the variety and diversity of cars, the challenges in getting some of them off the line, that it would be a bit safer to have a rolling start. We obviously don't want a stalled car on pit straight to potentially create a collision risk off the start line.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not even a stalled car. I mean, these Evos with 4-wheel drive and some cars with 2-wheel drive, the difference in speed off the line is just astronomical. So, you know, with Bathurst, it is quite a narrow start-finish straight, so it can create chaos if you do standing starts like that.
So the field formed up nicely in double file formation, and we saw in the previous race that there were some cars that had really strong performance up Mountain Straight, particularly that Nissan R32 Skyline of Greg Boyle, which is going to start from the outside of the third row of the grid. The big torquey turbocharged 6-cylinder engine really does haul that Nissan up the hill. It was one of the fastest cars in Sector 1, which is the sector that takes you up Mountain Straight, basically to the top of the hill where you crest it at Reid Park at the corner that's affectionately known as Gumtree because of the tree that you aim for on the outside of that section of the circuit. Here we go then though. The field formed up ready for the rolling start. Race number 2 over about 16 minutes or thereabouts on the clock for the Austrac Super TT here at Mount Panorama. They put on a show for us in race 1. No doubt they'll do the same in race number 2 as they await starters' orders and they get the go signal, and it's an even start from our 2 front row starters, but it will be Calabria in the Mitsubishi Evo, who's just a fraction stronger than Charlie Curry. He's going to move to the lead. The BMW of Martin Farkas running wide on the exit of Hell Corner, losing some momentum and losing a couple of spots. And there you could see Greg Boyle pulling to the outside in that Nissan Skyline GTR, but he's got his path blocked by a couple of TCR cars. Do I go left? Do I go right? In the end, I think he's just going to have to tuck back in behind them. And in fact, he will be on the outside of Brad Harris as they get into Griffin's Bend.
Look at the gap the front two have pulled out just in 2 corners. It's just, they've got a really good start. They've run away with it. And we can see the Skyline on the outside, always a tricky one to pass, but they will slot back in behind the 3 TCR cars.
Always feels precarious, doesn't it, when you see cars on the outside heading through the cutting, because it pretty much becomes a single file racetrack once you reach the exit of that corner. There is Glenn Townsend in the low, who's just being rounded up by Callahan. That's Brian Callahan in the VY Commodore. They had to replace the engine in that Commodore overnight because it had a low oil pressure yesterday, but they got the job done at a local workshop here in Bathurst. He moved from the back of the grid up into 23rd position in race 1 and is set to continue his march forward in race 2.
As they come down the mountain now for the first time, it's always a tricky one on the first lap. You need to be a little bit cautious. Cars check up a little bit sooner than you think, and there's always a line of cars, so you just need to be a little bit cautious, see what everyone's doing. It looks like that Skyline has dropped a fair bit of a gap between behind the TCR cars there, so hopefully he can open it up on Conrod and catch back up.
Yeah, as fast as Greg Boyle has been across the top of the, going up the mountain and coming down the mountain, across the top, that skyline has been struggling a little bit, and you could say that he was falling into the clutches of Dimitri Agathos. We've got another move on here, down the inside. Harrison Cooper on Will Harris makes the move through. They had a terrific exchange in race 1, and they are resuming hostilities in race 2. So it's Cooper who moves up to now be the best place of the TCR cars aboard his Hyundai i30N. Brad Harris just running a little bit wide there coming out of Murray's corner. And loses a couple of car lengths to Cooper on pit straight. Saw those puffs of smoke out of Will Harris' car in race 1 as well. It turns out that it's actually the anti-lag system. When you're off the throttle, it pumps a little bit more fuel in to try and keep the turbo cool.
Yeah, those Hondas really, you know, they really like the anti-lag system. It's just really about the turbo, trying to keep it spooled and give you some good drive out of the corner. But yeah, obviously that Honda, it shows signals of that anti-lag being activated.
Now, what we haven't yet seen on camera, but it's come up on our timing screen, is that there's some problems for our race 1 winner, Charlie Curry. He's come into the pits at the end of lap number 1, so the car ran so strongly in race number 1, but clearly some mechanical problems for it in race 2. It is fast, that Honda Civic, but it also has proven to be fragile. There it is in pit lane at the moment. We've seen that he and Josh Buchan, who's normally his co-driver for the 300-kilometre endurance races at One Raceway and Sydney Motorsport Park, they've had a fraught run, and problems here for Glenn Simmons having a spin on the exit of Hell Corner. That's a weird spot to rotate, so he's run wide on the exit of the turn.
Oh.
I think, Ben, that's what you call a tank slapper. Oh, does Chris Stannard miss him? Only just.
Oh, far. That's nervous watching that. He didn't know if he was going left, right, but, you know, just kept it off the wall, and good heads up from everyone else coming through that they didn't clean him up either.
So Chris Sutton, we saw making the move through on Miles Jones at the cutting earlier in the lap. So Chris Sutton, who's basically using this weekend as a development exercise for what is a brand new BMW M2 production car, just getting more and more comfortable and confident in that car every time it hits the track. Big thundering HSV V8 of Trevor Simmons. Actually had a problem with the gearbox cooler with that car in qualifying yesterday, which resulted in a red flag due to some fluid on the circuit. They got that sorted out, and Trevor Simmons currently running comfortably inside the top 10.
That BMW has some serious straight line handling. I mean, that Trevor Simmons car, it's got a good engine in it, so that BMW definitely walked away from it in a straight line, but it's cool to see. Trevor Simmons is doing really well, P8. That's moving up from where he qualified and where he finished race 1, so he's having a good run there.
So Martin Farkas in that BMW, which has come across from South Australia, and like you said, it's got heaps of straight line performance, and he's now going to take the fight up to Matthew Holt, an experienced production car racer, and the BMW is just going to blast past Matt Holt's HSV Club Sport on the run-up mountain straight. Just goes to show the advantage of having a nice torquey engine for the big climb up the mountain.
It's one thing to have straight line handling, but you also need to stop the car too. So I think we saw that HSV catching back under brakes a little bit, but that's the balance of this category. TT, you know, different strengths, different areas. It's really good.
An opportunity to have a look at the variety and diversity of cars that we've got in the field. So Andrew Kogan, the number 44 BMW, that's a slightly later model E92 M3 being pursued by Bob Papovac, who we saw was involved in that tangle with Graham Elliott in race number 1.
Just watching the timing here, it's TCR car Harry Cooper second, and Calibria in first. First sector purple for Calibria, second sector purple for Cooper, and we'll see what the third sector is, but I'm probably going to suggest that it's going to be Calibria with the straight line talent. But yeah, you can just see one sector suits one car, second sector suits another car, but the first sector is a big difference in time.
There is. So David Calabria almost 2 seconds quicker than Harrison Cooper through sector number 1, as we see that the battling cars of Kogan and Puffervac have been caught by Corey Fraser, who is in a LS2 V8 powered Toyota 86. When you see that 86 come past and you listen to the engine, you think to yourself, hey, that's not the normal 2-litre boxer engine. And indeed it's not. It's got a big thundering V8. And problems here for Matthew Holt. The rear bumper has come loose on the number 65 car. And he's going to be heading pit side for some repairs. As we see that David Calabria, who was our race leader, has headed into the pits as well. So the cars that finished first and second in race 1, both with problems. And it's now TCR cars running 1, 2 and 3 outright in the motor race, with Harrison Cooper taking the lead ahead of Will and Brad Harris.
Yeah, that's really disappointing for Calabria, because he was really quick, especially in that first sector. But I might have put the commentator's curse on that one, because I said the third sector was going to be really good, and the third sector ended up being pitting. So, yeah, a bit of a shame. He was going really good out front there, controlling the race, but now it's over to Harry Cooper, and he just has to manage it from here.
Indeed he does, because he's opened up a margin of 3.5 seconds over Will Harris, so he has absolutely lit the fuse on the Hyundai i30N TCR car. He's pressing on hard at the moment. He set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2 to 2 minutes 16.5. That's significantly quicker than the best lap time that he achieved in race number 1, so he's got some serious pace to burn out there at the moment. Harrison Cooper, Will Harris is second ahead of Brad Harris. Dimitri Agathos now up to 4th outright, and a lot of debris on the circuit on Conrod Straight. That's just before the right-hand kink when you tip it into the chase. That's a pretty concerning section of the racetrack to have that amount of debris on the circuit, I have to say. Benny, you wouldn't want to hit that at the wrong angle and sustain a tyre puncture. No,
absolutely not. It looked a little bit like it was a tyre that's let go, but it was hard to tell from that angle. But something's definitely could be from the 65 here. Maybe that's our story there.
So it was the rear bumper that was loose on Matt Holt's car, and it looks like they are doing a tyre change to the left rear of that car as well. So I think you might be onto something there. Here's a unique car in the field, the only Porsche in the field, the 944, driven by Chris Stannard, who has a long history of racing Porsches way back in the Porsche Cup days of the 1990s, but continuing to race. He's one of the older drivers in the field at 77 years old, but still very competitive. He finished 3rd outright in the recent Wakefield 300, driving alongside young Chris Polis.
Yeah, as we can see here, the rear bar's fallen off, but maybe there's something that's caused that. It seems a bit weird that it's fallen off on its own. Not sure if that's the debris we saw on Conrod there, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame for them.
Almost need to go a bit earlier in the lap to look at what might have caused that incident. As we say that lap's traffic is starting to become a factor for Harrison Cooper. He's already routed up Rob Bowden, who was a retirement from race number 1 with a tail shaft failure.
Cooper's just doing a great job here. He's obviously learned a few lessons from that first race, and he's just controlling this race now. It's now 4 seconds to Will, and then 10 seconds back to Brad. So he is doing a really good job out front. He's obviously picked up some speed, looked at the data, studied the footage, and he's doing a really good job here.
As I said, laps traffic is going to start to become a factor for our race leaders. How do you find it dealing with traffic here, Ben? I'm guessing that there's probably good and bad spots to be catching up to slower cars.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is a bit of a game and management, because if you've got straight line speed, you can make it happen pretty easy up and down the mountain. But you know, if you catch a lap traffic over the top of the mountain, it can get really tricky, because you got to think too, these lap cars are also at their full pace as well. So they're not just going to move over for you. They're trying their best to run their race. So you just got to be a little bit mindful. Just try and position yourself in their mirrors and make sure they see you before you do the pass. But yeah, it is definitely a hard one when you get over the top. You definitely have to pick your spot.
So Graham Elliott on the comeback trail after his involvement in the race 1 incident. So he is steadily working his way back up through the field. Herring's, I was just going to say Brad Herring in that Mazda MX-5. He was another driver who retired from race number 1 with a suspension failure, which actually pitched him into the wall. Thankfully, damage was only minor and was able to be resolved.
Another car that I've just noticed is doing really well is Dimitri Agathos in P4. He's running a really good race there. Doesn't quite have the pace of the TCR cars, but he's doing really good there. He's moved up a lot from where he qualified, where he finished race 1.
Yeah, up to 4th position outright in what is not that far removed from a production car. I mean, that's the car that Dimitri Agathos raced in the Bathurst 6 Hour only a couple of years ago. It has had a few modifications since then, so it's no longer eligible for production racing, but very competitive within this Super TT field. Here he is, Dimitri Agathos. And we look back to this battle between Martin Farkas and Miles Jones in the 777 Honda Civic. He's made some good ground as well, finished just outside the top 10 in race number 1, but has moved up to 6th, so a gain of 5 spots for Miles Jones so far in this race.
It's good to see. I think a lot of people have learnt a lot from race 1. They're finding their feet a lot more, they're finding the balance in the car, they're getting a lot more comfortable, and that always happens at a weekend at Bathurst. You know, this track's all about confidence, so the more laps you do here, the more confident you feel, and as the weekend goes on, you tend to go faster and faster.
And because a lot of these cars are modified from road cars as well, just, you know, there's lots of tweaking and tuning that you can do to optimise the performance for the circuit. So it just takes a bit of time for the drivers to learn what the right combination of suspension settings. In some cases, they'll have adjustable gear ratios, because unlike a lot of the categories that we see in Australian motorsport these days, the technical freedoms for Super TT are very open. So it's basically up to your interpretation of how you want to build a race car for whatever application, be it sprint racing or endurance racing. And that's why we've got such a fantastic variety of cars in the field this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, for a lot of these cars, they're one-off cars. There's no sister cars or any cars like them. So, I saw that from the chopper. That's around the outside. Oh, that's a really hard spot to pass.
Oh, in the dipper? Oh, you're not supposed to go too wide through there, but somehow they do it and they pop out the other side. Big beneficiary of that was Brian Callahan as he locks up. Oh, does he keep it off the fence? Somehow he manages to keep it off that left-hand wall and makes up a position on the exit of Forest Elbow as well. Unbelievable car control from Brian Callahan coming down the hill.
Callahan was 3rd in that group coming to Skyline, and he was all crossed up, sideways, locked up, and he popped out in front of all of them.
Corey Fraser's right in his slipstream though. That LS2 V8 powered Toyota 86 certainly has plenty of straight line performance coming down the hill, but under brakes into the chase. This is where the experience of Brian Callahan will come to the fore. It's been a very exciting half a lap for Brian Callahan. I think he'll be happy just to catch his breath at the end of this lap.
Absolutely, that was pretty hairy up the top there. You just need to take Conrod to catch your breath back and get back into the rhythm. He's just missed 2 apexes in a row there, so he might just still be a bit hot after that battle at the top.
Problems, unfortunately, for Miles Jones. We just saw in the foreground there that the number 777 Honda Civic had slowed down, and I fear that might be a bit of the commentator's curse coming in, because, yeah, that car's definitely not performing at full speed heading up Mountain Straight. So it had been such a good weekend for Miles Jones, but he is limping that car at the moment.
Oh, they need to manage this as they come up to him. Yeah, I was going to say they were a bit side by... Oh, 3 wide, trying to get through it. They slot back in, that's okay.
Good job by Miles Jones staying off the racing line just to make sure that trio of cars was able to safely get past. And Andrew Cogan has managed to get back around Corey Fraser as well. So those two resuming their battle. This has been a great drive from Brian Callahan. So he's starting at the back of the grid. He's worked his way up into the top 10. Terrific performance from him as we have a look back at a 3-wide battle a little bit further back in the pack. That's Matthew Giantini in the Honda Integra trying to go around the outside of Tim Maynard in one of the Pulsars, and all while this is happening, they are being lapped by our race leader, Harrison Cooper, as well.
This is looking a bit like the 6-hour race. There's different cars everywhere, there's traffic.
Oh no! Miles Jones in the wall at Reid Park. He was limping, obviously, with a car that was dealing with some sort of mechanical problem. I'm wondering if he's been tagged by a faster car that wasn't aware at how slowly he was travelling. Oh, it's Glenn Townsend who's got into the back of him, and that is heavy contact with the wall on the left-hand side, and then speared back across to the right-hand side of the circuit. What a shame for Miles Jones.
That's really hard to see. That's a big crash, so hopefully we see if he's okay or not.
Just noticed that Charlie Curry is back out on the racetrack as well. We saw him come into the pits earlier on, so they've patched his car back up and got him back out onto the circuit. The safety car has been deployed. We were coming towards the closing stages of this race anyway, but for the second time in 2 races, Ben, I'm afraid that we're probably going to be finishing this one under the control of the safety car.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I think that it's going to take a while to clean up. But yeah, hopefully they can tend to that car and make sure the driver's okay.
I do feel for Miles Jones because I know that he's done a huge amount of work on the development of that car. It's one that he's basically built from scratch all by himself. He's done some modifications to it. One of the big ones being installing a turbocharger to give him a bit more straight line speed. So for these races, and they are amateur races, they are non-professional races, they often operate on tight budgets and not with a huge amount of resources. It's never a good thing to see cars sustaining that amount of damage.
No, never like that. And, you know, I'd like to see, well, maybe there's more to this story. We saw the car going slow, so it seemed a bit weird to go into the fence at speed after it was going slow, but, you know, these things happen. It's hard to tell from the angles we saw, but, yeah, it's a real shame. It's definitely not how you want to finish your race, especially if you're trying to get back to pits.
We know that it is a blind corner on the exit of the karting there, and even as you approach the crest at Reid Park, so it could just be the case that Glenn Townsend wasn't aware that there was a car that was going to be travelling that slowly. Good news is that Miles Jones is out of the car. He's okay. He'll be checked over by the medical team at Team Medical Australia to make sure that he is all good. But the checkered flag is out, and it is going to be Harrison Cooper who will pick up victory in race 2 of Austrac Super TT here at Mount Panorama this weekend. So a bit of an anticlimactic finish to the race once again, unfortunately, but it will be TCR cars that are occupying the top 3 positions. But apart from that big crash that finished the race, I think probably the big news is that a couple of our front runners from race number 1, in fact our top 2 finishers from race 1, sadly both with mechanical problems that saw them making unscheduled pit stops, and in the case of David Calabria, he was not able to rejoin the racetrack.
Yeah, no, that was really disappointing for the 2 leaders. Yeah, they ran a really good race and they were really quick, but yeah, unfortunately mechanicals, that's the way motorsport goes sometimes, and that's disappointing for them.
So confirmation of your results, and it's TCR cars locking out the top 3 positions. Dimitri Agathos, best of the over 2 litre. Treaded tyre cars with Martin Farkas, the best of the over 2 litre. Slick tyre runners coming home in position number 5. Trevor Simmons, Chris Sutton, Bob Pupperback, Brian Callahan. Great performance from him, coming from 23rd on the grid up to 9th position. Andrew Kogan in his BMW rounding out the top 10. Then it was Corey Fraser ahead of Jet Herring, Tom Vacechevich and Richard Herring back to Glenn Townsend. Michael Ricketts, best of your under 2 litre treaded tyre runners with Tim Herring, Urs Muller back there in position number 18, and then here we go back down through some of our other runners. Graham Elliott came from the back of the field up to 21st position at the end of that one. Let's check out some highlights for Austrac Super TT race number 2.
Yeah, really good start on the outside there for the Evo. Went around the outside, got the nice run through 1 and got the power down to get up Mountain Straight to take the lead. Pretty good action with the TCR cars. This battle continued on from race 1. Harrison Cooper down the inside of Will. He eventually went on to win that race with the blistering pace that he had.
Wide moment for Bob Pupperback at the chase, and that pressed the field behind him and opened up a nice battle. There was this tank slapper that we saw from Glenn Simmons. Left, right, I got it. No, I don't got it. Spins into the middle of the track at Mountain Straight and thankfully avoided by the oncoming traffic. A bit of debris on the road at Conrod Straight. A loose rear bumper for Matt Holt's HSV Club Sport R8 production car, which would see him heading into the pits. And this was a good battle. Martin Farkas and Miles Jones Jones ran as high as 6th spot. How about this? 2 wide heading down through the S's. Still 2 wide heading into the Dippy. You're not supposed to do that. Brian Callahan on the outside. Then had a wild moment on the run down into Forest Elbows. Somehow was able to gather him up. And not only that, he was able to make up a couple of spots as well. And he held out Corey Fraser on the run down Conrod Straight, but then this moment which would ultimately bring out the safety car contact between Glenn Townsend and Miles Jones, which saw Jones Honda Civic heavily into the wall at Reid Park. He was okay. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for his car. And once again, the race finishing under safety car conditions, with victory going the way of Harrison Cooper. So there we go, Super TT race number 2 is done. They do have a third and final race later on this afternoon. After qualifying, we are counting down to Bathurst 6-hour qualifying, but right now it's time for another update from Aaron Noonan.
Lockie, plenty of action there in Super TT. I thought it was a good time to take you for a walk down the pit lane here at Mount Panorama and take a look at some of the cars and teams that will contest this year's Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour. We are at the very end of pit lane at garage number 1, and I figure we may as well start at 1 and work our way down. Now, uniquely for the 6-hour, teams share garages. So a lot of different teams there. We've got different cars, they're in different classes, but they share the garage space. So the Gomersall Motorsport Mustang's in here. There's a Toyota as well. There's a lot of single car family teams, so they're kind of doing their own thing, but working hand in hand with each other. Here's a pretty famous guy here, by the way. He's just doing a bit of tyre work down here. Glenn Seaton's working pretty hard here on the number 30 crew. In fact, his young fella Aaron's just here on the phone. I'll interrupt his messaging session. What are we on here, mate? Are we taking photos? Oh, we're just posting?
Getting photos. So just getting ready for the social media post later while I've got some time.
Plug your account. What is it? Aaron Seaton? Is it unoriginal? And
yeah, very unoriginal, just Aaron Seaton.
So unoriginal, so unoriginal. But are beards faster? That's what I did want to ask you.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you after qualifying.
We will. We'll find out. We'll find out. At 2:21 for qualifying, I reckon that's the go for this car.
Yeah. I think that that lap at the end there, we got held up a little bit by the BMW just coming out of Forest Elbow. So yeah, car was really strong, feeling really comfortable in it. That was our first green run of the weekend. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what we can do in qualifying. Obviously, Dad and the whole Gomersall Motorsport team has been working really well across all the sessions to make it well balanced, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what we can do.
Make your dad stop working, for crying out loud. It's Easter, give him a day off.
I don't think I could make him stop working if I tried.
You know him very well. That's very correct. Have a good one.
Thank you.
There he is, Aaron Seaton. He'll be on board car 30 this afternoon when we go qualifying for Norwell Motorplex qualifying. The BMW team here, 23. Ash Seawood over here is running this car this weekend. They've got a pretty handy lineup of experienced drivers, Tim Lay, Will Davison and Beric Linton. There's a bit of work going on here to get themselves ready for quali this afternoon. Will Davison was fastest in the last practice session, 2 minute 19.6. That's pretty handy from a production car. And these guys have been really big backers of this event. In fact, Beric Linton's done all of them back to 2016 when the 6-hour kicked off. In the garage next door, you've got the 323 BMW entry, and up the back here as well, the 64 Camaro. They missed the race last year, the Chevy team, but they are back this year to have a crack at Mount Panorama. They've got young Zach Bates in the lineup this weekend, son of Rick Bates, of course nephew of Neil, and a full-timer in supercars these days for Matt Stone Racing, and made his debut in the 1000 last year with Craig Lowndes and did such a great job in that 888 wildcard entry for the Super Cheap Auto team. Some unique cars in here as well. You've got the little Mercedes A45 and the Lexus here. This is a regular car in the lineup. It's big, it's heavy, it's a V8. Steve Owen is among the driving lineup again here. Of course, he's been on the podium in the 1000. He's a race winner in supercars, two-time development series V8 champ. Very relaxed, cruisy customer is Steve Owen. He's on board that car this weekend. And as we wander down here, there's just a bit of everything. Like if you're into any sorts of cars in racing, I mean, have a look at here. You've got a Volkswagen sharing a garage with a Holden. There's just a little bit of something for everybody. And that's the beauty of having 8 classes in the race. There's 8 races within the one race going on. Of course, the outright fight is the thing that's really important, but so many drivers and so many teams are all about their class victory, and some of them just want to finish the race. That's an achievement on its own. Lurid green Mercedes, the E63, Tony Levitt's a regular, missed last year, but back this year. So there's plenty of V8s if you like your V8s. There's 4s, there's turbos, there's a little bit of something for everybody. This white BMW is a car to watch. This is the Simon Hodges Jaden Ojeda car. They will be contenders, of course, 2-time winners. They've had George Miedeke with them in the past, but they're back to a 2-driver lineup with Jaden. The Juice Man, of course, he's full-time now in supercars with Premier. And Simon Hodges is a very rapid driver who puts that program all together here. The Bacchini Racing team are back with their BMW lineup. Carly Bacchini, Courtney Prince and Tabitha Ambrose going for the class win again. Their car is at the back of this garage here. It's a 340 model BMW this year. So they put together a really great program here. And just keep an eye on Sunday afternoon, because these class cars, they might not qualify high up the order, but they just keep on keeping on, and they make less pit stops than the outright Class X cars. I mean, here's more variety here. Now, I want to talk about this Mustang that's at the back of here. This is Aaron Zerafos getting in for the 105 car. He's just making sure that cleaning's going well here. He's looking the part. But this Mustang that's just behind him here, Alan Heafy's working on this crew, the Alford crew, Tim Slade's in the lineup. They had an issue earlier in the previous practice session where it caught on fire at pit entry. They had an oil line issue. They've been into the local NZ for some replacement hose work, and they should be good to go for Norwell Motorplex qualifying this afternoon. So great to see that you're able to just duck down the road here into Bathurst, sort yourself out and get yourself back on the road in time for qualifying. Plenty of Mustangs here as well. Class A2 is full of Mustangs this weekend. That is the Hadrian Morel and Tyler Mecklem entry. They'll be very fast. They've been really experienced in production car racing over the years. More Mustangs in here. Young Ryan McMillan has done a little bit of TCR. Tim Brook we know from TCR, and a range of categories that he's done over the journey. There's drivers from all sorts of backgrounds here. There's young guns, there's experienced combinations, family teams. Speaking of families, the Quins are back with their Camaro with Grant Denyer. Young Ryder is the pace setter in that car for sure. He was really impressive here at the 12-hour earlier on in the year, and he's going to be very, very fast in that car. The good old Lancers, the Evo 10s, the four-wheel drives, they are in Class A1. Really experienced cars. These have been around the mountain for quite a few years. Remember that the latter years of the 12-hour before the GT3 cars came in, it was the Lancers that were really the cars to have. Oh, hang on, here we go. This is chit-chat. Quick question, what's for lunch here, Troy?
Woolworths platter, barbecue chicken, fantastic.
Oh, tasty, love it. And with a little bit of seasoning as well.
Yeah, don't mind a bit of stuffing. Some of the boys not such big fans, but I don't mind.
You got to keep the pit crews fed. You got to keep them going. 6 hours is a long day to me.
It is 48 wraps tomorrow for lunch, so that's the plan. So we should be set.
We've got the lunchtime wrap strategy sorted here at Bathurst, no matter what you do. I'll let you get back to your lunch there. I hate to bombard people for lunch. It's the worst thing that you could do, isn't it? Just want to eat your lunch in silence without some TV guy coming in and annoying you. Bit of work here going on the Lancer here with the guys from Team BRM from South Australia who've got this car that looks like the old World Rally cars, doesn't it? Of Tommy Mackinnon and the like. But great to have such a blend and a mixture. There's so much amazing stuff here that's going on at Mount Panorama this weekend. And behind me on the track, the noise that you can hear is the Battery World Aussie racing cars. They are getting ready to rumble. And speaking of rumbling, the two boys in the commentary box are going to rumble as well. Brian Van Der Wacker and Matt Nolte.
Oh, if that's an intro of genius, I don't know what is. Thank you very much, Aaron Noonan, as we take the Thrive drone shots here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Geez, we just got driven over by a bus, Matt Nolte.
Well, I didn't know you could hear me walking up the steps into the commentary box, but that's news to me. What a beautiful sight, isn't it? The historic mountain here at Bathurst, and a big day coming up for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour, but we're getting set for race 2. The Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series, a couple of laps only in the end today after that safety car period for Chad Chapman, who's bounced back out there. But some news that we won't see the reigning champion out in this race. They've found some dramas aboard the MTA New South Wales car, and Cody Garland and the team are out for the weekend. So we won't see the defence of that crown get off to a flying start here after coming to contact with the 4, and old mate's on the move. They were sitting still earlier today. I hope they're well behind the fence. They are. In fact, there's 3 of them, 4 of them, 5. Keep coming. There could be another 6th one here.
Our mate's got more friends this time.
He has. They're all coming over for lunch later on today. So yeah, no number 1 car for the rest of the weekend, and that'll give Rossi Johnson pole position after winning on debut earlier today. Race 2 based on the result of race number 1, but after this we'll have a reverse grid race. I can't tell you be on that one because we don't know what the number will be. until we get back for race 3 later this afternoon. Bit of cloud cover around here since we're here for race number 1, Wacker.
Just stole my thunder. It's exactly what I was going to say. The conditions expected for this weekend was some cloud cover today and tomorrow as well, which will certainly help some of the turbo cars when we speak of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Quite cool conditions. It was a little bit breezy when I was out there a moment ago. Top temperature of 21 degrees expected today. But for race number 2 of Battery World Aussie racing cars, we can expect very fast, hopeful race here from Rossi Johnson as well, because that was a tremendous battle for him this morning. He was able to squeak his nose out in front, break the draft, as you said, Nolts, and then ultimately claim his first race win in the category on his debut weekend as well. We've seen him drive 86s previously. We see him in Super Utes as well, but now these little pocket rockets here at Mount Panorama for season 2026. He's got himself off to a brilliant start in season at 2026. Speaking of starts, we're not too far away from it, so let's have a look at your starting grid. Rossi Johnson and Scott Andriski off that front row will move some competitors up, because as you said, Cody Garland will not be contesting this one on that second row. A couple of other names for you. Watch out for Nathan Williams. He was very, very strong in that opening race. Went up 9 positions from 14th up to position number 5.
Definitely one of the big movers in that first race today, no question about that. One of the losers out of that one was Jack Boyd, who went from 3rd back to 14th in race 1. Cody Mackay made up a handful of positions to finish in 12th today. And 2 DNFs from earlier today, Craig Woods and Chad Chapman into these rows. They'll keep that grid box vacant, incidentally, for Cody Garland. They don't get to move up in this one. A rolling start procedure for the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series in 2026. A rookie on the right-hand side who won on debut, Scott Andriski, who won at Simmons Plains. This is race 2 of Battery World Aussie Racing Cars, and we're underway towards turn number 1 for the first time. To Malro on the inside of Diesel Thomas as we stay in grid formation off the track. Is that Chapman again? No, it was one of the Corish cars further down the field and just missing the wall on the exit, but loses the tow of cars ahead as here come the field of Angry Ants across the crest of the hill. Look at that for a shot. They're 3 wide coming down Mountain Straight towards Griffin on the first lap.
Great to watch, isn't it? And this is what we've come to expect from Aussie racing cars here at Mount Panorama. The draft will take a big effect here throughout the course of this race. 17 minutes on the clock, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. But for Rossi Johnson, he got a great start initially earlier on today. Went up from 4th to position number 2 by the time they got to Hill Corner. But this time by, unfortunately, going back through the field.
So through the Worth cutting and across the shelf on lap number 1. No time to observe the views as the teenager crests the top of Solomon Park. Diesel Thomas to the lead from 6th on the grid, so opportunistic start from the Corish Motorsports driver. At the back is Craig Woods in the Western Sydney Motorsport entry, car 64. Burst of sunshine now at the top of McPhillamy Park as these cars dance across this undulating road course that we have at Mount Panorama. From the Thrive drone cam, you got the mountains in the distance, you got a ribbon of road in the middle, and now down the hill we go into the Dipper. But Diesel Thomas has a strong margin in the early stages.
Great to see the cars bottoming out there, going through the Dipper as well, using every bit of grip they can underneath them. This is where we saw the drama in race number 1 earlier on this morning, with Chad Chapman making contact with that wall on the outside of the corner. So far, though, so good on this opening lap.
And confirming Chad Chapman did not make the start on our screens here, so the Guardian Locksmiths team, obviously a bit more work with only a short turnaround time to get the cars ready. We've got some battles happening here on the rundown to the chase. There might be a couple of positions swapped into the fastest corner in Aussie Motorsport. The Aussie racing cars have no issue going too wide through there. Etten Hodson on the outside in the big little home improvements car number 28, part of the 2-prong attack out of Chicane Motorsports. Side by side with Kachow, Nathan Williams, as they make their way underneath the High-Tech Oils bridge, past Brian van der Wacker's room, and into another lap we go. Oh, from behind is going to nudge Williams and Hodson, who was collateral damage in the 28, and Williams is off to the National Motor Racing Museum.
After all those spots that he made up in race number 1, he is going to be back towards the rear of the bus here in race number 2 of the weekend, so he's going to have to do all that work that he did in race number 1 right here in race 2, potentially in race 3 once we shuffle the grid around as well. So already on this opening lap, dramas, high tensions here
For race number 2 of the weekend for Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. Great initial start though from your race leader of Diesel Thomas, extending that margin 1.3 seconds between himself and the rest of the field already, which is key. Already broken that slipstream effect.
Rossi Johnson out, race 1 winner, dropping down the order. There's Cody Mackay with a crew of cars behind him. So he's come up into 10th position. Hayden Nissen, Andrew Corish, and William Rowe in the Kartmania entry out of South Australia. Here he comes up to the top around the outside. Mackay with Scotty O'Keefe in there. So good battle for 10th position onwards. It's up through the Worth cutting. That camera shot there really shows you how quick the world changes and how high it changes from the bottom of the cutting to the top. The Oasa Battery replay will show us what happened down the bottom. As Nathan Williams gets kachowed by the Corish car behind, and Ayrton Hodson was committing to turn left and had to half stage right in the big little home improvements car to return to the track. Good execution of the flick spin for the 95, but that's put him down the field into 18th position.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, which is frustrating for him. So 1.5 seconds now the margin from Thomas to Andriski. DeMauro trying to make the most of this as well in car number 91. He had a good start there initially as well. Watch for Boyd. Boyd's come back up through the field here as well. Position number 5 after losing those spots in race number 1. So he's been one of your big movers so far in the early point of this race.
Up 9 spots, he's doing to Nathan Williams in this race after starting in 3rd position for the 4th round of his career. There he is, the Oasa Battery Inverell Ford entry, car number 38. So he tucks in behind through the chase, the right-hander here at Mount Panorama. Is he going to get the job done? Doors open enough, and just leaves enough, forced up onto the curb by car 51. Just ahead as they head down towards the end of the lap. Oscar Pedersen doing his best to make it the widest Aussie racing car known to mankind. Into Murray's at the end of another lap. So Diesel Thomas, 2 minutes 30.869, breaks his own lap record, but without the assistance this time from that first race today. So a 2:30.869, the gap is 1.8 seconds to Andriski, DeMauro, Pedersen and Boyd. Behind is Johnson, Josh Thomas, Ayrton Hodson, Scott O'Keefe, and Cody Mackay, the pink, black and white car out of Newcastle.
You can't miss Mackay, can you, in that car as he heads back up Mountain Straight. Once again, the Thrive drone cam shots as they work their way around this beautiful 6.213 kilometre racetrack at Mount Panorama. And Thomas, like you mentioned, that pace out in front by not having the draft to still pull out a 2 minute 30.8 and break his own lap record is a very handsome pace already in the early point of this race.
William Rowe arriving hot on the scene, the Kartmania car with support from the Heinrich team. Bruce Heinrich, who's here this weekend, he's helping out with Anthony DeMauro in the Pour and Polish entry, car number 91, who runs in 3rd position. If you haven't caught up the latest news in Aussie racing car land, they're moving up into the new Yamaha MT-09 engine for 2026, which is eventually going to replace the XJR 1300cc that they had. This engine 30 kilograms lighter, but also running a 6-speed gearbox as opposed to a 5. You'll notice the engine difference out there. It's got a much dronier sound out there compared to the XJR. There has been some teething issues trying to get it right, but it will come with time here in the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series as we plunge down into the Toyota Dipper. Love that shot. You just hang on, even at 60 Ks, like you pointed out at race 1, it's scary enough. Going through here at nearly 100 Ks would be frightening at that level.
Particularly one of these short wheelbase cars as well, trying to manage that pace and keep it underneath you as they work their way. Now, interesting to note as well from our Motorsport Australia race control and officials, 15-second time penalty for Oscar Pedersen for that contact that he made down there with Williams down at the final turn. So the officials and the stewards taking a little dim view of that one and have handed him a 15-second time penalty, which will be added on at the end of the race.
It's a pretty severe penalty. They've executed that pretty quickly. As again, Jack Boyd fancies the move. DeMauro steps out, which forces Pedersen up onto the curb on the exit. So this makes it 3 cars under the High-Tech Oils Bridge and past the ridges down to Murray's to complete another lap. 10 minutes and change remaining race-wise in race 2. DeMauro's car doesn't look happy. That's the second moment he's had in car 91. The much leaner South Australian who dabbled in Porsche Carrera Cup last year. but really committed to 2026. Is up the inside now. Jack Boyd is really having to work for this on Oscar Pedersen, but he doesn't need to. With the 15-second penalty, and maybe it hasn't been communicated to him yet, been applied to the 51, who's about to lose another position up Mountain Straight.
Just saw on Pedersen then the front splitter just flapping a little bit there as well. We might get a better indication of as they come over the top here of the crest on Mountain Straight. You can just see it there, just sitting in behind, and he pulls towards drivers right now. That will be affecting the aero effect underneath the front of the car and possibly creating a little bit more understeer or push that these drivers often refer to, and he's losing some spots there at the moment.
You see it just chattering on the way up in the background. He's going to lose another position up into the Worth cutting we go. Even for one of these cars, that is almost a tunnel or funnel-like up through there. If you get just off the racing line, more often than not, you'd find the concrete on the right-hand side. Up through Salmon Park from the Thrive drone cam. The highest point of Mount Panorama, and certainly some of the best viewing spots. They plunge downhill through the fast sweeping left-hander at Metal Great, up towards McPhillamy Park. You're watching Jack Boyd, DeMelro, Johnson and Pedersen. Here in race 2, Diesel Thomas continuing to burn up the racetrack here with that 2-minute 30.869, the fastest lap of the race. The gap is 4 seconds back to Andriski.
Great sounds, isn't it, as they work their way down into Forest Elbow. Look at Boyd, just he struggled then to pull that car up through the left-hander at Forest Elbow. It's a tricky corner because the wall jumps out for you right at the apex point of the corner, and so many drivers over the years have made contact with that wall, which fires them to the outside and can often ruin your day as they work their way back down Conrod Straight very shortly into the DBA chase. So it's Thomas 4.5 seconds, as you mentioned, Nolts, and it's another further 4 seconds back to Boyd in this battle that we're seeing here for position number 3. He covers now from DeMelro heading into the left-hander of the DBA chase underneath the brakes and the rear wing of Boyd in front. So what can DeMelrose do here? He's stuck in that 4th position. You feel he's got the pace, but once you get by, you're stuck in that little effect of the draft. In order to pull away, it's very difficult to do so.
Well, out in front, there's 4 seconds. There's the leader. We'll do a waiter on the field. Back to Andriski. He feels like he's running his own race in car number 4. Pole position and race winner on debut at Simmons Plains last year in the 2025 edition. In this battle, Boyd, DeMelro, Johnson and Pedersen. He's just losing touch now with that group. He's got about 4 seconds to Eton Hodson, the best of the rookies outside of Rossi Johnson today. Cody Mackay up into the top 10 now, and Josh Thomas, who had a bit of steam earlier, but now finds himself back in 10th position. William Rowe is probably today's big mover at the moment too. He's up into 11th in the Kart Mania car.
Thomas on that previous lap out in front lowered his best of the session and best of the race, and also his new lap record, 2-minute 30.357. So he is continuing to lower down that marker out in front. Look at him all just pinching that left front going into the Worth cutting here again. So still 6.5 minutes to go. Plenty to play out here in race number 2 of the weekend for Battery World Aussie Racing Cars to kick off season 2026. Our leaders back through Salmon Park once again, down into the Metal Grate. And this time by DeMelro is a lot closer to Boyd here. It's tough to get a move done, particularly at Skyline. You tip it in through the left-hander, the car gets light. You almost touch the exit ripple strip on the right-hand side before you drop off the face of the earth, it feels like, down into the dipper once again. Love watching these cars just tailing their way down into the S's.
It's a fantastic ride from the top down through here. This little sequence of left and rights, and then into Forest Elbow really drops away, and you can see the attitude of the cars that show that. Whoa, that was close on the exit of DeMelro, who almost poor and polished on the wall coming out of there. That was so close.
And what it's done is affect his exit
Correct.
speed, and now he's going to be coming under attack here from Johnson in behind as they work their way down the straight. We're watching it from the Thrive drone cam. Here comes Johnson. Will he look towards driver's left? Moves it across to Melrose. Will have the inside line of the kick, but he'll be on the outside once they get to the DBA chase. Johnson, who's the last of the late breakers, to Melrose, is going to give him a run for his money around the outside, but give it to the 333 of Johnson. Moves up to position 4.
And tried to do the crisscross through the exit, but Johnson had him covered off nicely. That was the mistake out of the elbow that set that position up down at the bottom turn here. So Johnson up into 4th, DeMalro down into 5th position. Now he's cutting the curbs, he's cutting the edges, and that might be the invitation for DeMalro. Tries to cover him off, he's moved him across towards the wall. So it reinvigorates out the final turn, and now the rabbit's been thrown, they climb over each other, like Garland and Andriski earlier today, but at the bottom of Mountain Straight, not at the top.
This is awesome stuff. I hope you're enjoying it. Race 2 of the weekend for the Battery World Aussie racing cars. They are fighting for what it's worth as they head up Mountain Straight once again. So Johnson inside line once again now, but this time by into Griffin's Bend. DeMalro's will have to go the long way around here through the right-hander, but has to just settle in behind. I wonder if that's done any sort of damage, particularly on the front end of the race car for DeMalro's, if it's affected the steering at all. But we'll have to wait and see. Certainly hasn't affected his pace as, again, Rossi just locks that inside left front into the Worth cutting.
Which is odd to see a lock-up up there. You tend to sort of just touch the brake going up there, maybe touched it too hard. It's given enough to pull away from DeMalro again. I just checked my stats incidentally while that was going on. It is only race 2 of 28 this year. I thought it was race 28, but a lot of way to go this season. The Uassa Battery replay showing the move down here at the chase. That was Jack Boyd just ahead in the Uassa Battery car. And see the way Johnson covered off any chance of that crisscross from the 91. We missed the start of this on the exit of Murray's, where Johnson was doing the edging for the greenskeeper, saving him to a job this week, and then they just climbed over each other. Second time today in as many races, but with 2 different dance parties.
It's great to watch, isn't it? The boys are having it. The elbows are out already at this early point of season 2026. 3 minutes left on the clock, so time starting to get the better of us here. Out in front, forget about Thomas. 7.1 seconds the margin. It's more about this battle for positions 3, 4 and 5 that we're watching. Pedersen has just fallen away ever so slightly with that splitter that we could see that was starting to break apart. He's in position number 6, but also with that 15-second time penalty that will be served at the end of the race. DeMalro's was very late under brakes then into the DBA chase once again. Just collected the inside curb, which picked the car up. He seems to be very strong under brakes, but trying to find a way past Rossi at the moment. This is where he had a moment a lap ago, and he's done the exact same thing once again. It's a case of deja vu, but this time by DeMalro's has got the car alongside, should have the inside line here for turn number 1, and will get the job done only just on the exit, but it's going to be a continuation of this battle as they head up Mountain Straight again, and you can see Johnson right in underneath that rear wing. This is awesome.
Might have been too much of a hurry to get that done with 2 minutes and a lap remaining. Dust off in the background. I think it's more from the cars going across the curb, and look how far down the opposite side they're going. The dirtiest side of the racetrack, and now having to force across. Oh, that was so close. Up into the right-hander. Aussie racing cars have a habit of creating new racing lines. I just hope these two behave themselves with 2 minutes to go and another race to come today.
Yep, they're not done yet. Back into the Worth cutting again. Trying to pinch the car on the left-hand side of the road. There's a little bit of camber there, which helps keep the car pinched against the wall at the steepest point of the gradient. 1 in 6 gradient there through the cutting. They work their way back across the top, through Silver Park, down into the grate. DeMalro's has got Rossi Johnson stuck right underneath his rear wing here. And we've seen this all race long so far. The question being, who's going to have the legs going down Conrod Straight as DeMalro's? You can just see the car dancing as he drops it down into the S's. Cars will bottom out here through to the dipper. And then they will squirm the cars under brakes heading into Forest Elbow.
Starting to wind this race down. Race 2 of Battery World Aussie racing cars. A cleaner affair compared to race 1 today. We're on lap 7 of this race. It should be a lap to go, maybe 2, depending on Diesel Thomas. He's further down the road here than these guys. He's some 13 seconds up the road. Looking in the mirrors again as DeMalro. Left, right, he's right in the boot. And now pulling out for a move halfway down Conrod Straight. They'll go side by side from the Thrive drone cam. DeMalro gives him enough racing room. Well done, lots of respect between these two. And parks it in the middle. Now you watch Johnson try to switch back and reads it. Instantly, like a slingshot out of the chase. and now has the better run under the High-Tech Oils bridge. Johnson should have the run. De Mauro will try the Rossi Johnson move. This is awesome in the battle for 4th and 5th.
That drive that Johnson got through the centre of the corner there at the chase, through the left-hander, was so impressive. He was able to put the power down and make it work and have the overlap and the job done before they even got to Murray's corner. And the more they fight, they're actually bringing Pedersen into the battle pack. Not that that really matters in the overall grand scheme of things with the penalty that he's got next to his name.
Pedersen looks likely, if we don't get a safety car, to be around 13th position at the moment, but you cannot take your eyes off this battle between De Mauro and Johnson. Johnson's first weekend. Oh, De Mauro sprint cars it up through Griffins. This is a much more aggressive Anthony De Mauro in 2026. And you're right, Pedersen is behind, but he's effectively a ghost car in this battle with that 15-second penalty.
How is the dart from the left-hand side of the road to the right-hand side of the road? We often see someone like a Verstappen or Daniel Ricciardo back in his day pull moves like that. It's a sneaky little move and he almost made it work. But Rossi Johnson, he was aware to it, made the car as wide as he possibly could, and now all of a sudden, I say that he's got a big margin, albeit half a second, but it's probably the biggest margin that they've had between them as we dwindle down in this race.
There'll be another lap to go at the end of this. So down through Brock Skyline. Closing stages, looking out to the distance over central New South Wales, looking green on your Easter long weekend. Down the hill, a lap and a bit remains. These two cooling their jets, but I fear there's going to be another part, another episode, another scene between these two. Jack Boyd has left them in his wake with the Yuasa battery car, charging back up the field from 14th up into 3rd. Here's Diesel Thomas down into the chase, the Corish Motorsports car, the fluoro pink and black, number 18, the teenager who was last year's Super Series Rookie of the Year. Makes his way down towards the bottom turn. With changeable conditions here, we had a burst of sunshine during the early stages, but certainly some cloud cover there now. As we commence the final lap, do we have another new winner in the making in Battery World Aussie racing cars? Rossi Johnson did it on debut. His first ever race got the W next to it. Andriski has reeled that gap in. That was out to 7 seconds, and it's now 2 seconds. I was on target to say it'll be our biggest race-winning margin ever at Bathurst.
Well, his last lap was a 2:33.9 as opposed to a 2:31.6. Let's not worry about that at the moment, because here we go for about round 325 between these two. They head up Mountain Straight once again. So it's Rossi Johnson on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen is De Mauro. There's a slight overlap there, ever so slightly heading into Griffin's Bend. De Mauro is the driver that's got the position now at the moment. But again, Pedersen, again, we say it, it's not going to matter in terms of the overall context of this race, but he's certainly got the grandstand view of this little battle as they head into the Worth cutting.
Oh, time is going to run out though for Etten Hodson, who's lurking in the background here in the big little home improvements car 28. So he's in 7th and about four seconds away from the group. He'll move up a position when the penalties are adjusted to Oscar Pedersen.
Diesel Thomas is losing more margin in that first sector. He lost over a second, so the margin now is just 1.7 seconds. So we're watching this great battle for position number 3, but it's slightly tightening up for the battle outright as well in position number 1. Look at Johnson trying to be a pest in the mirrors as they head down into the S's once again.
Trying or is?
Oh, he is a pest, don't you worry. It's a bit like you on a Saturday night at the Midnight Club.
Never. I've never been out in my life.
Absolutely. Down into the Forest Elbow section once again.
You do realise we're roommates this weekend.
Oh, that's a worry, I know. I tell you what, he's got a bit of a margin here. His exit was very wide. Then he's going to lose a fair bit of time here, heading down Conrod Straight for what is the final time. Rossi Johnson will have the benefit of the slipstream here. When will he get the overlap and possibly the job done? But watch for the switchback once they get to the DBA chase.
De Mauro staring at the mirror. Johnson staring down at the chase as he pulls out of the draft to make the move. Again, it's a carbon copy of so many laps in this race today. DeMauro will fight back. Late on the brakes, the car squirming. Johnson steps out. DeMauro has enough, but out in front, it's another new winner. Diesel Thomas picks up his first win in the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series. A gap that dropped from nearly 5 seconds back to 1.3. Jack Boyd will be third after starting outside the top 10. And the battle for the 4th place Grand Prix goes to Anthony DeMauro. What a great battle that was from start to finish. The poor and polished car beating home the race 1 winner. Cody Mackay getting across the line for 7th with Oscar Pedersen's time obviously being dropped down the field. So Mackay, 7th position and ahead, unless that screen's just messing with me, ahead of Ayrton Hodson, who's tumbling down our screen. We'll get to that at the end as Craig Woods is chasing Jeff Waters, approaching 300 races in season 2026 in the Aussie Racing Cars category. And Woods, after starting from the rear of the field, is going for 16th. And we'll just miss out on that one because the yellow flag being shown at the bottom, so someone's gone off down there, and I have a feeling it could be Hodson the way it's tumbling down on our screen. So a Chicane Motorsports double in the top 10 has gone today, with Hodson dropping down to 18th. But well done to Diesel Thomas picking up his first win in the Aussie Racing Car Series of Mandrisky, who fought right to the end, 1.3 seconds away from victory. Jack Boyd for 3rd position. He'll be sick of seeing number 3 at the end of the weekend. DeMauro 4th, Johnson, O'Keefe, Mackay, Thomas, Hayden Nissen and William Rowe, the top 10.
We turn over the page. Nathan Williams made up some spots after going down the escape road early on here, so got back up to position number 11 in the end. And a few of the cars that had some troubles as well. Hodson yet to see, but we reckon he might have been down in the sand truck there at Murray's Corner as well. You've got to give it though to DeMauro, because in terms of the battle that he had with Johnson, if there was a man of the match performance, he was certainly a contender in car number 91.
That's the reason, and it was with Oscar Pedersen, who, to add salt into the injury, had a 15-second penalty, which put him down the bottom anyway. So these two obviously coming together late in the race at the bottom. The deep gravel traps have arrested both these cars. And a shame for Hodson, the Kiwi, who's running for Matt Stone Racing in the Dunlop Series in 2026, was inside the top 10, but now finds himself parked next to Pedersen at the end of race number 2. Who starts on pole? Well, we don't know until we come back out later today for race number 3.
Looking forward to it. Plenty coming up here at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour Trans Am Cup not too far away. And of course, we're building up to Norwell Motorpeck's Bathurst 6-hour qualifying at Mount Panorama.
Mount Panorama Bathurst, a track that demands everything from drivers and their machines. This Easter Sunday, and for a milestone 10th time, 70 cars, 13 brands, 30 different models, and nearly 190 drivers go into the fight for 6 hours on one of the toughest circuits in the world. It's a race of speed, strategy, reliability and survival. From extreme performance machines to turbocharged pocket rockets, just about everything in between, this is a multi-class endurance race at its absolute best. The mountain doesn't care who you are. It rewards the brave and punishes mistakes. And it's the mountain who decides who wins on Sunday. 6 hours, 70 cars, one mountain. Welcome to the 10th running of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
So beautifully put by Richard Crail as we assemble at Easter again for the 10th anniversary of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour at Mount Panorama. There's a field of nearly 70 cars that have gathered across 8 classes, and there's all sorts of cars, all sorts of teams and drivers, nearly 200 drivers competing in the 6-hour race, not to mention all the drivers competing in the 5 support categories that are here this weekend. It is a magic place here at Mount Panorama, and the history of motorsport at Mount Panorama is so important in the history of Australian sport since 1938. Racing here, and since those early days too, racing at Easter. It's its own tradition here. As much as the October race is the worldwide known race and the 12-hour for GT racing in February is important, this date, this part of the year is so very special in the history. From motorcycle racing over the years, the birth of the 12-hour production car racing coming back here in the early 90s, then going away again, and that race evolving into a GT3 endurance event. The 6-hour now is kind of the race for families, for all sorts of drivers and teams in Australian motorsport, for their weekend at Mount Panorama, their chance to race against other cars in their class and this mighty mountain itself. We've got normal Motorplex qualifying coming up this afternoon. There's $1,000 on the line for the fastest driver in qualifying. In the final practice session, two-time Bathurst 1000 winner Will Davison was fastest with a 2:19.6 in the BMW that he shares with former race winners Barry Clinton and Tim Lay. We're expecting the BMWs to dominate qualifying this afternoon, but it's the V8 Mustangs and Camaros that are not just fighting for the A2 class, they're also trying to win outright. Last year, Aaron Seaton's car managed to finish on the podium overall against those X-Class BMWs. If you haven't caught up with the news too, there is a change. The reigning champions in this race, Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick, won't drive together this weekend. Cameron Crick is ill. He's been replaced, though, by a very handy replacement. Another Cameron Hill, who's driving for BJR in supercars this year in the Toyota GR Supra. He has won this race before. He's back to fill in this weekend and take the place of Cameron Crick. They won last year from 66th on the grid. Anything can and normally does happen here at this amazing mountain place in this amazing race. The teams behind me are getting their cars set for qualifying this afternoon. Some of them are not really getting too carried away with trying to go fast today. They want their drivers to be comfortable, to be safe and secure for the 6 hours tomorrow, because that's where the winning is on the line. Today it's easy to get carried away with that chase for pole position. Some bragging rights at Bathurst are always nice, but a trophy and a trip to that podium behind me down there, down that end of the pit lane, is what they're all chasing here this weekend. They want to win their class, they want to win overall, and they want to win against the mountain. I mentioned a massive supporting cast lineup here. The Trans Am Cup Series is debuting for 2026 this year. It's round 1 of 7, and in the box to call the action, it's a big good afternoon to Richard Crail and Matt Nolte.
Thank you, Aaron Noonan. Great to be with you. Ripping afternoon here at Mount Panorama. Bit of cloud, about 21 degrees ambient at the moment, but a little breeze blowing across. No rain on the forecast today, so it should be dry conditions all the way through. And the variety of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour field, encapsulated by a 4-wheel drive turbo Mitsubishi Lancer Evo, decked out in Tommy Mackinnon colours, which we're a big fan of. As I say, good afternoon again to Matt Nolte, and it's excellent to have an expert commentator with us as well. Matt Nolte, Castrol Racing Tickford driver, and this weekend in the Thrive Bimmer, racing for a cure, is Thomas Randall. Hello to you.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm flattered by that on the commentary.
I was going to say, how much just slipped into the expert name on there? Wow.
I think there'll be an invoice later, but no, great to be joining you guys, and what a wonderful weekend everyone's having so far. And there's a nice teddy bear there, getting a bit of a bird's eye view of the pit lane. So make sure he's not in front of that line. Can't cross that line.
Cross the line in pit lane. It's sacred space. You don't want to go into someone else's garage.
I know all about that.
What a day, and great to see so many people here. Record campground sales, Snolts, for this event. Really good atmosphere about the paddock, around the town as well. Really good Friday yesterday, and it's turning out to be a great Easter Saturday as well.
Just the atmosphere around here. This has got that old school feel about it. You walk through the garages, many of them got 2 or 3 in there at a time, working away. So we're just retrieving Oscar Pedersen, who had a version excursion down at the final turn on the last lap of the Aussie racing cars, won by Diesel Thomas. So a slight delay here in the Trans Am Cup Series opener for today. It just feels so good to be here at Easter, and the atmosphere is cool. The teams love their time. This is the big stage for production car racing.
Well, and before we get to some Trans Am Cup racing, because this could be an absolute ripper with the stacked field at the pointy end of this grid, you're about halfway down pit lane. So you're in the midst of this field. What's it like rolling out of pit lane? And you're probably 35th out of the 69 car field.
Oh, it's extremely busy, guys. I mean, you've got nearly 70 cars on the grid, and it takes you about 3 laps to try and navigate through the traffic. Yes, I'm in the X-Class category, so our cars, I guess, are the fastest class. So it's a fair bit of work, but you just have to be really patient when you're out there and know that there's cars around you that, they're going as fast as they can. So you have to be very patient. 6-hour race tomorrow, so it's all about just minimising mistakes. And the last thing you want to do is obviously make contact with a car and risk a penalty.
And a very different style of racing. Now, when we get to Topor next week, And if you're a 1/10 of a second up the road, you'll be over the moon. That's a massive margin in supercars terms. You're 35 seconds a lap quicker than some of the cars in this race. So it's a massive juggling act, isn't it, for you to manage?
Well, not only that, we worked out. So it's a 6.2 kilometre circuit, guys, and it's nearly 70 cars. It's an average of about 88 metres per car. So it's not a lot of breathing room out there, but thankfully qualifying will be split into 2 halves.
That's what Thomas spends his Friday nights on, Knowles, working out cars per metre at Mount Panorama.
You've always had such a quirky way of working out things at racetracks. I'd never have given that a thought until that now. But
I'm your stats man now, you know.
I'll see myself out. It's fine.
There we go. A lot of awesome fans up on the hill. I mean, we spoke about how beautiful the weather has been. There's a little bit of a tailwind into turn 1, actually, which means that you have a bit of a headwind over into Skyline. So that's something we always look at. I mean, there's heaps of flags that you see down the main straight, so we just keep an eye on that, and that's something that all the guys and girls in Trans Am Cup will be told or would have looked for, because it can have quite an effect on your braking markers and how much you dare to go deep into somewhere like Skyline, especially in a race scenario as well.
This is going to be cool, this race, with 27 cars in attendance for the first round of the Trans Am Cup Series for 2026. You made a habit of this. You joined me for the first round in Tasmania last year in the Trans Am Series back then. There is a mixture of TA2 cars in here. They're not going to run for points as such. They're just getting, well, for the joy of running here at Mount Panorama. And 3 races, Kralsey, to settle this one. The reigning champ dominated qualifying in the car that he won the series in last year.
Great shot out the back of the Bathurst Mazda safety car there too. Looking at Todd's Garage, brand new race team. So he's gone out on his own. He's prepping the car himself. He's done a nice job actually of documenting the process to get to this point, showing us right through with the car ready for paint and then getting prepped, and the big livery unveil with the 4 and 20 pies on the side, which is an outrageously good sponsor as far as we're concerned. Though it is notable that we
day here, the door's not open yet.
No sponsor product has arrived our way yet. So note to Todd's Garage, probably about an hour late, I think. Just for tomorrow, midday's about our window. That's when Mr. Nolte likes to be served his lunch. So that's a great story. And then another gun of this category in behind him in Nathan Hearn, who also runs his own race team and has gone out on his own. And then the might of GRM in the mix as well with James Moffat. It's great to have James Golding in the field again this weekend. He's been hugely competitive in Trans Am racing over the journey. And our mate Ben Barguana, who's part of the broadcast this weekend, he and his dad have done a great job. The Hancture Forklifts car in 5th place for this one. They are looking really speedy.
And they are very happy with that car too, because they found a misfire after Adelaide last year and a couple of test days at Winton, and they could not cure it. They were really worried coming here to Bathurst. It was still lurking in practice yesterday, but it's still a top 5 result in practice. He went on to qualify yesterday inside the top 5, so hopefully a good season ahead for the Hancture Forklifts team. One thing we've also got to talk about, boys, this has been dominated by Mustangs since the very first race in Adelaide. 102 races have been run since then. They've won 94. Chevy have yet to win a race in the Trans Am Cup Series, but there's a lot more in the field, considering GRM have got 4 in the field. We know how strong that can be. You've got Marcus Ambrose Motorsport aligning up with that team for 2026, but it's a nice mixture, as Tom Randall points it out on our starting grid, with Hazelwood and Hearn, champions in the field, staying on the front row. The 2 James off row number 2. Ben Barguana and Jared Hughes, who steps up full-time after winning the TA2 muscle cars. Blake Tracy, keep an eye on the young teenage star with Tom Davies on the 4th row. And Ben Gomersall and Jack Smith will start on row 5.
Good to have Ben Gomersall and Jack Smith in the field full-time this year. Clay Richards off the inside of the 6th row alongside Elliot Barber. Alice Buckley qualified solidly just outside the top 10 and down through to the drivers at the back of the field, including the great sprint car legend Robbie Farr. Cool to have him as part of this field. So they rack them and stack them 2 by 2 and get ready for the start of a brand new Trans Am Cup Series. The greats are watching on from pit lane. Stephen Richards with his son Clay in the mix. Next door is Jason Barguana with Ben there. There's some cool names in this field. The muscle cars are back for a brand new season.
And we should be on the balcony, Kralsey. The rumble going past Bridges right now, staggering yesterday during practice. And what a sight that looks as Choices Flooring prepares the Trans Am Cup Series for 2026. The thunder and the rumble is about to war across the famous mountain here with 2 champions, one reigning, one a double-time champion. They both are now as we charge up the high-tech oil straight to take the grid. green in race 1 of the Trans Am Cup Series, and not even 10 metres into it, the donut rings start into 1. Moffat on the outside of Golding. Will they make it through turn number 1 safely? The answer is yes. The Thrive drone cam sells the story as Hearn takes the lead for a moment, but a full head of steam from the 4 and 20 Mustang as they go side by side across the top of Mountain Straight for the first time.
Side drafting everywhere. Great run out of turn 1 at Hell Corner for Hearn. Hazelwood grabs a break going into Griffin's Bend and a little bit wide, but had the inside running into turn 2 and holds the race lead. Great battle. Nathan Hearn got across into the side to make his presence felt and then went right back out to the outside to open the turn into turn 1. Racy stuff, and then it was real over-under stuff as they were side drafting their way up Mountain Straight. Great start, but it's Hazelwood to the top of the hill for the first time.
Yeah, so Nathan Hearn got that overcut out of turn 1, went for the switchback, but they were side drafting all the way down to turn 2, and tyre pressures are still low at this point, so you've got to be careful not to lock a tyre and ruin it when you've got 20 minutes remaining, and then there's not really much you can do, guys, when you're on the outside heading into turn number 2, and Hazelwood just knew exactly where to put the car. That was a little bit of an outside front lock there for Nathan Hearn, so he is pushing hard on this opening lap.
Unsure if that shot at the top of McPhillamy was McPhillamy Park or Daytona.
Yes. Custer speed shot. What a scene it was on that first lap, and it's safely through the hectic sections of Mount Panorama here on lap number 1. 27 cars, in fact 26. I've not seen Adam Garwood has taken the start here aboard the Racer Industries Mustang for Jared McLeod's team, the Maverick Performance team. So he's not out on the track here, it seems, as Hazelwood leads with 2 points next to his name after Ostone Tyres pole position yesterday for the 7th time in his Trans Am career. It's on down here into the chase. Lock up the background. Tracy's got them all locked up. The front's locked up. They'll be fairly sad, one would think. And well over 260 k's an hour through the chase. And he's going to be eaten alive here by Jack Smith in one of 2 SCT Logistics cars in 2027. So the young teenager from Albury just holds down the position, but a fairly sad couple of Hoosier tyres, boys.
The unit car goes up the inside too. Tom Davis was under huge pressure there, but he's actually got a massive free kick out of all of that, and he's now gone out after Jared Hughes in the Chevy car in front. Ben Gomersell up the inside, unit clothing on the side of his car. He's got a position out of that. Smith still side by side, and the tortured sound of a Hoosier tyre being aggressively used on the run into Hell Corner last time by.
Oh, as I say, the Jack Smith cars is getting a bit of a push down the back straight, but that left front from Blake Tracy, as these boys, Hughes and Davies has gone in hot there with Hughes as well. Thankfully, they've kept it off the wall, but that left front on the Tracy car, geez, that's not going to feel good in the cockpit, guys.
Oh, Davies trying to force the door open there on Jared Hughes, reigning TA2 Muscle Car Series champion, but did run on occasion last year in Trans Am. Across the shelf, Lockie Evident into pit lane. Damaged front right tyre in the Cam Quarry's car. It had a brake failure yesterday that set it into the tyre wall, and a lot of damage down at Murray's late in the practice session. But his weekend going from bad to worse in the Cam Quarry's Chevy Camaro. Great support from the Ville Casino, the local Townsville boy, in support there from one of the big night spots up there in northern Queensland.
One of Matt Nolte's favourite haunts when we head to the north of Australia as the field runs down. Hazelwood still leads, but Hearn's pegged that margin back the second half of this lap. Moffat third, Golding fourth, Bargwana fifth. Then a massive freight train all the way down, bottled up behind Jared Hughes and Davies. Here's this battle further back. The Racer Industries car looking to get up the inside. No space there at the elbow. As always in Trans Am racing, battles all the way through the field. Smith out very wide and almost brushed Dick Johnson's wall on the outside of the elbow.
The top 2 guys are just trading fastest sectors at the moment. It's half a second between Hazelwood and Hearn, as Hughes has to go defensive into the chase, and it looks like he's going to get a switchback there from Davies. Someone's off in the background and going out. It's Clay Richards, I think, that's gone off at the chase, so he just needs to rejoin safely. But yeah, Nathan Hearn keeping Hazelwood honest, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race by about a 10.5 over Hazelwood. It's about another 2.5 seconds back to third, so keep an eye on these leaders, because we know what Hearn's like in these cars. You know, he will push Hazelwood as hard as he can and try and force an error.
We know what Hearn's like at this track. He's the most successful guy here in Trans Am competition, and he'll take it to Hazelwood as they disappear from Moffat, Golding and Ben Bargwana in the Hampshire Forkless Red Rooster Mustang. Car 97 behind is Hughes, Davies, Gomersall, Blake Tracy with some fairly sad Who's Your Tyres on the number 5 auto openers entry. Back to Jack Smith, Elliot Barber, Cody Brzezinski, Alice Buckley, Tyler Cheney, and Pip Cassabine running in 15th position, the teenager, and the Toyota 86 Series, who's doing TA2 full-time in 2026, as Hearn almost trades blue on blue at the shelf as he really goes after the reigning champion across the mountain.
Oh, I think he was just about clipping the exit of the tree there with his left rear. So we were just talking about how much pressure he's putting on to Todd Hazelwood. Now, Todd Hazelwood's used to immense pressure in the Trans Am series, but they've got a bit of a gap, as we've said, back to Moffat. But if they keep battling like this, it's going to suck third and fourth right up to him. And Bargwanna, he's doing a great job as well in behind Golding, so he's only half a second behind the number 10 of Jimmy.
How Nathan Hearn manages to drive his car at the angles he does, but keep the Who's Your Tyre underneath it and still give him something to race with. Looked like understeer for Hazelwood turning into the elbow, and does that give Hearn a run down Conrod Straight? Last time round, Nathan Hearn, 2:10.7 on lap 2, was only 0.3 of a second off the lap record, which is set by Aaron Seaton back here in 2021. What happened in 2021? Well, he and Nathan Hearn had two of the best races we've ever seen in Trans Am competition. They went side by side at McPhillamy Park a couple of times. So we're seeing a replay of that. It's just swap out Seaton in the Ford for the champ, Todd Hazelwood.
Well, Hazelwood was actually weaving on the back straight, trying to break the toe. So we see how powerful the slipstream is in these cars. Mustang versus Camaro. And Hazelwood had to go defensive there a bit into the chase just to stop a bit of an attack from Nathan Hearn. Now, they're going to be smart about it, hopefully. 14 minutes remaining in this one. But that gap back to third. So even with that battling, there was still half a second a lap quicker than James Moffat.
Hazelwood's got understeer. He struggled to get the car turned into turn one. Nolts, I think it's cost him here.
Yeah, I was wondering what's going on there across the top of the mountain. That car didn't look happy at all. And Hearn might be going for the lead here very soon. Hazelwood to wake up to it and park Steve 4 and 20 car right in the middle of the road. Clay Richards has just come into the pits on our screens as well. We saw Lockie Evanet make his way back out onto the track. Up into the cutting. Close, little close. And now forces the door open. Won't be able to do it across the shelf. It's a long way around. But he's made his presence felt if it wasn't there before.
This is fantastic racing between these two. Great for us in the commentary box, but that was a left front lock up there. Went for a late lunge, but Hazelwood closed the door, which is quite easy to do there into the cutting. But the tyre squealing that we can hear from the cameras, guys, you know, they are pushing hard. And I'm keen to see what this middle sector is, as there's Clay. Maybe got some sort of issue. He's coming to the lane. There's Stephen checking out something maybe down in the pedal box. Not quite sure, but back looking at the screen now with Nathan Hearn. Will he try a dive bomb? I don't think he's too far back, but Todd's going to be probably weaving once again on the straight to break the toe again, I think.
Oh, and again, very wide on the exit of the elbow. I think Nathan's had his one dive bomb a lap. That was a massive send up the inside at the cutting. You were so engaged with it, you almost jumped out of your chair and hid behind it to see what the outcome is. Here's the toe again, weaving left and right all the way down over the second hump on Conrod.
He's going to have to cover.
He's on here. Nathan Hearn's going to have a look down the inside. Is there space down the inside of the champion number 1 car? Nathan Hearn gets back in front, but I don't think Hazelwood's done with yet.
Well, this is where Hearn's going to have to now stay to the left here, cover, because he's done such a great job for that overtake at the chase. Covers, and does Hazelwood give him a bit of a bump? Go for a switchback on the main straight. Here we go. Let's see if he can get the run off the final corner. Hearn's going to have to go defensive. This is on between these two, and as they cross the line, look at the gap now, back to third. It's closing back up.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up. The other 3 cars are closing in the distance, so Chevy Camaro leads out of Hell Corner. The Blue Gold Industries car of Nathan Hearn, 2-time champion in the category, leads the 4 and 20 Mustang under his own banner for 2026. Back to Moffat, Golding and Bargwanna. Hazelwood again on the long side. He won't be able to stay there. The crown on the road will separate that and tucks him behind. This is only race 1 of the season. If it's going to be like this, we are in for one banging season in the Trans Am Cup Series.
Last time round, James Moffat was 1.3 seconds a lap quicker than Todd Hazelwood. That is how quickly this group of cars in 3rd and 4th place are catching the 2 leaders while they squabble like this. So if you're Moff, what you want now is Todd Hazelwood to keep attacking Nathan Hearn. Don't let him drive away. but that's what's happening across the top of the mountain. The 29 seems really strong in the middle sector. And Nathan is pulling that margin out over Hazelwood now as they run off the top of the hill for the next time.
I'll be keen to see what this middle sector is for Nathan Hearn now that he's got the clear track. So Hearn has the fastest first sector of the race, and on the last lap, Moffat actually did this current lap, Moffat did the fastest first sector while these guys were battling. So let's just see as they come out of Forest Elbow. We'll get in on timing. I'm going to be interested to see. So 34.6. And Hazelwood 35.0, so he's just put 4 tenths on Nathan Hearn in the middle sector.
Let's get down to pit lane with Aaron Noonan.
Thomas, a very quick one for you. This will come as no surprise. We've seen that really spirited fight between Todd and Nathan. In the corner of Nathan Hearn here this weekend is the enforcer. Russell Ingall, the two-time Bathurst 1000 winner, is back at the mountain. He's in the corner of Nathan Hearn, just helping out where he can, providing all that advice from his amazing career. And I can't help but feel, if you rewound some time, this Trans Am Cup category would be right up the enforcer's alleyway.
Oh, we've been lucky. We wanted him to get into the car for a couple of years, and maybe this might be enough for the former Supercars champion to get into the Trans Am Cup Series as the safety car has been called here. Hearn leading from Hazelwood, Moffat, Golding and Bargwanna, but it will slow down now with the safety car being called. Noted also too that car 42 has been given a penalty for pit lane speed. And good news is Clay Richards will get out, at least get some points. If you don't finish, you get 0 next to your name. And every race critical here in season 2026. It is Adam Garwood who finally made it back onto the track, but has stopped here in between Brock Skyline and the Dipper. So the Bathurst Mazda safety car is out on the track with Nathan Hearn leading. Could it be Chevy Camaro's first win in Trans Am Cup Series? We'll find out when we come back to Mount Panorama soon.
This guy got his mattress from a store, and this guy got his mattress from Sleeping Duck, the new way to buy.
I paid thousands and thousands of dollars in retail markups. I got the highest quality mattress for a fraction of the price.
SleepingDuck.com.
This is my army. Our army. We might wear the same uniform, but we all have our own stories. There are no limits to what I can achieve for myself and for others. This is my army. Discover yours.
Come on. Come on. Wait, what? Oh,
Be first in line for a thrilling time with Keno Go.
That's definitely a much nicer handhold.
Feels like a beast. That's nice. It's got a lot of power.
Judge it for yourself. Flex. Demand more.
Deliver more with the world's #1 forklift brand. Get Toyota's legendary reliability. Get smarter energy solutions. Get Australia's leading service network. That's the Toyota Forklift Advantage.
Get a Toyota forklift.
Auto Club members, flash your card and grab your gear. Get 15% off parts, oils and car audio. Plus 20% off almost everything like car care, 4x4 adventure tools and more. All month long exclusive to Auto Club members. Repco. Gets you going.
Get Macca's delivered for just 99 cents, whether you're staying up late or making a day of it. No matter the moment. Order now only on the My Macca's app.
Jameson, not just a smooth whiskey, but a huge family. They may not share DNA, but they do share the same welcoming spirit. Must be part of the family. Must be a Jameson. They could have made it round.
Let's have a ball.
Instead, they made a swinging pendulum of luck.
Let's have a dance. We'll do the ball. Let's have a ball. Don't tell
When the bounce serves you a clanger,
Lucky you're with Amy.
YoPro Perform, powered by 20 grams of protein, BCAAs and probiotics. Serious performance, no compromise. It's your ideal post-workout snack. Feed your progress with YoPro.
At Valvoline, being an original isn't about what you've done. It's about the things you do, the things you keep doing. Because an original doesn't just do something first, it never stops. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
The field remains behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car. We thank them for their support of the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. The Thrive drone cam showing you the site as we fly up towards Griffin's Bend, named after the mayor who got it all started here way back in the 1930s. What a prophetic decision that was, to build a scenic road, quote unquote, on the side of the old bald hills here in the central west of New South Wales as an economic project during the Great Depression to give some people some jobs. I say thank you, because it's been pretty good for all of us and for you watching at home as well. Nathan Hearn leads Hazelwood and Moffat next. That's the top three in the Trans Am Cup season opener. It's been a beauty so far. Aaron Noonan, what you got from the lane?
Richard, I went and had a chat to Steve Richards just before to get to the bottom of why Clay was in before, and a little bit of a mystery there. Clay reported that there was some fluid or feeling of fluid being in the footwell of that car, but they can't seem to get to the bottom of it. Doesn't seem to be anything there to be of great concern, so he's back out there now. He's obviously off the lead lap, but yeah, a little bit of a troubling one that they're going to have a look into after this race to get to the bottom of what was going on there or what wasn't going on there.
Yeah, thanks, Stearns. Well, the last thing you want is if it's anything related to brake fluid, the last thing you want is it not in the master cylinders and leaking through the pedal box, because you want to have great braking confidence. And if you've got no, there is Mr. Zach Bates on the right-hand side. Sorry to change the subject slightly, but he's just goes on camera. I'm sure he's been on camera a few times before, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. But now we do have the lack of adhesion flags out here, so whether or not whether he's dropped, there you see, he's dropped oil on the road, so some sort of major failure, potentially in Adam Garwood's machine. Thankfully, it looks like he worked it out pretty quick and got offline. Might be a bit tricky for Nathan Hearn if we do get restarted through through McPhillamy Park. But yeah, the last thing you want as a driver going back to Clay Richards is no confidence on whether it's the brake pedal, it could be the clutch fluid. They'll just have to wait and see. But obviously, they're confident enough to send it back out in the race.
And more so to find out whether they've cured the issue as well, if there is out there, as the crews checking the temperature of the surface, making sure they've got the right setups for qualifying for the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour later today. Tricky conditions with this cloud cover, it comes and goes. We've had a lot of sunshine yesterday during practice and qualifying for the undercard, but certainly today it almost gives you that storm feeling out there. There's nothing forecast, but certainly a lot of cloud hanging around.
I spoke to a local, actually, just before coming up here. He makes some of the beer in town, so he knows such things as weather. And we thank Reckless Brewing for their support of the event. Actually, our official podium celebration partner this weekend, and I've noticed that the Reckless Bar has been very well attended upstairs here. We've been told very firmly to steer clear of that. Not allowed, apparently.
Well,
which
our faces are at the door with crosses.
Pretty disappointing, to be quite honest.
Well, imagine if you could have Reckless Brewery in here and the 4 and 20 meat pie.
Oh, I mean, Christmas and Easter coming all at once, frankly. But Jared from Reckless assures me that this is not the rain cloud that you get in Bathurst. This is just cloud.
Okay. Cloud.
So no rain likely today is the local expert opinion here at Mount Panorama, which is good news for the Bathurst 6 Hour teams, which are getting ready for Norwell Motorplex qualifying, which is coming up next.
Barry Rogers watching on down in the lane. Bumped into him last night. We were leaving the track, heading back to the accommodation. Wonder what shorts he's sporting today. He had the colourful brown. Yep, right on cue. Going for the pink setup today. Bit of, would you say that's flip side pink down there for Bats today? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I would say so. Yeah.
He's ready to go for a run. Going to run the track, I reckon, after this.
Well, he's known for doing
it. Yes, yeah,
Absolutely.
2 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Still behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, but the recovery complete. The question will be that clean-up at the top. Now, the Aussie racing cars had a delay and they had their race extended. So Motorsport Australia Race Control this weekend incredibly proactive in making sure people get value for their laps and trying to get races finished under green. So let's see what happens. Will we get a racing finish, or will it finish behind the control of the safety car? regardless of the finish, Nolts, I think our little taste tester has been proof enough that this year is blockbuster, isn't it, in terms of the depth of competition in this championship and the fight we're going to have at the front of the field.
And we say it every year, the quality steps up, but it's true with this category. To see what it's morphed out of since 2020, it was really hard to get a measure out of 2020 when it was really that one race at Adelaide before we went to park up for the better part of 12 months. But certainly now, as Jason Bargwanna looks on down in the garage, talking to young son Ben, who runs in 5th position, 2000 Bathurst 1000 winner with Garth Tander. Always happy, loves being at the racetrack, and has done plenty for the sport over the years. Back in the garage, he goes. Yeah, what we're looking at now is absolutely the biggest depth of field, quality in the field we've ever seen, by a long way. And it's just going to continue with that. And it's the addition of teams that have moved into this as well. It was all effectively driver-owner teams when this first started. Now we've got big names that are entering. Gary Rogers running with 4 cars. You've got Marcus Ambrose Motorsport with 2 cars. Ash Jarvis, who was a former champion in TA2, steps up with 2 cars. Matt Stone Racing's also involved in this now. So it's just getting stronger with each year.
But also on top of that, you've got guys like Nathan Hearn and Hazelwood that are running their own programs, and we can see how successful they are as well. So you can be in a team or privateer and have just as much success as well.
While we've got you and while we're under the control of the safety car, it would be remiss of us to not ask you about next week and how you're feeling about the double header in New Zealand. So Topol, we know, it's cool to go to a new racetrack, right? Racetrack no one's ever been to, in supercars at least.
It is. I mean, it takes 4 to 5 weeks to get the cars to New Zealand. So the fact that we're doing the double header, going to both islands, of course, North Island, then South Island, and to have supercars in Christchurch, I mean, that is a very motorsport-driven city and community. So I think they've actually nearly sold out all 3 days, which is a real credit to everyone in Christchurch and those that are going to be travelling from around the world or around Australia as well to fly to see us race there. And it's going to be your call as well, Crazy. You're going to be calling it for both rounds. So I won't be able to hear you, unfortunately, while I'm out there, but I'm sure I'll be able to listen to it when I get back. And sorry to interrupt, that's a lot of sawdust being put down there. So we'll see whether or not, there we go. I think we've just had confirmation that we will get the checkered this lap.
Yeah, if you're listening to me and things have gone poorly, I'd much rather you don't hear me and get a checkered flag. So this is the Shannon's replay at the top of the mountain. So cast your eyes back, the Maverick Performance car of Adam Garwood, and that is a lot of fluid trailing at it. A really awkward part of Mount Panorama. I mean, there's few non-awkward parts to do that here, but at 200 kilometres an hour, threading the eye of the needle through the concrete walls up there at the top of the circuit at McPhillamy Park and Brock Skyline. So he did the right thing. There's literally nowhere else he could go at the point where that started spraying oil.
I mean, you could park it in the gravel perhaps. That was going to bring a safety car out anyway, so where he parked it just made the job easy to get the car up on the tilt trade down there. We thank our many volunteer officials that get up their Easter long weekend. They love being part of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and we thank them very, very much, whether they're at the front gate or retrieving cars that have fallen afoul here over the weekend. This race going to finish under safety car. It'll be the 4th time we've had a safety car finish in the Trans Am Cup Series here at the Mountain. In fact, last year we were red flagged with that all-in shunt at the Dipper after 6 laps of competition only. And it's going to be finally the breakthrough for a Chevy Camaro. We've waited a long time for a Chevy Camaro to win, and Nathan Hearn is going to do what he did in the Dodge and put the bow tie on the board.
There's a level of irony in that, isn't it? That it should be Herney doing the job. What a competitor he is. What a battle that was. Cast your mind back. Had a look up the inside at the worth cutting to get past Todd Hazelwood, which is an impossible move to pull off, but he very nearly got it done. Great racecraft between the two of them as well. So this is how they're going to finish. They'll get the checkered flag this time past Hearn, Hazelwood, Moffat and Golding. Bargwanna, Hughes in the top 6. Solid start for the TA2 champ. Tom Davies, Jack Smith, Ben Gomersall and Elliot Barber, the top 10.
22nd career win for Nathan Hearn in the Trans Am Cup Series. An 8th win here at the Mountain. Blake Tracy home for 11th today with Cody Brzezinski on debut. And then down the field there to the likes of Cam Laws, Patrick Neville in the Stroud Holmes car for Matt Stone Racing in 24th position. And a couple of drivers with a bit of work to do for race 2 later today, the Shannon's race highlights. We'll get to relive this incredible battle, and not even 50 metres into a new series. It was on at the front between the Mustang and the Camaro. James Moffat alongside James Golding through the first turn. And it was nicely played on that opening stanza, Krause.
Yeah, they threw the gauntlet down early, though, and Hearn looked racy from the opening lap. This was a big moment. Blake Tracy looking up the inside of the Ariat 42 car. A little bump of the car in front who got a free kick. And then Smith went, yeah, I'm going to get involved in this too. Big send up the inside at the cutting. There are a couple of those in this race. And then, unfortunately, with issues, Clay Richards off the road at the DBA chase. And barrelling off through the undergrowth, he would go to pit lane and later rejoin. And then this. Two of the best in the game, driving Trans Am cars as hard as they can possibly be driven.
Just relentless, wasn't he, Hearn, on Hazelwood, a track that's been very kind to the Lismore Leadfoot. This move at the cutting, it could have ended in tears for both of them, but enough racing respect between the two. If this is what it's going to be like, I cannot wait for the rest of the season with Hazelwood and Hearn. Really much a privateer team in their own rights, running separately. This was the move that got the Chevy Camaro to the lead, covered off Todd Hazelwood, but then the safety car would come out to steady up the race. Hazelwood just glued to him, but we were just kind of taken away from the thrill, weren't we? How close were the mirrors on the way up there to Griffins?
I'd be surprised if there was any panels exchanged in that battle.
Yeah.
That was so clean but so hard, and ultimately Adam Garwood dropping fluid from his car at the top of the mountain would bring out the Bathurst Mazda safety car.
Former Touring Car Masters champion stopping, and that brought this race to an end for the fourth time under safety car, and they head back into the garage. But Noons, the good news is we'll have them back out for race 2 in the Trans Am Cup Series, thanks to Choices Flooring later on today.
Well, Matt, just down here in pit lane with a guy who knows about winning here at Bathurst. Pretty much any format, he's managed to do it. Paul Morris, you're driving a Mercedes this weekend. This is something a little different.
Pretty cool fun. Got a bunch of mates, a couple of mates from Speedway, and out here having a dig. It's good.
Hey, tell me too, we've got Norwell Motorplex qualifying coming up very soon here at Bathurst. So for the first time in 10 years of this event, we've got a pole position sponsor. You've got on board to back whoever grabs the pole this afternoon. But Norwell Motorplex, there's a great story there. And it's not just race drivers turning up there, turning laps. You've been able to have so many people through there over the years in various different guises.
Yeah, look, we specialise in getting the most out of the driver, improving the driver's performance. It's what we do. And probably 50% of the people in the garages here have been there, so like qualifying is all about the driver, so pretty good fit, isn't it? Norwell shootout, let's go.
It fits for sure. I know there's been a few Norwell shootouts in your time over there, but the history of that venue, though, it's been such a great venue way back to the days of the great Frank Gardner and setting it up, and BMWs, Mercedes, the Holden Performance Driving Centre for a while. But what you've done with it as Norwell Motorplex is just really elevated. I mean, is there a day that there's not something on the track there?
No, we've got something going on every day, and now we're actually going all around Australia and stuff and doing things for people. So it's easy. If you've been car racing at a pretty high level, it's pretty easy to live a pretty good motoring events because it's the same thing, but no one's trying to beat you. So it gets easy.
This afternoon is all about getting beaten, because that's what the Norwell Motorplex qualifying is like here at the 6 hour. This guy's won this race before. He's won the 1,000, he's won the 12 hour. There's $1,000 on the line. We're going to go chasing it when we come back here at Mount Panorama with qualifying for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
Get Macca's delivered for just 99 cents, whether you're staying up late or making a day of it. No matter the moment. Order now only on the My Macca's app.
Always got to check the tool, don't you?
It's got a good balance on it, yeah.
The tool takes all the vibration away from your arms and it just does all the work.
Judge it for yourself. Flex. Demand more.
$2,655 postcodes, connected by one Australia Post.
Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with next-gen AI on Australia's best mobile network.
The wombat. harmless in the scrub. But out here, a tank wrapped in fur, a barricade on legs, lurking round the bend, waiting to take you down. Ride like everything's out to get you.
It takes a little W.
Double me?
If instead of just one,
Oh.
you would double you. You'd have double the hands and double the legs, and double the heart and double the heads. Oh, where would you start and what would you do if instead of just one?
Okay, kiddo?
We're fine.
You were double you.
We're not you, but when it comes to banking, we can be your W.
They call this the lucky country.
Red 55!
But there's a funny thing about luck. There's only so much of it to go round.
That's a cow.
See, while you're having a ripper,
Both of them.
someone else is having a shocker.
Spewing.
Yeah, you never know which end of the stick you're gonna get when the lucky country isn't so lucky.
Lucky you're with Amy.
This time of night, everyone jumps online. See, here at Aussie Broadband, some come for a good feed.
Like that.
Networking.
John, you're on mute.
Comment and subscribe. Or, of course, quality family time. And as your local, internet, we plan for all of it. Purpose-built to react to your neighbourhood when it gets busy and make sure that there's always enough speed on tap for everyone. Aussie Broadband, the actual Aussie way.
You're back at Mount Panorama. It's the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Welcome wherever you might be watching around this great country, or indeed further abroad. International interest in this race, as there is at the other majors here on the mountain. It's a cracking day and we're counting down to qualifying for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Richard Crowe, Brian Vanderwacker with you up in the commentary box. We've got Aaron Noonan in pit lane. Team everywhere bringing you all the beautiful pictures from this great racetrack. Just on 21 degrees in the central west of New South Wales at the moment. A breeze blowing up pit straight and towards the drivers as they dive over the top. And we're getting ready for the two-part qualifying system for the Bathurst 6 Hour. A little delay due to a clean-up following an oil down during the Trans Am Cup race that has just concluded. So our hard-working recovery crew are going to work to make the track as safe as possible. Qualifying will take place with the bottom 50% of the field from practice combined going out. That will be then followed by the fastest 50% of the field. With more on that and some love for our baby car class, Aaron Noonan, which is always a competitive race within a race at the 6 Hour, and we love Class E.
Oh, Rich, we talk so much about Class X and the outright pole position in Norwell Motorplex qualifying here at the 6 Hour. I thought I'd come to this end of the pit lane and talk to you about the little car class. Now, Class E is for the tiny cars, and it's always been dominated by the Mazdas. There's 5 Mazdas, but this year there's a Honda for them to contend with. So I thought, let's come down and have a look at these mighty little Mazdas. Phil Alexander and his team, he's a veteran. He's been racing at Bathurst for so many years. He's on board the 53 car for this weekend as part of the lineup here. But I wanted to talk about car 35 here because, Richard, did you know we have an American driver in the Bathurst 6 Hour here? Gino Manley is from Florida. He's part of the lineup for this number 35 car. He's raced at Daytona. He's done some IMSA stuff here and there with TCR and the like. He decided, you know what, I want to race at Bathurst. So he reached out to the team, said, hey, look, I'm a driver. Have you got a car? Can we do a deal? So they sent some emails, sorted out a deal. He's here this weekend and living out the absolutely cool mission of racing at Mount Panorama. So who says the 12 hours the international race here at Bathurst? The 6 Hour, it's getting a bit more international every time that we come here.
Thanks, Noons. Yeah, great story. And people around the world want to tick that box of racing at Bathurst, and Class E is a great way to do it. It has been a very competitive class over the journey. Mazda 3s have won it for the last 5 consecutive years, and they've been on pole for the last 6. But this year they are chasing a new Honda Accord that has been built for this race that has dominated and has been quickest across the story, across 4 practice sessions so far with Greg Boyle and Brett Stevens doing the job so far. So there's a real benchmark, Brian, for the pace-setting cars in Class E so far this weekend.
And what we'll see throughout the course of this lower 50% is typically pole positions set for Class E, Class D, and also Class C. We expect classes B1, B2, also A1, A2, and Class X to be decided in our upper 50% qualifying, which will be happening after this session. And there is that 696 entry, the Honda Accord, Greg Boyle, Brett Stevens. They'll be out in this first part of qualifying, giving us a little thumbs up in the wave there. But that car has been very quick by all accounts, going up and down Mountain Straight and down Conrod this weekend, and I expect them to be very quick here in qualifying this weekend, and particularly in this session that we're about to see. So cars at 45 degrees getting set very shortly to exit the Schaeffler pit lane this weekend, and of course get underway for what is going to be 2 parts of 20 minutes. It's going to happen very, very quickly. And we threw the speculator out in practice session number 4 earlier on this morning once we get to Class X as to whether or not we might see a 2:18. Well, you compare that to the pole time that we saw in Class E last year, a 2:44.5. If you're doing that, that is very, very special around this 6.213 kilometre racetrack. Noons?
Brian, I know you like some variety, so I thought I'd come and find a different car that hasn't really raced here at the 6 hour before. Scott Walker's with me here. This is the Kia Stinger in the 6 hour. It's lurid green. It does stand out just a little. Car owner David Worrell is on board. But Scott, can you explain to me, why is there a flamingo in the front windscreen here?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. We get asked that a fair bit. I actually don't know the answer to that. Dave Worrell, he would be the best person to ask that question. Or Andrew McMasters, he's the other guy that has a flamingo as well. So there's a story behind it, but I actually don't know what the story is.
That is my mission for the weekend, is to find out what is the go with the flamingo. Hey, tell me about the Stinger. How's it going around this mountain place? Because it's a new car to the 6 hour.
Yeah, new car. Going all right. We're just cruising around. Tomorrow's the main, focus for us. We just want to finish. We want to be there at the end. So, yeah, no problem so far. It's just cruise around and have some fun.
One of the things about this event is all the donor cars that hang out the back. Is there any Stingers out the back here that you've got parked away ready for parts?
We actually did do a lap the other night and went through the car park and actually found a few Stingers out there. So we know where they're parked. So if they come in handy, we'll get them.
It's one of the dangerous parts here, guys, for the 6 hour. If you come as a fan and you bring your car and there's one just like it in the race, be warned. Be warned. They might come and steal some parts off your car to keep their car in the race this weekend. But let's hope that the Stinger carries on and the Flamingo just does its thing here this weekend.
Thanks, Noons. So your job is to find out, A, why the flamingo exists, and B, what its name is. Because if you're carrying a flamingo around, I can't help but think that it would have a name, surely. So that's a job. I wonder if the Stinger is this year's Colt Bathurst car. Well, every year we tend to organically get around an entry in the race. Last year it was the Toyota Camry, the mighty Camry that rolled out for the last time at Bathurst. It's been racing here for almost 30 years. That was a great story. The Stinger, first time in the race. Good to see it. New make and model of car to take on the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. And it's bright green, which is always a good thing for us up here.
It is. Green typically is an unlucky colour for a race car. Hopefully that's not the case for them this weekend. I reckon we've nailed that little Colt Hero car down to possibly 2. I reckon between that and the Honda Accord, potentially in Class C.
Good shout.
So we'll wait and see how that one pans out. I think that's Aaron Zerafos behind the wheel. I think of the Milk Lab 105 Class B1 BMW. They've had a good, clean weekend so far this weekend as well. Looking forward to seeing if they can improve on some great results over the past here at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. They were second in class for that car last year and looking for another podium. That would actually be their 4th podium in class. And you mentioned out how incredible are some of the stickers on the back of this car.
Now, I spoke to this team yesterday and they pointed out some of the stickers they've got going on. Do not overturn taking vehicle. They're calling themselves the Spig. If we look up just a little bit, though, I think the most ambitious one is the 320 km/h speed limited for a Class B BMW. Optimistic, I would suggest, to get anywhere near that. Nice to know that there's a speed limit there. And that's a quote from Anchorman, by the way. So they're just having a little bit of fun with their racing, which is part of the spirit of this race. And there's also a sticker on the inside of the driver's door that I don't think we'll be able to see from this shot that says "Do not feed the driver," because apparently someone, and I won't name names, but they were just nudged a little bit, maybe just to get the minimum weight down a little bit. So they are having a great time down there. But there's stories like that everywhere up and down this pit lane, which is part of the massive appeal of this event.
And we saw it, didn't we, with the Flamingo as well. And I sometimes use the term, everyone's here this weekend because they want to be here, not because they have to be here. And I think that's the love of it. Annabelle Rolfo in this car, the double seven, her lead entry this weekend. She's got some great experience. Brock Stinson helping run that car, and the backfire just about woke everyone up there in the pit garages there. I would dare say it might be Brock Stinson, possibly behind the wheel. We'll confirm that one for you. In this particular session, Lachlan Platten also driving that car as well. They've had a couple little issues with that car prior to this session, and that is young Brock Stinson behind the wheel of the 77. So cars rolling out. This is the lower 50% of the field heading out of our 69 cars here this weekend for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. We mentioned it a moment ago. We will see pole positions in Class E, Class D, and also Class C here as well. For our remaining classes, we'll see them out in the upper 50%, which will come up next as well. So it's 20 minutes. It's going to happen very quickly, but what we'll see here is a mixture of classes, but also the great thing is we're splitting the fields, which means hopefully less traffic, particularly for our faster cars in the next upper 50% as well.
So quickest so far in Class C has been the James and Trevor Keane Volkswagen Golf R in Class C, 2 minute 36.3. They set that in practice one of the weekend with James driving for Trev, and this team comes from Orange, just up the road, so they are almost as local as it gets in this race. This could be Trev's last Bathurst, we understand, and keen to get a win, because if he does, that would add to class success in the Bathurst 12 hour and the Bathurst 24 hour back in the day. So he'd love to tick the box in the Bathurst 6 hour. That would be a massive tick for those guys. The Mazda RX-8 for Waste Management Services, Krill, Murphy and King has been quickest in Class D so far at a 37.5, which is a pretty sporty lap time for that class. And as we touched on earlier, Boyle and Stevens in the Honda Accord Euro have been quickest in Class E at a 2:42.2, which is basically bang on the qualifying record for that class. So it's going to be a really interesting battle between Mazda and Honda in Class E. Qualifying records, well, in Class C, Pat Naven last year got the quali record at a 2 minute 35.20, double pole position winner at Bathurst. The Scirocco not here this weekend. His daughter, however, Kate, is working on our media team as part of Motorsport Australia's Girls on Track program. So there's still a little family connection here for the Bathurst 6 Hour, but won that race in Class C last year with Nathan Holstead, which was an awesome job. Nate's actually racing in GT World Challenge now in a Porsche, and was in action last weekend at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So the quali record there at 2:35.2. It's also a 2:35.2 in Class D, and that was set last year by Alice Buckley in a Toyota 86 GTS, and that blew apart the class qualifying record by a huge margin in Class D. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get anywhere near that. Quickest lap time overall of the weekend, as you touched on earlier, Brian, in the 19s by the Ultimate Performance Class X BMW. So that's what you'll see in the second half of Norwell Motorplex qualifying. And yep, for the outright pole position, there's $1,000 going the way of the pole winner this weekend.
So drivers starting their first flying lap here for qualifying for the 2026 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, presented to us for qualifying. Norwell Motorplex, like we mentioned just a moment ago. Daniel Flanagan will be leading the field up the mountain straight in car number 55. The 86 car for this weekend, the Toyota 86, and does a lot of work, of course, around in Canberra with fifth gear motoring and places like that. Got a lot of support as always, and Carpenter behind the wheel of the 195 Commodore that we can just see him behind here as well.
Just on that 55 car, they've had a really solid weekend so far, building into their program, and they actually topped their class in practice 4 earlier this morning. It was an interrupted session, They've got young Caleb Heffron with them this weekend, and he's a speedy little driver. So they're a pretty good combination. Class D, Brian, I found so far the hardest to read out of all of them in terms of who's competitive, because they basically all are. There's a really broad mix between them. And then the HSB Astras have been really strong in Class C so far this weekend, but the Volkswagens very much in the mix there as well. That's what we love about this race, is there's always something different that pops up on the leaderboard. And what you'll see in this qualifying session too, because it's just a raw split of the top half and bottom half of the practice times, there are a couple of Class A and Class B cars involved in this, including the two on screen now, the number 32 A45 AMG, which is the Team 19 entry owned by Mark Griffith, but being qualified by Zoe Woods, who is tied up with and big part of and basically calls the shots at TechWorks Motorsport, who are running in one-make Porsche racing at the moment. Zoe had a ripper season behind the wheel last year in GT4 Australia in a Porsche with Nash Morris. And from the combox to the race suit, Tom Randall watching on with the brothers Cavage. Yes, hello, Thomas. Eyes on, please. Focus.
Oh, dearie me.
He's not allowed back to the commentary box unless he puts the thing in the top 3 or 4, I reckon.
Oh, is that the deal? Okay.
No, actually, we want him to come back. So
he is
top
annoyingly
10.
good. He's annoyingly good as a commentator and a race car driver. We were making mention, and I'll further elaborate on your point when it comes to Class D. Typically, that's always been dominated by Toyota 86s or Subaru BRZs, but it appears now that the Mazda RX-81 series cars sort of are setting the pace and the trend so far for this weekend. So for Carell, Murphy and Kingley, number 80 entry, on the combined practice times, like you mentioned at the opening, they were very, very strong, but really inside the top 5, at least on the combined times, there was only 2 86s or BRZs in that top 5 for Class D. So that has changed ever so slightly over the years in that class, and it's going to be very tough, as we mentioned, to try and get a read on that. And here's the Keens entry heading up into Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, the Midwest Multimedia MWM racing car from Orange. They've done some great charitable stuff over the journey here at Mount Panorama. The father and son team. Wouldn't it be an amazing story if they could get a Bathurst victory under their credit? And we should emphasise that while we obviously focus on the outright story of this race, if you win your class, you are a Bathurst winner. Full stop. You get the big trophy. It says first place. And it means everything to these people in this race. So that's the storyline that we're looking forward to over the weekend, is the race within a race. And sometimes you get a race within a race within a race going on. There's so many stories to unpick over the course of it. It's James Keane behind the wheel. Dad Trevor will be watching on from pit lane, and he's tipping in across the top of Mount Panorama. Currently quickest in Class C at a 2:33.94. And that is an awesome lap time. That is comfortably under the previous Class C qualifying record. So a very impressive start for James Keane to set an early benchmark in the Class C fight.
Done a lot of development work on this car over the past 12 months as well. They done certain state level events like the Wakefield 300 and just slowly chipped away at getting this package a little bit better. And they appear to have done that already so far this weekend. Dale Carpenter on top at the moment, but like we mentioned, in an A2 car, we'll see some much quicker times coming from that class in our next session. So Keane just rolling it through now in the chase and down into the DBA section through the left-hander here. Oh, he had to really stand on the anchors there and pull it up as he just dropped the right-hand side of the car off the road, then at the exit of the left-hander, and will now work his way down into Murray's Corner. Leading Class C though at the moment. We'll see if he can try and improve on this particular lap. He was faster to the second sector, but had a little bit of a moment going through the chase and doesn't improve. Stays 5th overall, but more importantly, still leading Class C.
Yeah, but he was quickest of everybody in the middle sector, and that includes some A1 and A2 class cars. So they've got a fair amount of firepower among them. So that's an impressive job from them. Thompson goes to second place. Carpenter on top at a 31.2. That's an A2 class car. Holt across the line in car 19, B2 entry. That's that AMG A45. But the story of this session is going to be who gets pole in Class C who is on top in Class D. And right at the moment, it's Jarvis in 11th position on your timing totem at a 2:38.0 in car number 70, but just in front of Brock Stinson. In fact, they've almost set an identical lap time. 38.09 for Jarvis, 38.09 for Stinson, and they're split by 0.02 of a second in the battle for the Class D pole, 11th and 12th. And you can tell them apart. They're the cars with the red highlights around their number on your timing totem left of screen. Jarvis 11th, Stinson 12th, but the Volkswagen and the Toyota is the battle for the Class D pole.
This Volkswagen had some tough runs yesterday throughout our 3 practice sessions. They really struggled to get this car dialed in, but they've certainly done so now in the early point of qualifying here. And these Hankook tyres, particularly once we get later on, we think will be good early on before they slightly just tinker away. So that battling Class C, so it's Jarvis, Stinson, Carell at the moment 3rd, and then you go back to Hazleton in that BMW 3rd in, I should say 4th in Class, 16th outright on your totem screen on the left-hand side, and you can see all that dust and debris at the top of McPhillamy Park there as drivers tip it in there on the left-hand side.
Creel's just gone quickest in Class D in car number 80 at a 2:37.10. So Paul's 0.9 of a second over Jarvis in car number 70. That's a really good lap time. So the Class D cars 11th, 12th and 13th on the overall leaderboard, but that is the battle for the class pole position, and a 37.1 is a very handy lap time. Stinson has just set the purple middle sector of the session in the Toyota, and that is against Evo Lancers and BMWs at the pointy end of this bottom 50% qualifying order. That is how hard he was driving car number 77.
He works his way across the top here, watching the 57 machine of Thompson coming to the final corner, but our eyes at the moment currently looking at Stinson. The record in Class D, a 2:35.2 previously for a Class D car. Stinson is absolutely stonking his way around Mount Panorama right now, waiting for him to come into frame potentially, and see he does go up a few positions and does a 2:35.3. That is a whisker outside the class record pole set last year by Alice Buckley, but he has just put a marker against his name and that team to say, hey, come and get us at the early point of this weekend.
It's car 77 we're watching. That is a huge lap. 35.3. Pole position provisionally for the 22-year-old from Mulgoa in New South Wales. And he splits his time as a engineer and race car driver, and he's been involved the last 2 years with the outright winning car. Well, 2 years ago, in fact, with Jaden Ojeda and Simon Hodges, and has got lots of experience in the GR Cup, of course. That is a massive lap, though. The 35.3 very nearly beats the record in Class D qualifying.
We've seen Brock have a good start to the season already in GR Cup, dominated the opening weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park. 3 races, 3 race wins, so has plenty of experience in a GR86, and he is using that right now. He's just gone and done a personal best to the first sector here as well, but he's just caught underneath the rear bar of the MC Corsa entry, car number 125, going back across the top here, and this might hurt his run now on this particular lap. He'll look towards driver's left here. Be careful how you do that though, Brock, because side by side, heading off the face of the earth at Skyline is not what you want to do, and now this lap has been compromised.
Yeah, that's going to hurt him, and I think he's bailed out as a result and can have a little reset and go again. It's a very young team, this. They're jointly based out of Coffs Harbour and Brisbane. Annabelle Rolfo, who's back for a second crack at this race. She's a second-generation driver. Dad Carl's got a lot of racing experience here at Bathurst in the past. She's only 21, studying a law degree at the moment, doing her honours in that, so clearly bigger brain than I. And then the third driver is Lachlan Platten, who's just 19 years of age and works full-time at Matt Stone Racing in the Supercar program. Bit of debris coming off the car in front, bouncing down Conrod Straight there. Not sure if that came off the BRM Evo or the BMW that was a little bit further up the road.
Looks like that Evo is going slow, so if you put 2 and 2 together, you might come up with the answer that that is the car that had that debris that was going off there down into the DBA Chase. To see a little bit of flame out the back too. It's
Jordan Ormsby behind the wheel of this car, Adelaide Trio. Running a very cool, very bright tribute to great Tommy Mackinnon Mitsubishi Lancer Evo tribute livery. Good to have the Adelaide-based team, multiple winners in the Gold Star, Australian Drivers' Championship and Open Wheel Racing, but now in GT competition as well. Good to have them here for the first time.
Just giving some love down into Class E as well. It is extremely tight for battle in pole honours. So it looks like Ruben Dan on top right now in car number 161 with the best lap time in the session of a 2:43.9 versus a 2:44 even for Greg Boyle in the Honda Accord. So the battle between the Mazdas and the Accords is running hot right now, and here's Dan on screen now through the final turn and down the High-Tech Oils pit straight, doing a really good job holding the class pole position provisionally at the moment, but by all less than 1/10 of a second.
But in the 43s, and that is comfortably a qualifying record. 43.9 plays a 44.5 set by Adam Brewer last year in a similar Mazda 3. That's an awesome lap. So already seeing ridiculously quick lap times, and I think the fact it's a little bit overcast, it's keeping the track temperature down, it's going to be helping the turbo cars as well. It bodes well for part 2 of Norwell Motorplex qualifying, coming your way next. A further 20 minutes when the big bangers are out there. So the BRM car back in pit lane and Jordan Ormsby out of that car. That's Julian Newton, who's just walked over, so he's one of the other drivers. Julian.
Good job, mate. 2:33. That was good. Yeah, I was happy with that.
Did it feel good or otherwise?
Great chat, great insight. Courtney Tyler on the right there. Works with a lot of different teams, looking after drivers, making sure they're all good to go. And into the 33s, that's Ormsby Jr. coming over, so he's the third driver in that car. Julian Newton has been in the motor trade in Australia for a long time. With back in the day was a major Holden dealer, one of the largest in South Australia. Now he's got a significant number of car dealerships there and has been racing for a long time. So that's an awesome job, and yeah, pleased to get into the 33s. That team has had zero interest in performance this weekend. They want to be reliable, of course, and make sure their stops are good. They're not worried about car speed. All they want to do is get to the checkered flag. As we follow Brock Stinson around us again, he's currently 10th outright on the leaderboard, comfortably on pole position now for Class D, provisionally at least. Creel's gone quicker again in car 80 at a 2:36.8, but it's still a margin. Stinson improved, not that time by. Lee Partridge has just jumped up to 8th position in car number 73, A1 class car. The A2 class number 195 entry to 31.2, the quickest of the session so far. And then he'll sit in pit lane and watch anxiously as all of the other class cars go out and use that as their benchmark. So the time you set in this session stands, and then that determines your outright position on the starting grid as well as the class leaderboard as well. Just a little note as well, it's good to see Partridge out there in that Ford Focus RS, Brian, because they have had a troubled weekend. Overheating issues leading into this weekend. They did an engine change yesterday. They then found out there was a faulty radiator cap which was causing some of the overheating issues. It then had another miss earlier on today, and there were some concerns as to whether that car would actually get out for this session. The fact that it has gives me great confidence that we are still at capacity in terms of the 69 cars that rolled into the weekend are still very much all in contention to get themselves on this massive grid for tomorrow's 6-hour enduro.
Production cars, you love to hate them sometimes, don't you, with all their intricacies and how they go about trying to perform on a road compared to being on a racetrack as well. So we've got Jake Lauder on screen, working his way now through the DBA chase and heading down into the final few turns. It looks like car number 4, the Ordino Astra, now coming back into the lane. They've had a tough couple of years up here at Mount Panorama. They got caught in a crash last year in the early stage of the race. They got the car repaired and out basically for the final lap just to take the checkered flag. And it backs up your point that for some people, all about getting to the finish line is the key part of this race. Hayden Jackson, car number 83, 2 entries this weekend from Maisie Place Motorsport. First time that she's brought 2 cars up here to the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour as well.
So Carpenter's gone quicker into the 30s, and all that's going to do is make him a little bit safer when we set the outright grid. But this guy is having an enormous qualifying performance, and we've talked about how close they are to a qualifying record. Stinson's first sector wasn't his best of the session. Oh, he's going to pit. No, because he's just set the purple middle sector of the entire session against all the Class A and Class B cars. Brock Stinson across the top of Mount Panorama went purple, but they don't need to go any faster. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to challenge the 77 car for pole position.
He stole your thunder right at the very end, didn't he?
Hey, Class E's fairly close as well,
Yeah.
Brian.
I was just looking at that. So Dan's still on top. No changes there at the moment. So actually, there has been a change. So Boyle has improved his lap time, but still not his position. So it's a 2:43.9 for Ruben Dan versus a 2:43.97 for Greg Boyle. There is 5/100ths between them right now in the battle for class. And here's Dan dropping it off the exit of the chase here, pushing hard to try and improve. I'm not sure if he'll improve on this particular lap, but Class E is so far the closest in terms of the battles that we're seeing right now. So Dan back through the final turn, and Boyle's just got to the top in that class. So at 2:43.1 now. So Boyle with the Honda Accord has just gone to provisional pole in Class E, and he's got 0.8 of a second quicker now than Dan in position number 2.
Yeah, quite a comfortable margin now. So it's actually pulled that margin out, but they were so close. It's going to be a fun fight tomorrow between those cars. Class E is always one to watch. They might be the slowest cars on the racetrack, and I mean that with all the love in the world. They're the slowest entry-level category, but they put on a great show. Hazelton goes across the line in that number 2 BMW, so that's a class car in Class D. And that's another car with a flamingo in it, which is fun. So there it is. Where do they stack up in class? Actually, they're 4th in Class D at the moment, car number 2. So they're in pretty good shape. Checkered flag is flying at the end of part 1 of qualifying. There's some great stories to come out of this. The first 8 cars will all have to sit and wait and watch for what happens in part 2 of Norwell Motorplex qualifying here at Mount Panorama. But then you go back to 9th place and you'll find James Keane, who with Dad Trev is going to be on pole in Class C with a 2:33.9, which will be a qualifying record for that class here at Mount Panorama in the Bathurst 6 hour. And then an enormous series of laps from Brock Stinson has put the car number 77 Toyota 86 on provisional pole for Class D at a 2:35.3 and 10th position out of this group of cars. And by the way, has the fastest middle sector of everyone. And can I give you a little example of how hard he was driving that car, Brian van der Wacker?
Yes.
So Stinson's middle sector of that lap was a 39.77. Earlier today, Will Davison did a 2:19.6 in the number 23 BMW. His middle sector was a 38.46. So by my maths, little Toyota 86 was only 1.5 seconds between the cutting and the exit of Forest Elbow than a mighty BMW M3 competition that has won this race outright. That is how hard that Toyota is going across the top of the hill.
And with that new GR package as well, it's actually got a little bit of finesse in how you get the most out of it, because you've got to give sometimes a little bit of a feather going through the grate, a little bit of a feather as well going across McPhillamy. But that's the thing we'll talk about plenty tomorrow, is how these cars achieve their speeds at different points of the racetrack. And here is your Class E leader. I tell you what, it's putting up a fight to be our cult hero car this weekend, because it just did the provisional pole time in Class E, and that time in the end a 2:43.1, which was significantly quicker than the qualifying record set by Adam Brewer last year in the Mazda 3 at a 2:44.5. So here are your results for part 1 of qualifying here. Norwell Motorplex qualifying for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Don't worry about those first 8 positions, but more the Keens entry. They have got provisional pole in Class C for car number 50. Just underneath that, Class D provisional pole, Brock Stinson, Platten and Rolfo. They're going to be the ones to beat in that GR86 once we get to race start tomorrow.
So Krill, Murphy and King in the Mazda in the mix in Class D as well. And then the Jarvises are there too. So that's going to be a fun fight all the way through, with 3 different brands in the top 3 as we count down to The top 50%, you're watching the High-Tech Oils, Bathurst 6 Hour, the battle for the Norwell Motorplex Pole Award coming your way next.
Get Macca's delivered for just 99 cents, whether you're staying up late or making a day of it. No matter the moment. Order now only on the My Macca's app.
Maybe the best hotel isn't a hotel. Explore journeys.
Deliver more with the world's #1 forklift brand. Get Toyota's legendary reliability. Get smarter energy solutions. Get Australia's leading service network. That's the Toyota Forklift Advantage.
Get a Toyota forklift.
We know you strive for optimal yield. That's why at InsightTech Pivot, your productivity guides everything we do. Smarter fertilisers, easier application, results that count. Because good enough is no longer enough. So, why not great?
You could earn Medibank Live Better rewards points by stepping, fast stepping, guzzling, guffawing, that thing. The more you do, the more you can earn, with up to $400 in rewards every year. Live better with Medibank.
I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad.
They could have made it round.
Let's have a ball.
Instead, they made a swinging pendulum of luck.
Let's have a day. We'll do the ball. Let's have a ball. Don't tell if you do.
When the bounce serves you a clanger,
Lucky you're with Amy.
Needs a little light.
Needs a lot of love.
Refinance?
Go for it.
It's getting tight.
Too tight.
Bigger home?
Let's do it.
Whatever role you need us to play, we're your partner for every stage. NAB, more than money.
Bad news. Your business is only using 20% of its data. The other 80%, it's all around you, and everyone's searching for it. Untapped opportunity everywhere. Sure, you could look for it all over the place, or you can find it in one place. HubSpot, where data that's buried in emails, call logs, and meeting notes become insights that help you grow. All the data makes all the difference.
Your eyes are incredible.
I know. No undiagnosed problems. My optic nerves are in excellent condition. And my macula, immaculate. What about yours?
Brownish. Green.
Having a clear view of your eye health is essential. That's why Specsavers include OCT scans at no extra charge in all our stores. Should have gone to Awkward Date Savers.
There's nothing like qualifying day at Mount Panorama. We love setting the grid for an endurance race at this place. There's always something special about watching these drivers going out and knowing that they can go as quickly as they possibly can. And even though this is a race that can be run from the very back of the field, it's still important to get pole position here. And we're counting down to part 2 of qualifying. Norwell Motorplex Pole Award and $1,000 up for grabs in the 10th running of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Richard Craill and Brian Vanderwacker with you upstairs in commentary as we go green for a 20-minute qualifying session for the cars in the Ultimate Performance class, and then classes A and B at the outright level. Let's get down to pit lane. Here's Aaron Noonan.
Richard, we've got some special news before we start this second qualifying session where we'll determine who wins that $1,000. I've got Barry Rogers with me and also Robert Taylor, the Mayor here of Bathurst. We've got some special news, gentlemen. I might start with you, Barry, but good news about the future of this event because the deal's up this year. There's a new deal.
There is a new deal. We're here for another 5 years along with the Bathurst Regional Council and to provide such a fantastic platform for the pinnacle of amateur motorsport to have, and I hate using the word amateur because look at the presentation of these cars, like it is, you know, they present like pros, but to have the pinnacle of amateur motorsport, to be able to race at the mountain, you see the families out there, the wives, the kids, it really is a family-friendly event and we're very, very proud, along with the Bathurst Regional Council, to be able to put on the event in 10 years. 10 years this year, Noon, so time flies. High-Tech Oz has supported us all the way and it's really great. So.
Robert, the Bathurst Regional Council, you've got an amazing facility here. We love coming here for all the different events. The 1000's world famous. The 12 hours made its mark. This 6 hour at Easter, it absolutely fits now. It's got its own place on the calendar.
Oh, it has. And as Barry has mentioned, it's 10 years since the event started. And it has grown, and it is a family group, or a family event. It just gets that, you've got the high echelon of your supercars and your 12 hour, but these cars is your basic car, showroom floor, family orientated. And as Barry just mentioned, we've just got another 5-year contract extension of it, and we just want to continue that association. It's been fabulous, and I can see the event growing.
We can't wait to see it. So there you go, guys. Another 5 years for the High-Tech Oz Bathurst 6 hour. Lock it in for Easter for 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, I can't count that many times. Back to you.
Beautiful news. Great to see. This event has become a highlight of the Australian motor racing calendar, and people have got it booked in their diaries. What are you doing at Easter? Oh, I'm going to Bathurst. And the campgrounds have become fuller and fuller each year. Interest continues to grow. Record crowd last year, over 20,000 people, on track to match that again. So congratulations to the team at the Bathurst 6 hour and to the Bathurst Regional Council folk who put so much passion and energy into this incredible racetrack. We're locked in for another 5 years at the very least for Bathurst's biggest enduro. And Brian, while this might be seen sometimes as the third of Bathurst's 3 enduros, several all-time Bathurst records have been set in this race. The largest ever Bathurst enduro field, Bathurst 6 hour. Last year, by the way, 69 cars took the starter there. The furthest back to win a major Bathurst Enduro. That happened last year too. The winner started 66. So in the all-time history of endurance racing here, this race has really entrenched its place into the folklore of Mount Panorama. And it's such a special event, such a special vibe, and looking forward to doing it for another 5 years. And I can't work out where that ends either. I think it's 2030, but it's into the next decade anyway.
And when you think of the history of Mount Panorama, typically the Easter weekend has been the actual spiritual home of racing, on the home weekend at least here at Mount Panorama. Look at this traffic jam as we get set now for part 2 of Norwell Motorplex, I should say, Bathurst 6 hour qualifying. Like we saw in practice session number 4, Will Davison parking that 23 car up, making sure that he has a clean and green lap here as he'll set a flyer this time by with the juice squeezed in just behind him for what's going to be a fascinating opening lap in qualifying part 2.
Will Davison set the pole position lap here in 2023 and 2024. Jaden Ojeda set the pole position lap here, yep, in 2025. So the last 3 outright pole sitters leading the way up, and Ojeda weaves left and then weaves to the right to get a toe on Davison and get up the inside. Are they racing or are they qualifying? A little bit of a free toe there perhaps for the 2-time winning car, number 21. He got past Will Davison, but he certainly made his point that he wanted clear racetrack in front. Qualifying record, 2-minute 19.53. It is by miles and miles the quickest a production car has ever gone here. But we've been in the 19s already this weekend. Some drivers talking that at 18 is absolutely possible for pole position. The other thing drivers are talking about, this could be an actual shootout. It could be one and done. Park the car, do 1 lap on the tyre, park the car, and that could be it. So this might be the money lap for Will Davison and Jaden Ojeda, and they are pushing on.
0.2 of a second faster than the fastest sector we saw in practice session number 4. And if those numbers were anything to go by in practice session number 4, we actually saw a 2:19.4 if you combined them all together. So Jaden Ojeda is looking to lower that qualifying record here as they come towards the second sector, a 37.3. We are staring down the barrel of a 2-minute 18 here in qualifying for a production car around Mount Panorama. This is an incredible lap so far by the Juice Jaden Ojeda.
Just a couple of corners to go. One of them the fastest through the kink. These cars move around and slide so much, but they do have a surprising amount of grip, the drivers say. And you can really attack the corner on this Hankook control tyre. They will have a brand new set of tyres on for qualifying. They'll burn one up to get pole position and the $1,000 that goes with it. Let's see the lap time. Ojeda first, then Davison. Ojeda with an 18.5. Davison 19.6, but Jaden Ojeda has put 1 second over the double Bathurst champion. That is a fair old benchmark from the Juice. Josh Muggleton goes third at a 20.5 in the Chevy Camaro to lead the way in Class A2. For the extreme performance, normally aspirated class in the Camaro, that is by miles a pole record there. Oscar Target goes 4th, and third in Class X, Thomas Randall 5th, Aaron Seaton at a 21.7, 6th, then Tyler Mecklem in a Mustang, Everingham next, Fullwood and McMillan rounding out the top 10.
Some incredible laps coming through, wasn't it? I am impressed by Jaden Ojeda's lap, but that lap from Josh Muggleton in that Camaro, a 2:20.5, that is seriously impressive. And if he carries that speed into the race tomorrow, they have every chance of standing outright on that podium across 6 hours tomorrow. Waiting to see if there's an improvement to the first sector. Will Davison does a personal best of 56.7, and look at this, the mind games here between Ojeda. He parks in the middle of the road. Davison will be fuming right now because he was on a lap that might have gone a little bit quicker. Maybe not session best, but certainly would have improved on this lap. Mind games in qualifying already at this early point of the weekend.
Yeah, Davison was actually purple in the final sector of that lap, so he was quicker than Ojeda on the rundown Conrod through the chase, and then Murray's. Josh Muggleton flying, but he's just taken the shortcut at the top of Mount Panorama, the Chevy Camaro. Good lap, Oscar Target, the one-make Porsche champion who's now started a GT career last year in GT World Challenge. He's 4th. Thomas Randall, P5, solid 2:21.0. So Ojeda is second quicker than his pole lap last year. But to put that lap from Josh Muggleton in context, Zach Best was on pole in Class A2 last year at a 2-minute 22.4. So Muggleton has gone 1.9 seconds faster. He has moved the benchmark much further forward. Cameron Hill has just gone quicker again by 1,000th of a second. The defending Bathurst winners, Dean Campbell's team, with Cameron Hill slotted in at the last minute, 2 minutes 18.52, has wrestled pole position away from Jaden Ojeda by 0.00 nothing.
And that almost came out of nothing because it was only a personal best to the first sector, a personal best to the second sector, but his last sector was absolutely astonishing, 44.2, to give him what was a lap time that's almost a dead heat. Fascinating stuff, Aaron Noonan.
And the secret to that one was not to go. They held that car in the pit lane while the rest of them went on out and were in a nose-to-tail chain behind Will Davison. They sent Cam Hill out down the lane by himself. He was a long way back behind them on the road. He's had clear road to play with, and ta-da, they look like they'll start from the pole. That's a damn sight better than 66th, which is where they started from last year with this car.
Well, remember, the car broke down in this session last year. That's why they had to start from the back, and it's incredible. You just took a photo in our commentary box because it is actually 0.000. You have to go even further through than our timing to actually get the understanding that Hill is actually on pole.
Yeah, we do time to 4 decimal places here in Australia, which is actually somewhat unique. We need it at the moment because right now they can't be separated to the 1,000th of a second. So it'll go to the 10,000th. 2 minutes 18.529. What a lap from Cameron Hill He's in a really good place at the moment. He was telling me yesterday, he and his little family, so welcomed a child into the family at the start of the year. They've just bought a house, so they're moving houses, going through all that stress. He's having a great start to his career with Brad Jones Racing now in the supercars, driving the GR Supra, coming off the back of a pretty solid weekend at the Australian Grand Prix and looking to Topor next weekend. He's in a good place. Former winner of this race with Thomas Sargent, the former longest way back to win a Bathurst Enduro, was beaten by this car last year. Cameron Crick sidelined with illness early in the weekend, and we say hello to Cam. Hope you're feeling well, mate. Don't worry, your car is in a safe pair of hands. And Cameron Hill may well have just done the job to get pole position for the Bathurst 6 Hour. Massive lap.
Just looking at some of the other classes, so of course we're focusing on Class X and obviously Class A2. Looking further on through Class A1, currently being led by Harry Inwood. So the Inwood's entry for this weekend, the BMW 1M, they're so far topping Class A1. Further on through Class B2, young Lachlan Manee for the BMW M3 that he'll share with Peter Lawrence and Drew Russell. So they are currently on top in B2, and they have been the class setters so far this weekend. This is interesting to note on the right-hand side of your screen. We may not be done with here yet. They are putting right-hand side tyres on. They're now going to put left-hand side tyres on. We might get a second run at this, Richard Crowell.
Do you know what? This is great. They've thrown money at this all of a sudden. So all of a sudden there's a bit more incentive to get pole at Batherstoons.
History here, and they might break history here, because at the moment, I've checked that timing screen, boys. It's 0.0003 of a second is the pole margin at the moment. The closest ever in the history of the great race in October is 0.0012. Steve Richards, Jason Wright, 2004. If they send Cam Hill on these new Hancooks now, and he goes faster, he's going to ruin the stat. Just stop right now.
Well, speaking of stats, Richard's about to mention it because we've almost got even closer.
It's almost a dead heat in A2. So Cam McLeod in the Ford Mustang has gone to provisional pole in A2 at a 2:10.510. Plays Zach Bates. Well, it was Josh Muggleton who did the time at a 2:20.516. So it's 0.005 between the two of those cars in the battle for Class A2.
And Cam McLeod's going quicker now on this lap because he's just done a personal best to the first sector. And by plugging Zach Bates in that 64 car, I wonder if there's more to come from that entry as well. Here's Cam McLeod on screen right now, dropping off the S's. He's got a little bit of traffic in front, so this is going to hurt this particular lap. Oh, and he's going to have a huge moment going down to the dipper. He almost sideswiped the left-hand side of the car against the concrete wall. That caught his attention. He's now definitely buttoned off.
Well, he can reset and go again. Still got time. Cameron Hill back on the racetrack. Will Davison pitted as well, back on the racetrack. Thomas Randall pitted, back on the racetrack. They're all going to have another run at this, which is hugely exciting for us.
It's incredible what $1,000 can do.
I'm astonished at these lap times from the Class A2 cars. They have moved the goalpost so much further this season based on where that category was before. So Aaron Seaton on pole here in 2024 at a 2:24.4.
Just giving you an update as well. We're running through the class leaderboard before we got rudely interrupted by Cam McLeod. Courtney Prince so far leading in Class B1. So that is the 999 BMW shared with Tabitha Ambrose and Carly Buccini, who's put a lot of work in behind the scenes to get that car here ready this weekend, as she always does. So they are looking for 3 straight class wins as well. Never been done before in the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. They are looking to do that this weekend. Likewise for the number 30 Mustang, looking to go for 3 class wins in a row in Class A2.
And where is Aaron Seaton? Currently 4th in A2 and 10th outright at a 2:21.7, which is miles faster than he's ever gone here in one of these cars. But right now it's only good enough for 4th in class, and he's got Tim Slade fractionally behind him as well, 5th, and then Tyler Mecklem, then Ryder Quinn, who's done a 23.1. That's a sporty lap for Ryder in the Game Over Camaro that he's sharing with Grant Denyer and Popeye, his grandfather, Tony Quinn. A few that we'll hear will forget the emotional scenes during the Bathurst 12 Hour when The four Quins got together in an Audi to complete that race and got to the line. How's the aggression from Aaron Seaton, bouncing the car over the curb. He's gone green in the first sector, which is personal best for this car. Run by Gomersall Motorsport. Jason Gomersall very much up to the task as well. Ben Gomersall to drive off a pretty good race in Trans Am Cup a little bit early on. Middle sector wasn't too bad for this car. Wasn't the personal best for the session, but there might be some improvement on for Aaron Seaton. He's only got to find 2/10 to jump Bryce forward for what would be third in the A2 class.
Jaden Ojeda has not gone back out onto the racetrack yet either, with 4.5 minutes to go. So we look at Thomas Randall coming back across the start-finish line here. What can he possibly do in car number 92? Just seeing if Aaron Seaton does improve here. Sorry, Rich.
No, I was going to say Randall's going again. Hill and Ojeda have pitted. I think they've just used this opportunity to road another set of tyres in preparation for the race. There's a warm-up tomorrow morning, but that's it. So I wonder if they've just used that to road a set of tyres and have a think about what the car's doing. But I think they might be done with 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go in this session. Could it be the closest ever pole winning margin? We were just talking about the fact that this race is responsible for some all-time Bathurst records. Could we get another one today, fresh off the back of a new 5-year deal being announced?
Or does Thomas Randall have something against all of that? Personal best to the first sector at a 56.3. So he is trying to wring the neck of this car right now, the BMW M2 competition. Back across the top of Mount Panorama. He'll use a little bit of exit curve and then some, just about, as he'll drop it off the face of the earth. Now down into the S's. He's got a chunk of time to try and find if he wants to get that 2:18.529. Drops it into the dipper. Look at the wheel work from Thomas Randall. He is fighting for what it's worth right now. We'll get an understanding as to what his time is once he comes across now the second sector.
Been struggling with some oversteer in that car this weekend, and it was pretty taily coming out of the dipper. 2/10 down in the first sector relative to the best of the session so far, which was Ojeda. 37.5 across the top of the mountain, which is only 2/10 down again. This is an improvement.
It's incredible to look, if you actually combine all the best sector times that we've seen, the theoretical best in the session could be a 2:17.7. Fascinating, but as we know, different cars achieve their speeds at different points of the racetrack. That last sector was set by car number 1, which was Cam Hill, and that shows you where he found that speed in that last sector. So Randall now down into the final turn and across the High-Tech Oils pit straight, currently position number 4. Can he improve on that and try and sneak that car further up? In fact, goes to the top at 2:18.487, just as we thought the queue might have been in the rack. Randall says, sorry, I'm here to play. I'm going to go straight to pole position.
And did it without setting a purple sector the whole lap. The only one that went purple was the final lap time. 2:18.48. Thomas Randall, you are a star. With 2 minutes to go in qualifying, he's 0.04 in front of Cameron Hill, and he might well have put the Thrive Breast Cancer Trials car from GWR Australia on pole position for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
What a qualifying session this has been, thanks to Norwell Motorplex. Fascinating stuff, incredible times. We have 4/100ths of a second separating the top 3 cars. We have never seen margins this close in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. It sets us up for a great day tomorrow. Could he go even quicker? No, he doesn't. He done a 58.7 to the first sector, which was
why try
a margin away. The heart rate would be up.
Wow, that is mighty from Thomas Randall. Well, we joked when he left the commentary box after calling Trans Am with us, don't come back if you don't get pole position. Come back anytime, T. Randall. That is a massive lap. A record lap. I don't think we're going to get the record for the closest ever pole position at Bathurst ever. It will be for this race, though, 0.041. And after what looked like an unbeatable lap from Cameron Hill, basically tied with Jaden Ojeda, Thomas Randall finds 400ths of a second somewhere. And it looked like this car in particular, it was just solid everywhere. Hill's car was pretty good. in the final sector. O'Jaden was pretty good in the first and across the top. That's where he had the advantage. Cameron Hill's car really strong in the final part of the lap, but Randall's car just strong everywhere. Did not set a purple sector, a session best sector that lap, but the time that mattered was 2 minute 18.47 as the checkered flag drops on Norwell Motorplex qualifying. A2 class, almost a dead heat between them. Cam McLeod, 2:20.51. Zach Bates, 2:20.51. 5/100ths between Mustang and Camaro in 5th and 6th position. So it looks like they're going to lock out the third row of the grid in the A2 class battle.
Changing class A1 as well. Glenn Abbott, Paul Bacchini and Michael Von Rappard have actually gone and led Class A1 provisional pole at the moment as well. Their time at 2:25.7, so good job for them to get themselves up a little bit further in class. Still Lachlan Manif leading Class B2 as well with the time of 2:27.6, so some impressive times coming through there as well. And still looking for the 999 Buccini BMW. B1 leading in class as well. And how's the celebrations on the right hand side of your screen?
That's Garth Walden racing. JP Messenger on the right of screen. Headset on is Garth Walden, team principal and owner of this 4-car team. And the brothers Cavich, Ben and Michael, they are one of a few that have been here every single edition. All 9 of them, this being the 10th for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And that is a massive, massive reward for a team that works incredibly hard, and they're beautifully presented and they're racing for an incredible reason with the National Breast Cancer Trials program. And they've raised several $100,000 for that program over the journey coming up to this point.
You would think if they could pull it off tomorrow, it would be an incredibly emotional win, because it's coming up to 10 years to the day since Ben's wife Tula got diagnosed with breast cancer as well. So it would be an incredibly emotionally charged weekend and day tomorrow if they could get it done. How's the margin from first even back to third? 4/100ths of a second. It was Thomas Randall that plugged himself into the 92 car and went straight to the top of the timesheets. He gets High-Tech Oils pole position for the Norwell Motorplex qualifying session here at Mount Panorama. Cam Hill in second, Jaden Ojeda position number 3. You can see your class leaderboard as well. Cam McLeod leading Class A2 honours, and then 20th outright. Abbott, Bacchini and Von Rappard leading in Class A1. So a good result for them. They've been struggling with a couple of niggling issues with that car at the early point of the weekend. They've got that sorted now, and a good result for them to be your Class A1 leaders. Wow, what a session. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. So much to play out tomorrow, but $1,000 thanks to Norwell Motorplex going in favour of Thomas Randall.
How's the talent at the pointy end of that? Thomas Randall, full-time supercar driver. Cameron Hill, full-time supercar driver. Jaden Ojeda, full-time supercar driver. Will Davison, just recently stepped back, full-time supercar driver. There is some ability in this field. DBA highlights of an absolute thrilling Norwell Motorplex qualifying session for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And early on, Cameron Hill, they waited, they bided their time to go out to make sure the Canberran had clear racetrack. Well, it paid off, because his 2 minute 18.529 beat the early benchmark set by Jaden Ojeda by 0.0003 of a second. And we thought that was it. We thought that was pole. It was an epic lap from the team that won this race from 66th position last year. They'll start second this year, so they're 64 positions to the good. But then this from Thomas Randall, remarkably, personal best sectors 1, 2 and 3. Did not go purple in any of them, did not set a session best sector time, but the number that counted was the lap time at the end. And even despite this little moment through the dipper, it was good enough for the Victorian to power the Thrive Breast Cancer Trials car home. For GWR Australia, for Ben and Michael Cavich, they've been racing together for a long time, these three. A huge lap for the BMW M2 competition. Pole position for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour with a qualifying record 2 minute 18.48. The top 3 cars covered by 0.04 of a second in the closest ever qualifying session and the quickest ever qualifying session for Bathurst's biggest enduro. And we need a deep breath after that one. That is an all-time great quality for this race. What an appropriate way to continue our 10th anniversary celebrations. And all 69 cars, by the looks of it, have made it through qualifying to get onto the grid as well, which is a huge accomplishment. And that was the celebrations down there. Ben and Michael celebrating with their engineer, JP Messenger, team boss, Garth Walden, and an incredible job, your pole sitters at car number 92. Here's Noons.
Oh, Rich, this mountain, it just continues to deliver. I've got Paul Morris here. The dude is here to deliver as well. The Norwell Motorplex pole position check. $1,000 to the Cabbage team. Ben and Michael are here. Thomas Randall's not here because they took the car to Parc Ferme. But, gents, congratulations. The dude's got the $1,000. Where does this $1,000 go? That's the next question to all of this.
It goes straight to the charity, our Race for a Cure charity, obviously breast cancer trials. So that'll go to a good cause, obviously affects the poor. And obviously thanks to Tom, he's done the work. We just basically look good and stand here, but he's honestly, he ragged that thing across the top of the mountain. It was just amazing to watch. He's just a good, great guy. He's like a brother from another mother. He's been with us for a couple of years now, and we really love having him on board.
Did that come from nowhere? Because it looked like, Cam Hill was there, Jada was there, and bang, Tom had another run.
Yeah, I think, look, we've been working all weekend just to try and get the car where we feel comfortable, and obviously Tom feels comfortable, but I think he knew he could do it, and yeah, it's a hats off to him. He's done a great job.
No pressure for tomorrow, though. But without telling the world, hang on, he's just walking in the back of the garage here. I've just got an eye. We'll have a chat to him in a sec. But do you make him start now that he's gone and put it on pole, or what's the story?
I'm pretty sure he'll start tomorrow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We're just subbing for him, and he basically does the hard duty. So yeah, we'll have him in the car tomorrow morning for sure.
We better have a quick chat to him here. He's made it back from Parc Ferme. He's a happy man too. He's earned this check. Yeah, like this. Yeah, it's a moving camera though, Thomas. It's not a standing camera. Oh, they're happy chappies. So they should be. Great to have Paul and his team at Norwell Motorplex getting behind the 6 hour with the pole check. We've got to have a chat to the pole man, don't we? We've got to dive in here and have a quick chat. We'll just let them take a quick photo before I bomb it. All right, we're going to have to bomb it. Sorry, guys, I have to bomb it. Wow, that was impressive. And thanks for running back from Parc Ferme. That was just as fast as the lap.
Well, actually, Charisse picked me up in the buggy, but I ran back. So, wow, what a credit to the whole team. It's just been a bit of a challenge up to this point. We had no idea what we had. My fastest lap up until then was like a 22. I wasn't expecting an 18. I wasn't even thinking we could do a 19. So, yeah, just a real credit to all the guys and girls at GWR. Our Thrive Race for a Cure BMW was, super quick. I mean, it was very close. I think half a tenth or something. So I mucked up a couple bits, but still wrapped to get the pole for Ben and Michael. They've put so much into this race. They've done every single 6 hour. So, just stoked for those guys.
How many of the 3 sectors do you think you were fastest in?
0. I did actually get told that, yeah.
Doesn't matter at the end as long as you're on top. Well done on pole tomorrow. Do you get the gig to start tomorrow? Is that the plan?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. So maybe we'll just draw it out of the hat. So I've started the last couple of years, but it really depends on strategy because you've got those CPSs that everyone's got to tick through. So we'll just work it out overnight what we think is the best way to go about it. But looking forward to Easter Sunday. Should be fun.
Super stuff. Well done. Congrats. That was a ripping lap.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Special stuff here at Mount Panorama. What a lap from Thomas Randall. He was ragging that thing across the top of Mount Panorama. Those shots of him particularly coming through the dipper when he just stepped sideways at the compression point. Continued to charge on, and as we mentioned, personal best, no session best through the sectors, but then came out and walloped that lap time in. Fantastic stuff. What a qualifying session. I can hear you.
That's great.
You reckon that $1,000 is probably going to go to good use at the Reckless Brewing Company possibly as well throughout the course of the rest of this weekend. As we continue on what's going to be a busy afternoon of support action here at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. We've got our Excels on the racetrack right now, and it's their second race of the weekend. Hodge and Rhodes off that first race. This is your starting lineup for the second race. If you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, we had quite a dramatic opening race at the weekend. We saw a couple of cars in the wall at Griffin's Bend on the opening lap, which saw the race ultimately be red flagged. and a number of cars unfortunately not back for this race. Most notably, Ace Buckley couldn't quite be here. Tyler Howard, Volts as well, he was ruled out. And we just need to give a quick shout out as well. Jake Burton was taken to local hospital just for a precautionary check, so we make sure that he is A-OK. But thinking of him this afternoon, and also his partner Emily. So plenty to get through for what is the second race of the weekend for our Excels. Brian van der Wacker here and Gary O'Brien. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon, Brian. Good afternoon, everyone. I think with Jake, the main concern from Emily Jones would be that she shares that car, she drives it, so they might have a bit of work to do before it's back on track. Also involved in incidents were Jack Carpenter and Shane Nowitzki, and both those cars look like they've been repaired and will be back out there.
So it's been a busy day of on-track action here at the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Plenty to come up this afternoon. We've got Excels, we've also got Battery World Aussie racing cars to play out too. Super TT. I think we've also got another Trans Am Cup race as well, so plenty to get through as we've got huge field of Excels here this weekend. They've become to be a bit of a fan favourite here at the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And of course, as we make mention of these cars, expect the slipstream to play a huge part heading up Mountain Straight and also down Conrod as well. So waiting for the green flag at the back here, with Hodge and Rhodes off that front row. Watch for Rinaldi and Teleskivy off that second row as well. Race to the weekend for your Excels here at Mount Panorama. As part of the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, we get underway. Hodge on that inside front row. Look at Teleskivy, car number 22, almost wanted to thread the needle between your leaders out in front, but give it to Rhodes on the outside in car number 23. He makes his way through Hell Corner in position number 1. There's a huge field of cars now working their way up Mountain Straight for the first time.
Well, Rhodes got edged out in practice or in qualifying after he dominated practice both sessions. So to be on top at the end of Friday's outing before qualifying started, and then he just got pipped in that session for qualifying this morning. So he's out in front at the moment.
So 16 minutes this race will be as they work their way through Griffin's Bend. Look at Teleskivy having to hold in on the inside there through Griffin's Bend. This is where we saw the trouble in race number 1 earlier on in the day. Just cross them and get through there this time by. It looks like they have as they work their way now into the Worth cutting as well.
A lot of 2x2 action through the cutting, and then they do sort of start to queue up a little bit. It's not wise to be going 2 and 3 wide through that part of the track.
It's incredible, isn't it, the numbers that we get here at Mount Panorama for the Excels, because Excel racing really across Australia is so well supported in all states and territories.
Yeah, not as you said, with fans, but also with the drivers and the young kids coming through from karts. There's a lot of karting starters that are now making their way into circuit racing, and they've done it through the Excels.
This is typically the pathway, isn't it? They might go from karting into an Excel and then something like an 86, and then your pathway up through the ranks in Australian motorsport. You can hear some tyres protesting going down into the dipper, and I think that's the 22 car of Teleskivy that's made contact with the wall on the left-hand side. It seemed to just rub down the wall, so he might have been able to keep that car going, as indeed he has. So he stayed green at the moment, and they worked their way down to Forest Elbow.
It's allowed the front two to skip away a little bit. We do hold our breath coming out of Forest Elbow as some of them test out how close or far they can be from that wall.
Just listening as they went past our wall cam there through Forest Elbow too. So already some side-by-side action heading down Conrod Straight in the wiki. Got that car repaired and out there on the racetrack. He'll be the outside here through the kink.
Corey Fraser on the inside of him at that point.
And he just holds it there around the outside. How's Teleskivy after scrubbing the wall? He's going to hold his position down the inside, and the car going off through the runoff area. That looks like it's carpeted there through the grass going into the chase. So he will hold his position. He's got a bit of a margin between himself and those in behind in position 5, but if he keeps doing that, he'll find himself further on down the field. As I say that, he just misses the apex of the final corner, and that's going to hurt his exit speed going down the Hi-Tech Oils pit straight.
Isn't it amazing? You just get one corner wrong and it follows through for the next couple before you can settle yourself down again and get back onto the job that you intended to do in the first place.
The Rhodes out in front, the margin half a second. We take our Thrive drone cam shots as the field head up Mountain Straight. Looks like Teleskivy got down the inside of Carpenter, then heading into Hell Corner on that previous lap because there is a massive train of cars from 5th on through.
Yeah, Fletcher Lewis has picked up some spots. He's moved up to 3rd, albeit just over 2 seconds behind our front running pair.
And here's Rinaldi around the outside, trying to make it work. His older brother Zane is on the spanners this weekend for the Paul Bacini 71 car. In fact, I think he's the jack man tomorrow, he's telling me, so he's got some work to do.
Jack of all trades.
Absolutely, well done there, Gary. Zing, well done. It was your birthday yesterday, but it hasn't slowed you down, that's for sure, as the field worked their way back into the world cutting.
3 and 4 wide into the cutting. I did say the previous lap that they had to be a bit careful doing that, but they're not listening to me, obviously.
Clearly. Looks like they're doing a good job, though, getting through. Great shots from the top there of Mount Panorama. So Teleskivy holding position number 5 from Carpenter. G. Parrish has made up some spots in this one as well, leading our Masters class. So 2 classes out there, and Brett Parrish up to position number 6. That's a great drive so far.
Of course, the Masters are for the over 40-year-olds, and there's a trophy series for all the up-and-comers that are going to show the Masters how they do it. And right at the moment, it is Parrish that leads that class and right in the midst of this group.
You could probably fair say that maybe Parrish is giving them a little bit of a trick or two at the moment in the early portions of race number 2 here.
Well, he's the most experienced XL racer amongst that group, there's no doubt. He's been doing it for quite a while. Started out in Formula Vauxhall in England, of all places.
Back through Forest Elbow again. Cars getting awfully close to our wall cam there at the exit of the corner.
And here's your drafting freight train that you were talking about at the start. Someone's pulled out a little bit early and gets the advantage. That's how it works. You get pulled up to the car in front of you and you're allowed to slip past.
And here's this battle continuing on for position number 3 between Lewis and Rinaldi. So it's Lewis in the 56 that holds the inside line now heading into the final turn. Bit of an overlap here with Rinaldi looking towards the outside. You can just see these front-wheel drive cars just locking up that left rear on that particular occasion as it's on holiday basically in the air going into the final turn.
We say it gets very little use across the top of the mountain, that's for sure. Someone's kicking up a bit of the sand trap at Murray's Corner on that lap.
So 0.6 of a second the margin from first back to second currently. Along with Carpenter here looking towards the inside as well. So Rhodes leading the way at the moment. He's got a margin of 0.6 of a sec between Hodge, Lewis, Rinaldi and Teleskivy, the top 5 currently race 2 of your Excels at Mount Panorama.
It's easy to see that once they get through.
I came into the AFL at 18, more of an introvert. When you get thrown in the deep end, you just learn how to swim. Fashion is definitely a journey that's kind of never ending, and I'm always looking to learn and stretch the boundaries a little bit.
I am my store.
Stomach rumbling? Cook. Crying from a broken heart? Cook, cook, cook. Head in a spin, you don't know what to do, or you feel like shouting, I love you. Grab the Lurpak and just cook.
Flooring Extra, where a fabulous flooring experience starts with expert service and a beautiful product range that will handle anything you can throw at it. Flooring Extra. It's a fabulous flooring experience.
At Coles, make your Easter delicious.
Oh, lunch smells good. The trick is to let the lamb rest for half the time that you've cooked it. That's how you keep it tender and juicy.
Coles 100% Aussie lamb leg roast, whole or half, is just $13 a kilo. Buns up.
These will be perfect with my cinnamon butter recipe.
Yeah, I love cinnamon. And get any 2 Coles Easter hot cross buns, 6 or 9 pack for just $6.
Make your Easter lunch delicious at Coles.
This KO Sports Stream brought to you by Flex 24 Volt. Flex, demand more.
Bob Jane T-Mart's Epic Drive Sale now on, with thousands of tyres and wheels discounted. Get a massive 20% off selected Pirelli tyres. Want a free tyre? Buy 3 selected Bridgestone, Yokohama, Kumho or Hankook tyres and the 4th tyres free. Plus up to $150 instant cashback on selected tyres. No one beats our best tyre price guarantee. At Bob Jane T-Mart's, we'll look after you.
Get Macca's delivered for just 99 cents, whether you're staying up late or making a day of it. No matter the moment. Order now only on the My Macca's app.
Your business is only using 20% of its data. You could look for the other 80% all over the place. Or you could find it in one place, HubSpot. All the data makes all the difference.
We do things differently, but our passion for our cricket teams is the same. And the only team we support more fiercely is family. Send money back home to your loved ones with Remitly. Download the app.
The battle is on for race number 2 here of your Excels at Mount Panorama in support of the 2026 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour. Rhodes and Hodge having a brilliant dice in amongst themselves for the race lead. We saw a short time ago them change position heading down Conrod Straight. Now your race leader, Rhodes, is really battling this car now heading down into the dipper, Gary.
He's even getting onto 3 wheels from McPhillamy, which is not that usual for these cars. So they're running these cars on a rev limiter at certain places around the track, and you can hear them squirming under brakes as well as they go down through Forest Elbow and head back out onto Conrod Straight again.
So a lap prior, we saw these two change positions for P1. Will we see that once again here?
I think we might.
As Hodge just sits underneath the rear bar now of Rhodes, now pulls towards drivers right over the crest here on Conrod Straight. They'll go wheel to wheel. In fact, if anything here, looks like Hodge is going to sit in behind. He just dabbed the brakes. You could see that with those rear lights coming on. And he's just now playing the chess game, waiting for the right opportunity as the laps now start to wind down.
Look at that white car squirming under brakes as it went into the left-hander at the chase. And actually lost out a little bit on the exit of that corner.
So they've got 4.9 seconds between themselves and Lewis in position number 3. He's having a battle with Rinaldi, but on this previous lap, Lewis, let's go back to your race lead quickly because your leader of Rhodes just dropped the car off the exit ripple strip there, and you can see him now starting to dart across the road going down the High-Tech Oils pit straight to try and defend that position. Go back to the point I was mentioning a moment ago. So Lewis has extended the margin between himself and Rinaldi on that previous lap for position number 3. So now 1.5 seconds separating third and position 4.
We've got this big dice going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars line astern, and back in the background behind that is yet another complicated skirm for position. And 3 wide into Hell Corner, and they all come out, except for the ones behind. They decided they found a bit of the track that wasn't there before.
Well, they might have found maybe a quicker line off the exit of the road there as they worked their way up.
They seem to bounce through there, so they lose a little bit of traction, I would have thought.
And it was the 16 machine of Jai Finch that was being very forceful and made up some spots, actually. Give it credit to him down the inside there as they went 3 wide into Hell Corner. So a nice little move and trying to make his way up through the field. Currently Jai running in position 19 in car 16.
I don't think this dice for the lead's over as yet. Who can win out of these two?
There's still 3 minutes to go. It's flat in one of these Excels from the cutting all the way through here until you get to Brock's Skyline. And you can see Hodge just trying to be a little bit of a pest.
Wheel up again. And that's not from going over the ripple strip either. That's just from attitude and the way the car's set up.
Look how they just pick up that curb on the left-hand side, that left rear wheel on holiday in the air, and then they'll drop it through the dipper here. And we'll see what Hodge does heading down Conrod Straight now on this next lap, whether or not he decides to go for the lead or just happy to sit there again in second. You can see that Rhodes trying to open up the corner with that wide entry, but if anything, he missed the apex by about half a car length, and still Parrish holding on this incredible battle pack from 6th on through.
Mighty battle going on there, and there's the old master showing them how it's done. And actually just 2 spots behind him is Umerman, who's his class rival. So he's closed up well into the fight here for Masters honours.
And then just behind you got Marsh, Fraser as well to complete the top 10. So here's a little change. Look at Cooper moving towards the right-hand side of the road, going down Conrod Straight. And we'll try and get past Parrish here. Might complete that before they get to the kink here with the right-hander. And then we'll step on the brakes. Look at Parrish though, he's going to fight him for the spot around the outside through the kink, and then they'll stand on the brakes into the DBA chase, and Parrish will have the inside line here for the left-hander and will hold that spot.
And that meant that Cooper was in a bit of strife. If he stayed out where he was, he may have lost that spot to the car immediately behind him, which is McMahon. So
Cooper just moving away from the rear bar there, trying to get into the mirrors of Parrish. So this is a battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, throw in 10th as well. He could be here forever today trying to call who's in this particular battle pack. Meanwhile, out in front, it's still very tight between Rhodes and Hodge. Lewis, Rinaldi and Teleschivi the top 5.
So McMahon in 8th position is only basically 2 car lengths back from leading the Masters. The gap back to 3rd from 1st and 2nd has blown out to 5 seconds.
Back to your leaders now, heading into the Worth cutting. So we mentioned a moment ago how it was only 5/10 of a second. Well, on the previous lap, Hodge did his fastest lap of the race at a 2:52.543. They were only separated by 2/100ths of a second. Why? Because they are nose to tail in the battle for the race lead. So time's starting to wind down here. I reckon there's 2 laps to go left in this race once we get towards the 0 mark, which we're about to do right now. In fact, yep, so a lap and a half as they come across the top here of Mount Panorama and back down into Brock Skyline again.
So now Hodge has had a couple of chances to see where he can possibly pull off a move that'll get him in front. He's done it before. Probably work at trying to do that again.
So back now down, looking to the Forest Elbow. I reckon Hodge here is playing the game. When does he want to make this move? It's like chess. Do you want to be leading on the final lap, or would you prefer to be in 2nd spot heading down Conrod Straight? So we'll see what they can do this time by as we take our Thrive drone cam shots of the field heading down the S's once again. And this is the battle pack deep in the field, being led by Parrish right now. Looks like Cooper's been able to squeak away ever so slightly in that 6th spot, and he's actually put half a second now between himself and Parrish, as Parrish now going defensive with Mar in behind him, which is actually a battle for class position. Speaking of battles for positions, here it is once again for your race lead, and like we predicted, Hodge happy to sit there in that 2nd spot for now.
Well, this will be his second last chance to have a go at that particular place. Maybe he might be looking somewhere else. Maybe down at Murray's Corner, or maybe at Hell Corner on the last lap.
So Rhodes bringing them back towards Murray's Corner, the left-hander here. Hodge looks strong. What can he do? Back towards the start-finish line. Geez, how's this battle in behind Parrish? They're 3 wide. They make contact and off the road, unfortunately, for Fraser. And I think that's the 83 of Marsh getting caught up in that as well. Look at Fraser, just kicks and pins and goes back onto the racetrack. It was Marsh that actually lost out in the end in that one for car number 83. Sometimes 3-1 doesn't quite go. We saw a great case of that just then.
That's unfortunate. We've got one into the wall at Conrod, but it looks like he might get going again.
Young Noah there, unfortunately, getting caught up on the right-hand side of the road, and we'll keep that car going, which is good to see.
Doesn't look like it's got a mark on it.
Because we've got this great battle for position number 1 of this final lap. So Hodge has sat there in 2nd. We've seen that on a few occasions here. He's happy to be in this 2nd spot on the final lap. But what that means is that he's going to have a great run through Forest Elbow, because one mistake on this final lap might mean that being in 2nd spot didn't prove the way that he wanted it to be.
So up through the cutting, through Reed Park now for what we assume is the last time. And a clear track ahead of them.
Yeah, which is great. Look at Hodge here just moving around that rear vision mirror, making sure that he's trying to distract your leader of roads as much as he possibly can. They'll work their way, you would suspect, as single file formation heading across the top of McPhillamy Park and down into Skyline, and expect that move to come down Conrod Straight. You can just see Hodge, I should say, just making sure that he's backing off ever so slightly, setting himself for that run through Forest Elbow. And look how hard though they're pushing through the dipper. Rhodes knew that he had to have a real proper go then to try and extend the margin and try and break the toe. And they were both squirming. You could hear the tyres protesting. Now look at the 73. He is really struggling with that car once they got through Forest Elbow. And he tried to back him up, park him in the centre of the corner so that Hodge wouldn't get the run down Conrod Straight. And now they're going to play this game of going from left to right down Conrod Straight, although at the moment the 73 is parking it on the left hand side of the road. Now what can Hodge do? Right underneath the rear bar, pulls towards the right. Is he going to get the job done before the breaking point into the DB8 chase? Now through the kink, through the right-hander. Can he get the job done? No, he can't. There's still an overlap. The 73 of Rhodes is going to park it on the left-hand side. For Hodge, he's going to have to go the long way round. There's contact, unfortunately, for the 73. Gets caught up. The 185 of Hodge goes through the grass there at the chase. And they are going to bring it down towards the final corner after a dramatic closing final few corners. We knew that there was going to be something that would happen down Conrod Straight. We didn't know quite how it would pay out, and it looks like the 185 is going to cross the line as the winner, and they come across double file formation in the end, 1/10 of a second. I wonder though if the stewards might have a little word to the 185 of Hodge for continuing to stay on power going through the grass. That's for a decision that they'll make later on in the stewards room.
He was helped off track, so I don't think so. And I think Rhodes was in trouble with brakes.
Yeah, potentially. So there'll be differing views and opinions on that one, but give it provisionally at the moment to Hodge. And this battle that we saw as well for the Masters category, give it to Parrish by 7/100ths of a second as they come across the line. So incredibly tight there in the battle for the Masters.
Over his class rival in the Masters, and not another Masters car to be seen in at least the top 18.
Rest of the field continuing to come across the start-finish line, but that was a great battle between Hodge and Rhodes. Hodge just waited for the right opportunity. He hung it round the outside going into the chase, and then, yes, they made contact. Hodge continued to stay on it and ultimately would come across the line to collect the win. He did back off towards the finish line, and what would be a margin of just 1/10 of a second. So here are your results. It's Hodge from Rhodes, provincially 1 and 2. Lewis in the end had it all to himself, eventually in position number 3 from Rinaldi. Teleskivy, after scrubbing the wall on the opening lap, heading down to the S's, would come home in position number 5. And Brett Parrish, leader of the Masters, in position 7.
He certainly did, and just ahead of Ian McMahon. Jackson Cooper managed to get ahead of both those Masters cars. Further back in 11th place, Campbell Fraser, we did see him off the track at one point, managed to recover fairly well. Jack Carpenter, one of the crash cars from this morning, who's got back and got a reasonably good result at 13. Further down the order we look, and we see Jai Finch in 18th, Lachlan Harvey there ahead of Fletcher Simpson, Aidan Norval, Shannon Williams. The New South Wales Excel group was in there as well.
Busy race in the end for race number 2 of the weekend. Your Normal Motorplex race highlights here, and it was a busy start, wasn't it? Because it was the 73 of Rhodes that would ultimately run around the outside of the 185 of Hodge heading into Hell Corner for the first time, and Teleskivy was looking for a possible lead then, but he got boxed in and had to settle for 3rd in that run up Mountain Straight for the first time.
It was a clean run through Hill Corner on the first occasion. Got a little rougher later, but certainly good on the first lap.
Here was this moment for Teleskivy going down into the dipper, had to force himself to get back onto the racetrack after making contact, and Carpenter as well would file through the chase and the grass. And then we saw this great battle form up between Lewis and Rinaldi. It would be Lewis that would get the upper hand in car 56, but they would swap positions multiple times for 3rd.
Yeah, and they probably weren't quite as obliging as what these two with their dice. They were actually giving each other room.
A few cars towards the rear, just having a little bit of a moment. Clark there in the 45 would run wide there at Murray's corner. And how was this for your leader at the time? Rhodes just dropping the car off. And here was young Finch looking towards the inside, 3 wide there at turn number 1, making the most of it, as cars would use all sorts of ways to get around this Mount Panorama circuit. And this battle just behind Brett Parrish was fierce as Fraser got caught up in that one with the 83 of Marsh. They would find themselves back onto the track, and still though, more cars finding the wall, albeit briefly, down there into the chase. And then we saw this great battle on the final lap.
And this is where we think that he may have had some braking issues coming into the chase on the last occasion. There was a little bit of contact. Both got going again, and that's where Hodge was able to take the win ahead of Rhodes.
So there we have it, the Normal Motorplex race highlights for race number 2 of the weekend for the Excels. Busy afternoon here still at Mount Panorama. We've got race number 3 coming up next for the Battery World Aussie Racing Cars.
This KO Sports Stream brought to you by Flex 24 Volt. Flex, demand more.
Control your hunger, reach your goal. Control your hunger.
Only 8 hours and 23 minutes to go.
60 plus 40 plus 20 equals 120 calories plus... too many again.
Meal sorted for the next 12 weeks. Don't even have to chew.
Done juicing and fasting, no fat. Paleo, keto, and now cabbage soup.
They can keep doing it the hard way. I'm doing light and easy.
Bad data? Costing you big deals? Get the context you need to close with HubSpot.
You could earn Medibank Live Better rewards points by stepping, fast-stepping, guzzling, guffawing, that thing. The more you do, the more you can earn, with up to $400 in rewards every year. Live better with Medibank.
I'd really only smoke when I was out with my mates. And it's hard not to, you know. You're offered one and you just take it, and it's just so tempting. So anyway, I went on the I Can Quit site and found some tips for what to do when I'm out. And they're really working for me.
Beat cravings one at a time. Click or call to quit. Search I Can Quit or call a counsellor at Quitline.
How do you know which clubs will improve your game? Come into Drummond Golf and get a My Match fitting. We'll match your individual characteristics to the perfect clubs. Book a free My Match fitting experience at Drummond Golf.
This KO Sports Stream brought to you by Gamble Aware.
Members' health funds are run for people who've realised they're not invincible. People who push themselves, who reach for the stars, and who make a splash. Members' health funds are run for people, not for profits. Look for the tick and choose your members' health fund today.
They call this the lucky country.
Red 55!
But there's a funny thing about luck. There's only so much of it to go round.
That's a cow.
See, while you're having a ripper,
Both of them.
someone else is having a shocker.
Spewing.
Yeah, you never know which end of the stick you're gonna get when the lucky country isn't so lucky.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Our busy Saturday continues at the 2026 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour at Mount Panorama. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on this super Easter Saturday. And we're getting set for race number 3 of the weekend for Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. And my great mates, I say that tongue-in-cheek, Matt Noltz is alongside me. Looking forward to this one, Noltz. It's been a busy day already for Aussie Racing Cars, their 3rd race of the day.
Busy day for you, Mr. Wacker, as well. Solid effort, by the way. You've been here for a good couple of hours behind the mic. Doing a stellar job, I might say, too, as we look from the Bathurst Mazda safety car, which is just going for a sighting lap here while we get set for race number 3. You're right, a very busy day for the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series. With a bit of day 1 stress and drama added into the mix, it'll be a top 10 inversion race coming up soon. And according to our screens, we'll see William Rowe, the young South Australian, who didn't know he was going to be on pole for this one. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He says, do I start from 10? They said, you're on the pole. So instantly he's gone into nervous mode. He'll have Hayden Nissen on the front row very, very soon. It's either a 10, an 8, 10 or 12 draw down there. It's just 3 buttons you can press down there to mix up the fields for the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series, and then back tomorrow morning for race 4. A double points round with this category. They get 51 points for a victory, but at the end of the weekend, how you finish in the round order is how you get the series points allocated. So if you win the round for the weekend, it's 51. If you're second, it's 50, 49, 48, and so on, which guarantees us a championship decider as we look at the highlights thanks to Yuasa Batteries of the second race of the weekend, with Andriski and Rossi Johnson, who's still smiling about that victory in race number 1 earlier today. That was one of the Corish cars off the track there, just missing the wall by inches. But then we settled in for this monumental battle. I'll come back to that because this was Oscar Pedersen unloading the 95 down here at the bottom turn. It earned him 15 seconds, but he would end up in the sand trap at the end of this race.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, at the end, because we were sort of questioning what may have happened for some of our drivers, and that answers that question. We saw Pedersen stuck in this battle, you would say. He would get a 15-second time penalty for that contact that he had with Williams down there at Murray's Quarter, but this is what set up this 3-way dice, you would say, in the middle point of the race.
This was Rowe on Cody Mackay, Josh Thomas on the outside, who reported. So remember, he was inside the top 10 comfortably. He glanced the wall, which put him back a few positions. But then it was this, DeMalro and Johnson. Lap after lap, you could almost carbon copy the two. Taking positions down here. But while they did that, we noted here Jack Boyd was really close in the beginning. He would disappear down the road at least 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, the battle between DeMauro and Johnson was fantastic. Look at Johnson up on the wheel through the final turn. He would do that on multiple occasions. He does a bit of speedway commentary from time to time. Well, he was trying to put his speedway antics to show there through the final turn, and then DeMauro would eventually do the over and under, but they would make contact here through Hell Corner. And then this fantastic over-under move we saw from Rossi Johnson. He was so fast through the centre of the corner and would have the inside line heading to the final turn.
And as we predicted, both these guys loved it at the end. I ran into both in the paddock just before and just loved this kind of racing down here. Yeah, there's a bit of bump and grind, but that comes with the territory and the territory, and ultimately getting ahead of DeMalro, who's hungrier than ever for success in the Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. This isn't a mix-up in the highlights, but this is exactly what went down. But out in front, the young teenager picking up his first win in any kind of motorsport. Diesel Thomas picking up the win there by just over 1.5 seconds, controlling the race from the outset. And he will start this one from position number 10 with the inversion of this race. As we look over the campgrounds here at Mount Panorama, just noted a moment ago, very cool outside all of a sudden with a lot of cloud cover, but so far, dry conditions, and that's good to see. There's a slight delay here getting these cars out onto the track for this third race, followed by the Trans Am Cup Series, their second one of the day. Great breakthrough for Chevy Camaro, picking up their first win in Trans Am after 103 attempts earlier today. Nathan Hearn winning under safety car.
Yeah, it was a great battle, wasn't it? And looking forward to their race coming up next, in fact, after race number 3 of the day here at Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. And we look at some of the sights around Bathurst here on this Easter weekend. Of course, it's a busy place typically, so many different sporting events coming to Mount Panorama, and obviously this event continuing to grow. We saw that fantastic announcement earlier on in the day that they've extended the partnership for this event to run through for another 5 years, which is great. So an extension of the contract, and we'll get set for what's going to be a very busy third race of the weekend.
Inverell Ford boys watching on down now. I've got to finish down in the, was at the top of the mountain. I'm not very good at WhatsApp, Matt. today. I think that's at the top of the mountain. Why not? There's no bad spots to watch.
That's
and
right.
Every year there seems to be more houses popping up on the inside. High demand for real estate. You know, when we get old and maybe a bit over the hill, I think we'd be living up here. Am I speaking for myself?
Well, with the invoices that you sent through, Matt Nolte, you probably could afford a place here at Mount Panorama.
You really just want to get me upset today, don't you?
You set yourself up for that one, my friend.
Fans up on the hill loving their Easter. Great to have you along for the ride here over the next couple of days. The High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour. Looking forward to that tomorrow, which will be about 4 hours into the race by the time we get there. And that point, there's that house that's talking about on the right-hand side at the bottom. In fact, there's two buried behind there. In fact, there's a nice rallycross track that the Bates boys ran on a few years ago, if you remember.
Yes, in fact, there was a round of the New South Wales Rally Championship that was here a couple of weeks ago, and they used the campground over the back at turn number 1, I believe. So, the New South Wales Rally Championship here a couple of weeks ago, and the Bates boys were here helping young Richie Dalton, one of the Irishmen that runs one of their cars out of Canberra, one of the old AP4 cars.
Wondering how we get our aerial shots. That's responsible right there. He's actually being recharged right now, ready to go back up into the skies here at Mount Panorama. So later today, we'll have the Trans Am Cup Series. That's based on their result from earlier today, and a very calm pit paddock area, which is good to see. A short turnaround between the two races. We believe less than 60 seconds before the cars will be released out. There was a dilemma with the grid, we understand, that have just sorted out down there, and hopefully it's all in corrected order for this top 10 inversion race. From here, we head to Tasmania for the second round of the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series, then up to the Tropics in Townsville for round 3, back down to Queensland Raceway for round 4, and on the shorter west course at the Bend Motorsport Park later in the year with the AirTouch 500, and back on the streets of the Surfers Paradise of the Gold Coast later this season for the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series, and their 26th season racing around Australia and New Zealand as they start to cruise out of the dummy grid area. Rossi Johnson and Anthony DeMalro joined again at the hip. Jack Boyd making his way out. Scott Andriski in the Harvey's Towing Service entry. And the rest of the field make their way out for this sighting lap. Next time we go by, we'll go racing with a time starting to count down already.
Certainly enjoy this format, isn't it, with the inversion. It shakes up the field, gives some other drivers the opportunity to start from the front and possibly lead, particularly at a venue like this. It's their first return to Mount Panorama since 2024, and we see some great racing. That slipstream effect certainly does play a massive part of racing in Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. At no other more place here than at Mount Panorama does that slipstream play a massive part. Was that Andriski possibly going slow down?
Looked like it, didn't it?
The High-Tech Oils pit straight. Here's your starting order, though, for race number 3 of the weekend. William Rowe will start for position number 1. Nissan alongside him. And it's more this battle pack in the mid-pack that you've got to watch, because row 3, Rossi Johnson was extremely strong. DeMauro, they had a great battle in race number 2. Jack Boyd got Andriski, a little bit of a question mark as to whether or not he does actually start this race, because we saw him a brief moment ago going very, very slow. Your race 2 winner will come from row 5.
So over the page, we'll see Andrew Corrish, Jackson Barrington, one of 4 rookies in this year's field, starting from 12. Jeff Waters approaching 300 race starts with Craig Woods, the most experienced guys in the field there on row number 7. Matt Gooding and Keith Bensley. Ayrton Hodson unlucky to be off the road there towards the end of the race. He'll start alongside Oscar Pedersen, who had that 15 seconds handed to him. And as we mentioned earlier today, Cody Garland out for the weekend with some issues on that car they couldn't rectify, and they've decided to call it a weekend. And so away goes on the Corrish cars, and I believe Diesel Thomas that's late around. It doesn't sound particularly happy, does it, through the middle of Hell Corner. These new MT-09 engines do have a real droney sound about them. I noticed him yesterday in practice that it's almost like it's got that rev limiter early. It really pops and bangs in a straight line. But he's now lagging towards the back of the field there. The clean-up from Adam Garwood's little indiscretion earlier today in the Trans Am Cup Series, notable up the top there of the mountain, the Maverick Performance driver. It is quite moody out there already. See those dark clouds in the distance? It feels like 6 o'clock at night. And the bonus is, I believe, daylight saving finishes tonight.
As if you need more sleep-ins, Matt Nolte.
I know what you're talking about.
That's right. Interesting to note, though, a different engine package this year as well coming into the Category 2. And just before we get to that point, so we keep everyone updated, we are hearing an extra formation lap as well prior to the start of this race. But yeah, different engine package as well coming into the series for 2026.
Yeah, a bit of a change that was introduced in the middle of last season, but is going to be moved on. I can't see Diesel Thomas. This is the reason why we'll get the extra formation lap here. So Diesel hasn't made it up the hill here. In fact, he hasn't made it to the crest where the TFH High Bridge is, so they'll tow him away. So how it changes so quickly. Race 2 winner, and seemingly not going to start here for race number 3, the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series. Just as we get to that, he's just teasing our recovery crew and finds, hey, where you gone? We've go chasing him up the hill here, so it looks like it's a Control-Alt-Delete issue with the young teenager aboard car 18 for Corish Motorsport. Yeah, so the new Yamaha MC09 engine was phased in last year. There was a select group of about 14 that had a chance to test it, Sydney Motorsport Park, in the lead up to the season. Its engine's about 30 kilos lighter, so it's going to take a while to get the balance right here. And using like restrictor plates you'd see in NASCAR comics come to a stop again here just before the top. So clearly something electrical perhaps with the 18. This time he'd be hoping he doesn't just take off from the recovery vehicle up there on the way to Griffin. So an extra formation lap. But this XJR engine is still being used this year. And as the year goes on, they'll move into this new MT09 engine package for the season. You'll be able to distinctly tell the difference if you're around here at the track. One's got that whiny 11,000 RPM feel about it. The other one's quite drony out there, lower pitch out there. It's just going to take time to get used to it. There's stress in there, but with change comes stress, I guess, at times.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. And sometimes people don't always like change, do they? But
the fact you're sitting next to me has bothered me all weekend.
2-2. Well played, 15 all.
Folks, we actually get along very, very well. I have a lot of time for this young guy alongside me. Does a solid job.
Oh, you can't just say that after you've
I
dug
can.
deep. Oh dear, so extra formation lap here for race number 3 of the weekend. Like we mentioned, they've had quite a busy day, and the Bathurst Mazda safety car continuing to be at the head of the field, heading down the High-Tech Oils pit straight. And we'll give ourselves one more lap before we go green, though. Interesting to note, the time is already counting down, so we still have 10.5 minutes remaining now in this race. I would say once we do get back underway, we might look at about 7 minutes potentially, but if it's clean, it's going to be pretty fast and frenetic 7 minutes, particularly for some of our stronger drivers that will come from roughly 10 on through to try and make their way up through the field, because as we know, that 10th spot inversion for this particular race as we reverse that top 10 from what we saw earlier on today. So how it'll play out, Rowe and Nissen will eventually lead us on that front row. Once we come back down Conrod Straight, they'll split, go into that double file formation, and that's when we'll set ourselves up for the race here in what will be the 3rd race of the day for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour as part of the Battery World Aussie Racing Cars here this weekend.
So we believe the time counting down is official, and it will run down to the end of that with no time extension. Those who remember the old Daytona USA game would know that line. Or am I just showing my age, perhaps? So hopefully we'll get 2 or 3 green laps in here at Mount Panorama, looking back at the field as we climb up towards the Worth cutting. A slight delay if you just joined our coverage with some issues with the grid order. That's been rectified now. And we should be good to go next time by here at Mount Panorama. Reverse top 10 race. They'll have just the one race tomorrow after a very busy day here for all our undercard, because obviously the 6 hour takes up a fair bit of the daytime competition here.
6 hours to be exact.
Exactly, thank you. Just had to double check that. You had enough of me yet?
I've got nothing else.
I just hope we can get some good laps in here, because certainly we got some drivers in the mid-pack with a bit of work to do. It's only half the points online for this as well. Tomorrow's final race, a double points scenario, but it's how you finish the weekend that really counts. Consistency rewards in this series. And while it may look like big numbers on the timing screen in points-wise, you're only getting a maximum 51 points at the end if you win the overall for the weekend. And Battery World Aussie Racing Cars is down the hill. They roll to Malro in the Pour and Polish entry with Bruce Heinrich, father of Joel Heinrich, on the radio talking to him over the weekend, which has been good for the South Australian. They've worked together for the last few years before his stint in the Porsche Carrera Cup last year. And Rossi Johnson working on a round-by-round deal at the moment with Corish Motorsports. He's got some big plans in the pipelines to Territorian. He flies in from Darwin to all the events. He flies down to South Australia to test with the Apogee Motorsport team in the Super Ute Series. He certainly does clock up the frequent flyer miles, but certainly an absolute star in the making, Rossi Johnson. That's been a worry all day through this section. I'm sure you've noted that in the other races too. The leaves that have been blowing across the track there on Conrod Straight.
You don't want that in the front ducting of these cars or any cars, because of course that would raise the engine temperatures and brake temperatures as well. And you can already see that in some of the cars here rolling down Conrod Straight a little bit in Nissan's car, and I think O'Keefe there as well. So we'll get set for a start this time by lights going out right now on the Bathurst Mazda safety car. Third race of the day, their final race of the day before another one tomorrow. And that inverted top 10, how will that play a part? Some big names coming from that inside top 10. Watch for DeMauro, Boyd, Andriski as well. Thrown to the mix, Williams in car number 95. He made up some great spots in race number 1 before getting bowled wide down there at the final turn with a little bit of a helping hand. What can he do now in car number 95? It stands out. The Lightning McQueen 95. Looking forward to this one though. Third race of the day for what's been a busy day for Battery World Aussie racing cars.
That space alongside Williams is for Diesel Thomas. It's been towed away. And we're about to go racing with just under 7 minutes, so maybe 3 laps if we play nicely. In the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series, top 10 inversion, first time on the pole in only his 9th race. William Rowe, the Kart Mania entry from South Australia, and Hayden Nissan, only in his 2nd season of the Aussie Racing Cars. We're underway, and the battle is on to turn number 1. Keep an eye on the Novocastrian in the centre. Cody Mackay, who's taking none of it through the middle of the turn. He moves to 2nd for a moment, but is hung out to dry on the exit. But guess what? We're going to go almost 4 wide up Mountain Straight. Possible in an Aussie racing car. Other categories, not so much.
Well, it was Williams that looked down the inside, and he was already up to position number 4, so we made mention of him on that roll-around lap, and he is now sitting on the left-hand side of the road here in that 95 car. And look at this, they are fanned all across the road here now, heading into Grafton's Bend for the first time in race number 3. Tough to do so, but they've done well so far. It's pretty well par for the course for what we're going to see here in the third race of the day.
Everybody looking at for a dance partner here to stay with. The USAT Slipstream down Conrod Straight, but up through the Worth cutting for the first time. Mackay has dropped back. I'm not sure if there's happy days there for the 69 machine. He was challenging for 2nd, but is limping back through the field at the moment. But across the top, it's DeMauro leading the way. A challenge on the inside from Williams at Metal Great. So the Kachow car makes the move from our pole sitter, who's dropped back down the field already to 6th place.
He is flying, isn't he? He was our biggest mover in race number 1, up 9 positions, continuing that on at the moment. In race number 3, DeMauro, though, was very strong in that initial run up Mountain Straight and across the top of Mount Panorama. What he needs to do, though, is really try and stamp his authority heading down the mountain to try and break that toe, because with the margin at the moment, the last timing intermediate at just 0.4 of a second, that's still enough for those like Boyd, Andriski and Williams to make benefit of the draft as they come past our wall camp through Forest Elbow.
Craig Woods on the charge. He's up in 8th position in the Thrifty Car Rentals entry for Western Sydney Motorsport. But it's DeMauro that leads from Jack Boyd, Andriski and Nathan Williams. With Rowe running back in 5th, he's got Hayden Nissan tucked right behind as they head down the long Conrod Straight towards the chase on the first flying lap with just over 4 minutes remaining. Everybody maxed out into the left-hander through the chase. So in the background now is Corish. He's got ahead of Nissan. He's working the back of Rowe in the Kart Mania car. The pole sitter dropping back to 5th, and it might be 6th at a moment, because down the inside comes the Corish car. Not this time, as ADM leads us by the end of the first lap, looking for his first. But could we have 3 first-time winners in as many races? That would be cool.
That would be cool as they work their way now back into Hell Corner once again. The Thrive drone cam shots for our leaders out in front, and unfortunately the 195 car of Nissan has come to a stop on the grass there, trying to pick up where that might be.
Could that be down in the chase, parked up somewhere on the left-hand side?
I think so, bang on. So there it is there. So he pulls off. It's not in a bad position. We might be able to stay green. In fact, he's pulled it off that far off to the left-hand side of the road. We should be able to stay green, even if we do have local yellows there.
Woods up the inside at 6th position now. 1 or 2 former winners. In fact, only 1 now in the field with no Cody Garland here for the rest of the weekend. Back up the front. It's spicy. Throw a blanket over the top 3. as they climb up through the Worth cutting. Across the shelf, Andriski is here to party in third position. Williams in the background in the 95. Across the top of Salmon Park. So Jack Boyd would dearly love a victory. Has never finished higher than third. He's led laps in the Aussie Racing Car Series, but has yet to get the W next to his name.
Going solo in season 2026 as well as he fights for his first race win. Look at him darting across the road here, showing the nose ever so slightly, and now really having to fight the balance of this race car as De Mauro was almost wide and searching for the line as they dipped it into the dipper then as well. So if anything, the more that these three fight out in front, Williams is going to try and catch them in position number 4.
We understand Rossi Johnson has just been into the pits after winning the race earlier today. Apparently the engine sounds a little bit off. Is back on the track now in 18th position. De Mauro, Boyd and Andriski, the fastest cars on the track as they work Conrod straight with 2 minutes remaining. Look at the leaves and the front air intakes of the front two. Here he comes. Jack Boyd fancies a move. Pulls up towards the chase. They'll go side by side. They stay side by side. De Mauro the better line. Standing on the nose of the 91 Pour and Polish Discount Tyres car. Good switchback from Boyd. Watch Scott Andriski. He might just go along the inside. And De Mauro might lose 2 positions for the price of 1 down at the bottom turn.
He's stuck around the outside now here through Murray's corner. And look at the 4 of Andriski. He had a little moment through the centre, and now they're chasing each other now across the road down the High-Tech Oils pit straight. And here comes Williams, position number 4. Don't count him out in this race either, as your leader now of Boyd covers De Mauro, heading back into hell corner again. This is fantastic stuff. Race 3 of the day, and it's a 3-way fight that's about to become 4.
Yeah. Right behind is Nathan Williams in the 95. It's up the hill we go once again. So De Mauro, as they crest the hill, it really drops away from this point, like we saw in race 2. Yeah, Andriski has the better line here. Remember, it's really one line with the crown and the road. He's right on the edge of it there, was Andriski. Williams now luring these two in like a 200k an hour fishing rod. On the way up through the left-hander. Jack Boyd is going to have to work double overtime to cover off these 3 behind.
Back across the shelf go your leaders. What can they do? What can Williams do in position number 4? He's a little bit of a way back still, but again, if your leaders continue to fight, he's going to be right in the battle here. Look at De Mauro. You can't get the job done there through the metal crate. Leaders past Al Walcam. What a great section of the road. Back across Skyline. Watch for Andriski here, shows the nose. Darts back in underneath the rear bar, though, of De Mauro. As Boyd, this is where you can sometimes make up time to try and break that draft, but when you're nestled in a 3-way fight for the lead, that is very hard to do. They'll head back down to Forest Elbow this time by, and De Mauro will look for a good drive here through Forest Elbow to set himself up for the chase.
All about the exit. If he can stay within a car length, he'll use that toe. Meantime, Rossi Johnson's just been handed 30 seconds for a time penalty on the 333, and it's for pit lane spin. It's been quite a few being caught out now, support categories today. Meantime, down Conrod. Here comes De Mauro once again. It'll be 1 lap to go. Whoa, bit of feeling in the middle of the straight. And again, has he done enough to cover him off here perhaps? Andriski's looking up to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. De Mauro back into the lead. And now Boyd, the meat in the sandwich. And closing in is Nathan Williams. This is cool. Into Murray's. So De Mauro is now the rabbit they'll chase. Across the start-finish line we go. It should be the final lap. Andriski up the inside of Boyd, who goes back to 3rd position in the USA battery car. But he's not done with him yet. We are on the final lap of race 3, the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series. De Mauro looking to make it 3 new winners in as many races. Andriski looking for his 2nd race win in the category. And he'll have to go the long way around here. And does. What a move. The Harvey's towing service car drove round the outside It puts himself in a really tough position. Do you want to lead on the final lap with Conrod Straight still to come?
That's exactly right. They were all using the side drive. Oh, big mistake for De Mauro. Loses the rear of the car. Somehow doesn't make contact with the worth-cutting wall on the outside. Holds position number 3. But I tell you what, he's going to have a lot of work to do now to catch Boyd and Andriski out in front. Andriski now might be licking his lips here at the prospect of a race win, because he's now got a margin of half a second between himself and Boyd as they go back through the grate and into McPhillamy Park for what will be the final time. De Mauro hasn't given up yet. He was sideways through McPhillamy Park that time by and will drive this thing very hard down the S's.
Andriski looking to all close up like a piano accordion down through the dipper for the final time, and Williams is not out of this either. He's thrown himself into the mix to make it 4 cars. Do I dare say it? A grandstand finish in the making with Conrod Straight and the chase still to come. No?
It's going to be a big battle, isn't it? And it's all about to play out right now. They're all single file formation for the moment. Andriski from Boyd, De Mauro, Williams, the Thrive drone cam bringing us the shots as they go over the rise on Conrod Straight. They're not close enough. Boyd's still a little bit further away than what he wants to be. Now he darts towards the right-hand side. Andriski covers. Look at De Mauro in behind as well. They're almost 3 wide as they head through the left-hander at the 38 chase. Andriski holds on for the moment.
And that'll be enough. What a thriller it's been. It was only a short sprint race today. 1 turn remaining. Andriski working hard for it today. And this will be his 2nd victory in the Bathurst Aussie Racing Car Series. Now 3rd different winner in 3 races. Covered by less than a second, the top 4. Take a bow. That was great racing.
And new fastest lap on the final lap as well to 2:30.8. So Andriski, tremendous job in the end to get that win done. And that sets up for a fantastic final race tomorrow as well, as the final few cars come across the start finish line. It took a while for us to get underway, but once we did, we were treated to a brilliant race.
A lot of pepped up energy in the cockpits of all these cars for that 4-lap screamer. Give it to Andriski by just 0.2 of a second. 1 second covering the top 4 with Craig Woods into 5. That'll help his grid starting position for tomorrow. Andrew Corish ahead of Anton Hodson. Big move today from the 28 machine to get back inside the top 10 with William Rowe, Cody Mackay and Oscar Pedersen inside that top 10.
Outside the top 10, you got Barrington, O'Keefe, Waters, Josh Thomas as well. And for Rossi Johnson, unfortunately, didn't quite get that car rolling in the end, down in position number 18. So he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow. And Diesel Thomas, well, we'll have to get to the bottom of that as to why he pulled up on the opening lap. So Yuasa Battery race highlights for race 3 of the weekend. Geez, I reckon even though it was a 7-minute race, I reckon these highlights could go for even longer if you throw in the replays.
Why don't we just replay the whole race from start to finish? That was Mackay who made the best start in the beginning, but then he'd fall back down through the field. He managed to get 9th at the end. As everybody sliced and diced for positions early on. This was Hayden Nissen who went missing down here in the chase aboard the 195. Out in front for a moment was De Mauro in the pour and polish entry. Got a feel for Jack Boyd. He's so close to picking up a race win, but he's showing this field he means business in 2026. The Yuasa Battery car driving around the outside here to take the lead for a moment. And Scott Andriski would just not leave these 2 alone.
It was a great battle, wasn't it? And De Mauro had a look once again going into Hell Corner, and then again going across the top of Mount Panorama as they flew past our wall cam shots. We were treated to something brilliant. And for Andriski, he had to fight for what was worth. He sat there as they started to slice and dice going into the DBA chase. Eventually it would come towards him, and this is where he ultimately would get the job done. They would side draft themselves all the way up Mountain Straight before eventually he would go checkmate and get the race lead.
This was De Mauro. Lucky this happened where it did. With the height change there, that helped him slow the car up naturally, and he would end up finished in 3rd position. But this is the moment we waited for down here in the DBA chase. And so close to have his nose cut off from Jack Boyd, but it was Andriski who was there when the checkered flag flew at the end of 4 thrilling laps and the fastest lap of the race. And guess what? Pole position But tomorrow in the finale for the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series in round number 1. That's their day done. We're off to a break because the Trans Am Cup Series are ready for race 2 here at the High Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. We'll be back.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do? Drag in research, drop in thoughts, watch AI pull insights from your docs. You did your thing, it's time to share. Then let your team build from there. Now you can do that with the all new Acrobat.
With 24/7 mental health phone and chat support, Medibank's mental health cover is designed to be used. Search Medibank Mental Health. Live better with Medibank.
Bad news. Your business is only using 20% of its data. The other 80%, it's all around you, and everyone's searching for it. Untapped opportunity everywhere. Sure, you could look for it all over the place, or you can find it in one place. HubSpot, where data that's buried in emails, call logs, and meeting notes become insights that help you grow. All the data makes all the difference.
Whether you're going across town or headed far beyond it, adventures await with the Mercedes-Benz SUV range. And with exceptional offers across the range, now's your perfect opportunity to make a Mercedes-Benz SUV part of your life's adventures. Visit your nearest Mercedes-Benz retailer today.
Let's go up, mate. Where are you going? Told you, mate. Easier in mongrels.
Is anything biting today? No, just the muscles. 2,655 postcodes. Connected by One Australia Post.
Members' health funds are run for people who've realised they're not invincible. People who push themselves, who reach for the stars, and who make a splash. Members' health funds are run for people, not for profits. Look for the tick and choose your members' health fund today.
The working life. You wake up, you work, you get paid. You wake up, you work, you get paid. Until one day, you wake up to a whole new rhythm and still get paid. Aware Super helps you find your rhythm of retirement. That's super helpful.
It's getting tight.
Too tight.
Bigger home?
Let's do it.
Whatever role you need us to play, we're your partner for every stage. NAB, more than money.
Action everywhere you look at Mount Panorama as we welcome you back to the High Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Super Saturday has really lived up to its reputation today, I've got to say, and we're looking forward to the next race. Race number 2 in the Trans Am Cup for 2026. Race 1 was an absolute belter. Matt Nolte stuck around, but I'm delighted to say joining us in the commentary box is a man that we basically said, don't come back unless you get pole for the 6 hour. And what did he do? He went and got pole for the 6 hour. Record lap, closest pole margin in history. Thomas Randall, well done, my friend. That was a beauty.
Thanks, Crailsy. I obviously took your advice literally, and I really wanted to come back and commentate the Trans Am Cup race too, because I had so much fun with you boys in the first race. But yeah, that was a hell of a session, and I'm just wrapped for the Cabbage Boys. for Garth Walden. You know, they've been doing this race since the beginning, the 10th edition this year, as we all know, and it's the 10th running for GWR and the Cabbage Boys. And for Race for a Cure, Ben and Michael are going to donate the poll money straight to that, to breast cancer trials, which is fantastic. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty fun day tomorrow, I think, for Easter Sunday.
And your prize is to get to sit with us for another 25 minutes wedged in between us here in the commentary box as we get set to look at Race 1 highlights thanks to Shannon's of the Trico Trans Am Cup Series. And didn't it take seconds for this to unfold? I thought the first 6 laps was probably the most intense 6 laps we've seen in Trans Am in this country.
That would be fair to say. A great start from Nathan Hearn. He's in the blue Camaro. The yellow Mustang is the reigning champ. Todd Hazelwood in a brand new race team, his own new race team. Huge lock-up Blake Tracy firing it into the DBA chase. Got it stopped though, only a little bit of contact with the 42 car. This was a ripper fight all the way through. But the story was the battle for the lead that was evolving. That was Jared Hughes under some pretty serious heat, and Clay Richards unfortunately had an off and would ultimately go to pit lane. Pit lane speeding issue as a result of that, just to rub salt into the wounds. But this was intense. 2 of the most successful drivers in the history of the category. Mustang v Camaro going at it. Elite level motorsport.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Sadly, a safety car would prevent it from going. That was so close at the Worth cutting. 2 guys not prepared to give an inch, treating it like it was the final lap of the final race of the season, not the first or the last lap of the first race of the season. 2 guys that have won the championship on 2 occasions, and this was the move that would put the Chevy Camaro into the lead and go on to win Chevy's first win in the category from 102 tries.
And all of that, Thomas Randall, was just great racecraft between 2 great racing car drivers.
Well, they kept it super clean, didn't they? And you know, like you said, they're 2 absolutely at the top of their game drivers. They know these cars so well. And look, I think Nathan Hearn just really wanted a 4 and 20, so he got it. And this, unfortunately, was the Adam Garwood machine that dropped an oil line, unfortunately. So that brought out that late race safety car. It was interesting because those 2 guys at the front, Hearn and Hazelwood, that racing really brought Moffat back into that battle. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see how that would play out, but that's why we have race 2.
Yeah, and a very busy pit paddock area between the 2 races to be out there, but very different conditions. It's very overcast. It's quite cool out there now here on the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit as we look in car with James Golding this season driving for Maverick Performance as they expand out to 2 cars with Adam Garwood, who was in the wars in that first race today, and Jimmy G, a race winner on multiple occasions in what was a stop-and-start season in 2025.
Yeah, it was, but fast, and it's great to see what that Maverick Performance team are doing too, by the way, expanding out. I saw Jerry McLeod in the paddock earlier today. Several of the McLeods are here this weekend, which is cool. Bathurst royalty in that family, which is great. Ryan McLeod's here and Cam McLeod's here and going really fast as well. All related, of course, to the 87 Bathurst champ Pete as we take a look at the starting grid for this one. So it's rinse and repeat from what we saw early on today with Hearn and Hazelwood first and second, Moffat and Golding next. As Thomas Randall said, they were coming at the 2 leaders rapidly, and had that race not been interrupted by the safety car, it would have been interesting to see how close they got. Ben Barguana having a good weekend. Jared Hughes was pretty speedy earlier on. Tom Davies and Jack Smith off the 4th row of the grid. Ben Gomersall and the Barbs, Elliot Barber, out of P10.
We didn't get a chance really to talk about Jared Hughes after doing that one. He was quite quiet in there. Same too for Jack Smith, who was sneaking around there in the top 8, one of his best runs in the Trans Am Cup Series. Blake Tracy with a couple of pretty second-hand Who's Your Tyre starts out of 11 today, with Cody Brzezinski still coming to terms with driving on the left-hand side in the lithium batteries entry, car 22. Alice Buckley and Pip Cassabine start on row 7. Tyler Cheney and Harrison Sellers, young Tasmanian Formula Ford star, staying on the 8th row. Jordan Freestone and Tommy Smith start on row 9. Robbie Farr and Brock Payne will score out your 10th row. Des Collier, Domain Ramsey, Cam Laws and Patrick Neville in a Stroud Holmes car will start from the tail of this field for what will be around about 22 minutes of racing when they come by for a rolling start in round 1 of the Trans Am Cup Series. I did it. There you go. That's one up for me for 2026 here at Mount Panorama.
Imagine being the driver of the Bathurst Mazda safety car and seeing that in your rearview mirror, looming large. Nathan Hearn, who's as aggressive as anyone behind the wheel of one of these cars. And Todd Hazelwood, who's had success here, of course, in the great race. But formed his own team in a bright yellow, and Blake Mustang looking to challenge for a victory and to get one back. And you'd imagine that they've made some changes to that car. Hearn's car certainly looked better across the top of the mountain. Todd looked like he was struggling with understeer, couldn't get that car turned in to some of the slower speed corners, and that was really hurting him in some positions around Mount Panorama in that race earlier today.
And the great Russell Ingall on the radio to Nathan Hearn, who's been giving us a bit of advice. He said to me in the paddock just before that Nathan Hearn's never had anyone to talk on the radio to him. He's had to set up, engineer, drive a race car, but now he's got someone in his ear just to talk about. Keep his eyes forward, don't look in the rear vision mirror, and apparently it's paid massive dividends for the two-time champion.
Yeah, well, having that when you're out on track, because things get so heated when you're out there. He is the enforcer watching on, and at the moment he's not saying too much, so probably just letting Nathan Hearn get into his process and procedure. Lights are out in the safety car. Everyone's forming up in 2x2 formation, but just sometimes as a driver, you know, you get a bit of red mist. It's nice to have that second voice, you know, talking to you and just saying, all right, you know, we've got X amount of laps to go or time to go. Just keep it cool. And it's just good to know you have someone in your corner while you're on the track.
I've started a petition to get Russell Ingall into one of these. It's my 2026 program. See if we can get him in maybe later this year. We'll take the in-car shot here from James Golding. A sea of Trans Am cars ahead of him. Chevy Camaro versus Ford Mustang. That's how we roll in the Trans Am Cup Series, thanks to Choices Flooring here at Mount Panorama, under the famous High-Tech Oils Bridge. Following the grid boxes, waiting for the lights to go out. Part 2 of 3 is underway here at Mount Panorama.
They all jostle for position in behind. It's Hearn on the inside. Good start. Moffat nicely gets alongside Hazelwood. That could be critical for this race. On board with Golding right in the thick of the action there with a couple of wheels off on driver's right. And Moffat giving him absolutely no racing room on the inside. Golding forces the issue and says, Moff, that's my bit of road.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Moff around the outside at turn 3, but it's hard with the crowning of the road, like you mentioned in the last race. Nolte, they're still side by side, but Nathan Hearn got the jump, got the run into turn 1. They're still banging doors here. Golding's got to get into position or get slot in behind, and now he's going to be under threat from Jared Hughes, who I think has got the move done here. So let's just see what's happened there. Golding's going to lose even more spots. I think that's Bargwana that was trying to go side by side.
How wide was that in-car shot going up Mountain Straight for the first time? Bargwana, this contact, Gomersall and Smith, and how he didn't end up with cars in the fence, I'll never know. That could have been the yard sale of mass proportions. And the Super 2-star has got dramas now.
There could be a puncture there potentially, but wow, those two, that just got carnage through there, didn't it, under the tree? I don't know how Golding managed to survive all of that.
What about the rest of the field?
Oh, wow. I think it's a pretty unhappy James Golding behind the wheel of the Cool Drive car at the moment with everything that's gone on the opening lap. Squeezed off on the inside on the run up the hill, and then side by side. Hughesy up the inside there at the cutting, and then the wheel-to-wheel stuff at the top. It was brutal, the opening lap of this race. It's allowed Hearn to get away to a big lead. Hazelwood's thing tried to swap ends on him too up under the tree there at Reed Park. So it's been a busy opening lap for the Trans Am Cup.
And I wonder whether Gomersall may have stopped up there at the skyline. He's gone through that point, but has continued to fall down the order. He's limping that car down the mountain, perhaps. So the unit racing driver for Ash Jarvis Racing in 2026. You know what? You probably take a flat tyre out of what it could have been up here. Here's the Shannon's replay. They will tell us what happened across the top. It was Brzezinski sweeping across the top, and Alice Buckley also in the mix.
Yeah, so that happened earlier.
It was afterwards, yeah.
I'm surprised Jack Smith got away with that scot-free, because he was sideways around the kink after where you go under the tree, but that all kicked off because Golding wasn't able to slot in behind Moffat properly going into the cutting. Hughes went for the move, Bargwana got involved as well, and it was everyone just sort of checked up there under the tree, but somehow 99% of the drivers, unfortunately for Ben, who's still, I think he might still be going, but he's now in pit lane.
Yeah, that's a sensible move, I think, even if just to have a little breath for everything that went on there. The fact that didn't, I think you called it a yard sale, Nolts, the fact it didn't turn into that is a testament to everyone taking evasive action. While all that's gone on, Nathan Hearn cleared out 1.5 seconds. Immense cold tyre pace in the 29 car, so he's put away from Hazelwood, who's got Moffat and Hughes behind. So Jared Hughes up a couple of spots already, helped by that crazy opening lap from James Golding. Ben Bargwana, Davey Smith, Tracy and Barber rounding out the top 10.
And Hughes is on the back of Moffat already. There he is going through the bottom of the shot. We've got Bargwana on Golding. And Tom Davies, the Ariat Chevy Camaro for GRM, one of 4 cars in the fleet for 2026. So here comes the reigning TA2 Muscle Car Series champion up into the top 4 with Hearn leading by 1.4 seconds. The man reigning 4th is flying.
A lot of pace in that car, isn't there, in the Jared Hughes machine? I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on James Golding. And just to note what you said about Nathan Hearn, that cold tyre pace, we sort of saw that in the first race, but then, which we didn't get to see with the safety car, 3rd, 4th and 5th all started to climb back towards our top 2 drivers. So whether or not maybe it's a tyre pressure thing or Hearn just has that confidence, it'll be interesting to see as this race unfolds whether those guys in 3rd, 4th and 5th get closer to the leaders, because Hazelwood at the moment, for example, hasn't really got anything for Nathan Hearn.
Ben Gomersall in the pits. Looks like there's more damage than what we first suspected on the unit racing car for Ash Jarvis Racing. His teammate Cody Brzezinski still runs in 11th position in his first weekend in the category. Here's Blake Tracy up towards the back of Jack Smith in the 1-1 Chevy Camaro, who moves to GRM after running with TFH Racing in 2025. So it's Hearn, Hazelwood, Moffat and Hughes leading the way here from Golding, Bargwanna, Davies and Smith. We've got Blake Tracy and Elliot Barber in the Alpha Theta car for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport in position 10.
And James Moffat with a good response last time around in the final sector, but out in front, Nathan Hearn with the best response of all, set the fastest lap, used that clear air. Interesting, just over 18 degrees now, so it's dropped about 3 degrees since they raced last. Noticeable little cool change in the air after a couple of beautiful days here in the Bathurst region recently, where it's been really nice in the mid-20s, mid to high 20s, 27 degrees here yesterday. Noticeably cooler today, noticeably more blustery as well from a wind point of view, so they'll be tuning their cars around that to make sure they're good for the conditions, but it is much cooler now than it's been at any point this weekend for these cars so far.
Well, if you want to get talking about lap records and lap record pace, this is the ideal track condition to do it. So the race lap record was actually set back in 2021 by Aaron Seaton at 2:10.5. And last time around, Nathan Hearn set a 2:10.9. Moffat's gone purple in the first sector on this lap, so we're not actually far away from lap record pace.
Yeah, tend to agree. It's a new generation of tyre too that was introduced into the category as well last year. Not as aggressive as the big tyres the S5000 used to run with. They'd get better with every single lap. These ones sort of get to a level and stay there now. The previous generation tyre were good for a few laps and then they would sort of go off the cliff. This is a much more durable Hoosier tyre they have in 2026.
And the drivers will absolutely love that, knowing they've got something to play with a bit as the race goes on, and in theory it should make the racing better too. They'll be able to drive the cars harder for longer rather than having to manage the tyre, which was a point in this category. Big bag tyres, they run really tall sidewalls, so the tyre flexes a lot and they do overheat a little bit as we jump on board with James Moffat. The long-standing backing of LMCT Plus continuing on board as they've switched across to Chevy Camaros this year. And again, Moffat decent pace, but Hearn the quickest of everybody, the race leader, utilising that clean air out in front, and Moffat just gapping Jared Hughes slightly in that battle for 3rd and 4th place.
So Moffat's getting a great tow here. The last sector for Moffat on that lap was half a second faster than Hearn's final sector, and Hearn just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:10.8. So if you take off half a second there, you're under lap record pace. And to your point, Knowles, with this new tyre, a great example was race 1, seeing how hard those two leaders raced each other. And really, yes, 3rd was catching, I think, due to the racing, but there wasn't a massive drop-off in pace.
And we're not getting the squealing from the tyres that we used to in those first couple of years when you feel like they were running out of grip. There's certainly a much tougher tyre that Hoosier developed for the category. It's across the shelf we go. Jared Hughes now the fastest car on the track. So we follow him across Mount Panorama, 53.2 to that first sector, which is just at the top of the mountain at Sulman Park. We stay with Jack Smith, Elliot Barber, Cody Brzezinski, who's sweeping left-hander. He says these things happen a lot faster than what they did in the Aussie racing car in the Super Ute, but it's driving the opposite side. It's really his challenge at the moment. Getting used to driving on the left-hand side of a car has been really interesting, being the opposite sides of the wall.
Cool to see the Wanless on the nose of that car as well. The Wanless family heavily involved in sprint car racing on the short track ovals, but also the Thunderdome and NASCAR and Aussie. And actually Dean Wanless came back to racing for the first time in 20 years last weekend at Phillip Island. in Porsche Sprint Challenge, it didn't end particularly well. Quite a large accident, a very high-speed part of Phillip Island Grand Prix second. But it was really cool to see him back behind the wheel and that iconic one-less name and brand back on the racetrack. There's Russell Ingall watching on. His driver's doing the business at the moment. Doesn't need to say too much. Purple middle sector now. He is on potentially lap record pace, Nathan Hearn. 2-minute 10.827 last time by was the quickest lap in the race. He's about to get down to Murray's corner and across the line at a 10.6.7. It's only a tenth away from the lap record.
And once again, the final sector is half a second off what the fastest has been due to that slipstream. So you can only imagine what is capable in one of these cars. Yep. We're so close to it. And Moffat actually holds the fastest lap, the fastest final sector in that train. So the gap out in front is about 1.8 seconds back to Hazelwood. Moffat only 8/10 behind Hazelwood. Then it's half a second to Jared Hughes, who's been doing a great job in that 118 machine. And then there's this gap with Jack Smith, Blake Tracy, who I think is one to watch. I mean, what he did in the wet last year in Sandown before that puncture or that, that tyre going down was seriously impressive.
He's got an alliance this year with Nathan Hearn as well. They're not actually working under the same umbrella, but they're pitted next to each other. Also, give him a wrap. He bowls a wide up there at the Worth cutting. Actually, you gave him a wrap. Yeah. I just backed it up at the end there. But Blake Tracy turned 18 last year. Has a serial number, by the way. Up across the shelf we go. He's an absolute star in the making. There's potential for this youngster to end up in the United States in the next couple of years, which would be fantastic to see. At just 18 years of age, and he really come to notice of the teams last year at Sandown with that wet drive. It doesn't mind ragging this car. They've got a couple of panic basher cars they use up at Albury during the weekend. In fact, when he turned 18, he just wanted to get on the marketplace. The first thing he bought was an AU Falcon to go bush bashing with.
He's a great kid, He's got a great head on his shoulders and he's got good people in his corner. And yeah, what I've seen from him behind the wheel has been really impressive. So this is obviously a big step up, and to drive one of these cars around here, I mean, requires so much commitment. So it's a tough track, and any miles you get here is a good thing.
And he's been targeted as well by Ford's factory GT program in GT4 Australia this year too, which is great. It's race 2 of the Trans Am Cup here at Mount Panorama. Nathan Hearn leads the way 2 seconds in front of Todd Hazelwood, with James Moffat in third.
We know you strive for optimal yield. That's why at Insight Tech Pivot, your productivity guides everything we do. Smarter fertilisers, easier application, results that count. Because good enough is no longer enough. So, why not great?
What's knocked you off your axis?
My insurer's preferred Cairo. We're not exactly aligned.
Switch to AHM. They don't really do preferred providers, so you can claim the same back at any Cairo.
Nice.
With AHM, you're good.
Simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad.
So for camping this weekend, I said we'd sort the drinks. $20 a head's doable, right? Just Gab and Bianca drink Pinot. Samira said sparkling. Miles wants beer.
It's doable.
Great.
And that price? You could probably get something for yourself.
That's what I'm thinking.
For everyday low prices, nobody beats Dan Murphy's.
This KO Sports Stream brought to you by Flex 24 Volt. Flex, demand more.
Bad news. Your business is only using 20% of its data. The other 80%, it's all around you, and everyone's searching for it. Untapped opportunity everywhere. Sure, you can look for it all over the place, or you can find it in one place. HubSpot, where data that's buried in emails, call logs, and meeting notes become insights that help you grow. All the data makes all the difference.
Hey guys, should we have one of our massive big nights out?
How you going?
Members' health funds are run for people who've realised they're not invincible. People who push themselves, who reach for the stars, and who make a splash. Members' health funds are run for people, not for profits. Look for the tick and choose your members' health fund today.
The thing off Brock's skyline. There's the dip up. And then back down through the S's towards the elbow. He is looking racy, James Moffat. That car getting better and better as this race goes on. As he tries to chase the reigning champ down and sets another personal best. Sector across the top, followed by Jared Hughes. So Hughes is going with him as well. And the two Camaros are hunting together to get to the back of that low Ford Mustang that's at the front of the field. And it feels weird to say that in Trans Am competition because it's been Mustang dominated for so long. But the Camaros are coming at them at the moment. One leading, the next third and fourth place and chasing down the champ.
So some news from the pits. We won't see Cam Laws back out on the track. It's an alternator issue with the Castle railing entrance, a broken steering arm on the 32-unit racing car, and 7 cylinders only on the Tyler Cheney Carlton Zero car. The 3 cars are in the pits and looking likely not to contest the balance of this race. Look in the distance, the Blue Mountains probably in fog up there now, looking back towards Sydney. Thrive drone cam across this beautiful piece of real estate. The best racetrack in the country, some say in the world, the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit. Race 2 of the Trans Am Cup Series.
I think something happened to Davies there because he's jumped down about 3 positions and he did a 2:14 on that lap. So he's dropped from 7th down to 9th. So not sure whether he's made a mistake or if he's got involved with someone else. But something's happened in that final sector there for Davies.
Yeah, he's actually slotted in between Tracy and Barber, who are involved in that good fight just before, as we go back and find this battle pack with Smith and young Jordan Freestone. Oh, here we go, side by side on the run up to the cutting. Hello, Elliot Barber gets up the inside and gets the spot. So we're just talking about the fact that Davies was dropping down the order. There's another one. Barber gets the spot. What has befallen the 42 car in the last 2 or 3 Ks?
Did that fairly easy on the top there, didn't he? Towards the Worth cutting. The Shannon's replay might tell us what's going on. So around the outside, the Alpha Theta car, which then turned the outside for Davies, and in the end he had to yield. You can't go too wide up through there.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's one line all the way into the cutting, and we've seen plenty of times in the past when cars try and go side by side and miscommunication leads to contact, which leads to in the wall. But something's, yeah, amiss there with Davies, so it seems like it's got that pace back potentially, but he lost over 2 seconds in the final sector on that previous lap, and then this lap in the first sector, you know, 1.5 seconds down. So not really sure what's going on with that 42 car.
And Smith in the SCT Logistics car in front won't be an easy beat. He's going quicker than he ever has actually this lap. So as the race has gone on, car 11's only getting better and better. Nathan Hearn still 2.3 seconds out in front. Todd Hazelwood next, then James Moffat. Don't forget, raceprocure.org.au is the official charity of the Bathurst 6 Hour, and $1,000 added to the pot this weekend thanks to our mate sitting in the middle of us in the commentary box for the breast cancer trials. They've been an amazing supporter of this event for a long time, or we've been part with them for a long time at the Bathurst 6 Hour and supporting that great charitable cause that the Cabbage Boys have been involved with, of course, for a decade now. So get on board, help out a ripper cause if you can.
Watching 19th, 20th and 21st on the track here now with Robbie Farr, who's loving his time in bitumen racing after being the king of the clay for so many years. Former Aussie sprint car champion back in the 2004 region for the Titan racing team. Was a 3-time runner-up. He was a speed car champion of the country. And fans on the West Coast watching today know he's a 7-time Cricky Boys shootout winner. Absolute mortgage on that eventful race over there in the West. But there's action wherever we look here. A couple of youngsters, Harrison Sellers and Pip Cassabine, arguing. And here comes Clay Richards to make the move after going off the track earlier today.
And they're 2 by 2 on the run up to the kink before the cutting. Richo couldn't get past either. Sellers in behind Brock Payne at the moment. Cassabine looking racy too. Sellers under some pressure, so this is all good racecraft and learning for these four who are pretty early into their relative racing careers. It was cool to see yesterday. I went down and watched qualifying knots from pit lane. Oh, there was a brush of the fence there as well. The mirror remains put out, but I'm surprised if it's still got paint left on the outside of it. I went to watch quali from pit lane, and I was standing in the middle of the Barguanas and the Richards, and just thinking about the racing dynasties that were at play there, and the amount of success at this place in particular, and how good it was to see Ben and Clay respectively out on the racetrack, following in their 3rd generation race car drivers and incredible racing families. Oh, another brush of the fence there on the outside from Cassabeni, perhaps on the outside of the elbow. And Clay has got a really good run here. So good drive out of the elbow. He's in the toe of Payne, who puts his car on the outside and says, Clay, if you want to go by, you've got to do it at the kink, which is tough to do in these cars. But then the old over-under. Can he slide up the inside at the DBA chase? The door's been left open. This is an opportunity for Richards. Doesn't quite get the drive out.
Good driving from Brock Payne, former RX8 champion a couple of years back, first season last year, and now Richards a long way down, and Payne has to yield and lets him go at the bottom turn. Smart driving from the 33 Chevy Camaro, who picked up the round win in the TA2 Muscle Car Series finale at Winton last year. And just having some fun this weekend, just learning to run in the big leagues. The TA2 cars that are in the field are effectively ghost cars when it comes to this. They're not racing for points. They're racing for the pure enjoyment of being here at Mount Panorama.
That pass got the double thumbs up from T. Randall. Nice move.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was a great move. You know, he was thinking about it into the kink at the chase, which is hard to do because if you go for the inside of the kink, you then have the outside for the braking zone in the chase, which he then thought about, or so sort of side by side, or there was a bit of overlap on the exit of the chase, but nice move, controlled, no lockups, got the move done. So been a bit of a claw back for Clay after that, you know, pit lane visit in the first race, and then to get some nice passing mistakes as we've just seen on timing. Golding's had to shortcut over Skyline, which I've got to say as a driver is never confidence inspiring. So no, I would say that would be a case of going in a little bit too hot over the top of Skyline, having the rear dance around and realising the best solution here is to take the shortcut.
You say that, but many years ago it used to be a big gravel trap that you'd go in, you'd never come up, the Bermuda Triangle of corners up there.
Well, I think of all the upgrades that have happened at this place over the journey, that might be the best from a race continuation point of view, is that ability to bail at Brock Skyline.
We'd never get a race done if that was still there.
What about having the chase? Do you think that's...
Oh, no, it added to it, 100%.
Straight line down Conrod to the last corner?
Maybe.
But no.
Let's go in the last 30 years then.
In context.
87 was a long time ago.
So clock's nearly down to 0. So Hearn, once again, just leads the charge. He's got so much confidence in that car, doesn't he? And we saw in race 1. Obviously, qualifying just didn't quite maybe maximise it, or didn't have the confidence in the car, because we saw how fast Todd Hazelwood was in that 4:20 Mustang, and Hearn put so much pressure on him in race 1, got the win, and really he's controlled it from the get-go in this one as well.
Absolutely. Riding car with James Moffat here on the way up towards Griffin's Bend. Advanced Aquarium Technologies car, new sponsor for Moffat, along with LMCT Plus, that stay on for another season, helped him out at his TCR days. His primary sponsor on this car for the last couple of years. Do we nickname him the Shark? I did see a Shark logo on the inside. Could he be the new Shark of Trans Am competition? Is it nice to see 3 champions inside that top 3? If you want to use the TA2 series as well, we've got 4 inside the top 4 with Jared Hughes running there right now.
We're looking at a fish tank, so maybe I need to go and see Moff and pay him a little visit and have a chat to his sponsorship. That's what sponsorship's all about, raising awareness, so now I know.
Straight in.
Go and hit him up. I like it.
We'll have that. The 4 and 20 pies
Full
here.
paid, of course.
Absolutely.
No, it's good for Moff, who remains extremely busy during the working week with his building company that's going along very nicely in Melbourne, building some very nice properties. Pop up on his Instagram here or there.
It's got a few for sale down in Beaconsfield.
Nice.
They've just constructed, I think they've constructed 8 units.
Nice part of the world down there.
Yeah, done a great job setting up those. So I think there's quite a few of those for sale. If you're interested.
Go shopping with James Moffat. Brilliant.
Krause could buy almost a small suburb with the salaries on these days.
Still after some free meat pies.
He'd trade it all for a 4 and 20 right now.
Todd Hazelwood, where's these pies at?
He's gone a full 2 days without delivering, so it's pretty disappointing.
How many more hints can we give? Seriously.
As we go back and find Cody Brzezinski and the Wanless car chasing down the Ariat racer of Tom Davies, who was trying to get to the bottom of what happened to him a couple of laps ago to tumble down the leaderboard from a pretty handy top 7 position, but now in the back of the top 10 with Brzezinski chasing him down. So there was an issue there for the Ariat number 42. While we're at it, Ariat, make some nice hats. Get on board with that, commentary team.
That'll be a good look.
1 to go this time by, and Brzezinski gets into the back and ramps the 42 car, and he's off the road, and it's diggers galore down there, like a construction site.
I have never seen that much dust be picked up at that final turn. And this is bad news for his engine. He's got a full lap with this, and that would have swallowed so much of that. He'd be almost likely now to pump the brake pedal halfway up the straight here, right?
Well, you'd think so, but he's got Brzezinski right in behind him. I was thinking that as he came down, that he was looking close. He locked the rears, Brzezinski, and there wasn't really much else he could do. Just came in too hot, hit Davies, and then Davies gone in the sand pit there, going digging. Wow. And it's kind of status quo between those two. So interesting. We'll see how race control look at that one, whether or not they say play on. But we're back to our race leader, Nathan Hearn, who the gap has pretty much stayed between 1 to 2 seconds. It's actually closer than it has been all race, but really Nathan's just been controlling this one.
Just got a message from the Bathurst Regional Council. They'd like their dirt back, please, because it's moved a whole lot of it from the outside of the road down there at Murray's Corner. What a performance this has been from Nathan Hearn. And the gap's just come back slightly, but Nathan managing this, knowing it's the final lap of the race. But that intensity at the start, where he just drove away from the field, has been outstanding.
Set him up nicely, didn't it, from pretty much the outset of this race. It settled down towards the end. Hazelwood pulled away some 3 seconds to James Moffat, who's got about 2.5 seconds back to Jared Hughes. The Skies had an absolute mortgage on Mount Panorama when it comes to the Trans Am Cup Series. It's about to add another victory in a Chevy Camaro. We waited well over 100 races to see the bow tie win a race, and they're going to go back-to-back here. On Saturday afternoon, Nathan Hearn scores his 2nd win of the season and his 9th at Mount Panorama. Great drive, calculated drive, and shows the field how to do it here in the Trans Am Cup Series. Hazelwood 2nd, Moffat and Hughes home for 3rd and 4th, and James Golding a handy top 5 with Barguana holding back Jack Smith for 6th position. Blake Tracy, Elliot Barber, and Tom Davies, who's probably spitting the dirt out still inside the cockpit of car number 42.
Tell you what, Smith came at Barguana quickly at the end of that race and reeled in the Hanger Forklifts 97 car. Oh, spinner in the back.
Blake Tracy's around, and that drops him.
No, I think Blake Tracy already crossed the line.
Harrison Sellers around. Was Tracy involved in that would be the question.
I'm sure I saw the Tracy livery from that point. Either way, Sellers finishes up in 17th position. All that work for it to come undone at the end. At the finish line, Robbie Farr holding back Tommy Smith and Jordan Freestone back there in 19th, 20th and 21st position. But it's Hearn that wins by less than a second ahead of Hazelwood. James Moffat 3rd, Jared Hughes and James Golding all inside that top 5 with Jack Smith. Blake Tracy did cross the line, so it's definitely Harrison Sellers on his own. And Elliot Barber scores a top 10 result with Tom Davies.
Isn't Ben Barguana having a great, really
absolutely
solid weekend? Brzezinski just outside the 10, Buckley 12, Casabini in 13th, and Richards, Payne, Evnett, Sellers we saw with the spin, Garwood from the back of the field to 18th, Robbie Farr 19th, and Tommy Smith, 2nd of the 2 Smiths in the field in 20th. Jordan Freestone, Des Collier, Domain Ramsey and Patrick Neville rounding out 24th that took the starter in race 2 of the Trans Am Cup.
Wow, look how many
Didn't
kangaroos
the locals love it?
There.
That's a bit of a crowd.
Started with 2, now we've got about 200 measuring up. We need to check their tickets if they're in a spectator viewing area. That's just part of the uniqueness of this Mount Panorama motor racing circuit. They are part of the furniture, the kangaroos, the wildlife that span around Bathurst here. So Hearn picking up the win at the end of this second race and gives him a 4-point margin in the series. That'll be the grid based on the points into the final race tomorrow. Incidentally, the Trans Am Cup Series round 1 opener. Here's the race 2 highlights thanks to Shannon's. And Hearn leading us away down to turn number 1, that Chevy Camaro. James Moffat and James Golding going side by side up the mountain here, boys.
Yeah, this was awesome. Watch Golding, the cool drive car. So this from Moffat on his right. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there as well with Hazelwood. Oh. There was Golding, who had 2 wheels off on the right-hand side and then just moved back across and said, I'd like a little bit more room, please, Moff. He got that going into turn 2, but that cost Golding. It pushed him wide. Then this was huge. Smith and then Gomersall at the top on the exit at Reed Park. That was very nearly a massive pile-up, but they all got away with it nicely. A couple of moments off at the top for the 5, and for a moment it felt like Moff was getting to the back of Todd Hazelwood. There were Christmas tree lit up on the dashboard there, a bit of overheating perhaps.
Low oil pressure, it looked like it said, so hopefully that's just a false alarm. Normally it's not a false alarm in a race car, but there were plenty of battles up and down the field. Obviously lap 1 was crazy. I think that's Tommy Smith having a bit of a moment, as we saw a few cars do that throughout the race, and then Payne having a good run. A bit of an unconventional line on the exit there of the elbow, and then Clay Richards had a bit of a battle with him and eventually got that move done into the final corner, which was a really nice move.
He tried the move down here at the Chase, but access denied, but would get it done down here at Murray's and move up ahead of Brock Payne. James Moffat wiping the brow mid-race distance there as he tried to stay in touch with the top 2 in this race, but would end up finishing in 3rd. This was the moment, though, between Brzezinski and Davies. He scooped up the outfield. Golfing's answer to replace the divots on the exit of the final turn. But Nathan Hearn just controlled this race in a business-like manner to pick up his 2nd win of the weekend. Chevy Camaro getting themselves on the board not once, but twice in the Trans Am Cup Series.
Thanks to Matt Nolte and to Thomas Randall. He'll be in the High-Tech Oil 6 hour from pole position tomorrow. Celebrations in a way at the end for Sellers, who had the spin down at the final corner. What a race. The Shannon's highlights in the Trans Am Cup. Let's get down to the lane. Here's Aaron Noonan.
Oh, Richard, don't you just hate it when TV comes to you and you're just trying to have an afternoon snack? Courtney Prince has put the BMW on pole. You're just trying to have some 2-minute noodles out the back of it. We've interrupted you. We won't be long, but well done. This BMW's been flying. You girls are on fire.
Yeah, no, the car's really good. Obviously, last 6 hours, the first time this car hit the track, so we've done lots of development, and yeah, it's fast, it's good. Give it a tune-up for the race now, so I'm excited.
So what about the work? I see there's plenty going on down the back. The pink BMW, the bonnet's up, there's crew in there, there's wheels off, there's bits everywhere. What's going on and what do you have to prepare for the race start tomorrow?
Yeah, so basically the boys will go right through the car, I guess do a bit of a service on it kind of thing, just check everything, go right through it in case there's something they haven't noticed, and yeah, put now a bit of a race setup back into it, not a quali setup. So yeah, they'll go right through it tonight, probably be here quite late. We normally eat dinner here. We'll practice our driver changes as well. So yeah, it's a big night, but it only happens once a year, so it's good.
How many class poles for the 6 hour in a row are we up to now?
I did a lot. I think 3, 4. I don't know.
I think it's 3.
No, 3. Yeah, I think it's 3. So there we go.
But what about the race last year? How did that work out?
Yeah, that was good. We also won the race last year in class. And outright, I don't think we did that well last year because we had to pit for a few laps through the fuel pump. But the year before, we got 9th outright, I think, which was really good. So hopefully we can move up a bit in the outright. That would be my goal anyway.
We'll see how that goes. Well done today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Courtney Prince behind the wheel, joining with Kelly Buccini and also Tabitha Ambrose. The 3 girls are very, very fast around here in the mountain, and their class competitors are going to have to drive very fast tomorrow to catch up with them. Super TT time. Let's head to commentary with Lachlan Mansell and Ben Bugwana.
Good afternoon, everybody. Getting ready for the third and final race of the weekend for Austrac Super Team. They are enjoying their maiden appearance at Mount Panorama Bathurst this weekend. We've had 2 races so far. The first of them was won by Charlie Curry in his Honda Civic, but unfortunately a coolant cap came off in race number 2, which necessitated an unscheduled pit stop, and that allowed Harrison Cooper in the Hyundai i30N TCR car to take the win. He'll start on pole position for this third and final race. It's 2 more TCR cars in the top 3 in the hands of Will and Brad Harris. Dimitri Agathos, the best of the treaded tyre runners, in position 4 on the grid. Back to the South Australian Martin Farkas. Trevor Simmons out of position 6. Chris Sutton and Bob Papavac in 7th and 8th. Great drive from Brian Callahan from 23rd on the grid up to 9th in the previous race. Andrew Kogan rounding out the top 10. We go back to Corey Fraser and Jet Herring, Tom Vacechevich and Richard Herring. Glenn Townsend, he was involved in a bit of an incident in the previous race, but his car's good to go for this one. Michael Ricketts, best of the under 2 litre cars. Tim Herring, Braden Kogan, Graham Ellett and Orsmore rounding out your top 20. Gary O'Brien slots in beside me in commentary for this one. And Gary, variety and diversity of cars. Unfortunately, we have lost a few with mechanical problems, and it looks like we've just lost another one. Glenn Townsend, the Lotus, which was involved in a bit of a contretemps in the previous race with Miles Jones at Reid Park. He's pulled off to the left-hand side of the circuit. It looks like up the top of the hill, and the front left wheel on that Lotus looks to be all skew-whiff.
It looks like it's carrying a bit more camber than what it should. Yeah, unfortunately, Ben Bargwana has just finished the race, so he couldn't get here, and I don't have his driving talent, so that's why you've got me. I'm in the second choice, you might say.
You may not have his driving talent, but I think you certainly match him when it comes to commentary talent with all of your experience and expertise over many, many years here at Mount Panorama. So getting ourselves set for a start. Interesting to see, only one of the Harris TCR cars has made the grid. So Brad Harris, who was scheduled to start this race out of position 3, hasn't made it onto the track either. So unfortunately, a couple of cars that we've already lost before we've even got this race underway. And we're hearing that there is going to be a delayed start situation as well, with another extra formational added in. And I'm guessing that's probably while they retrieve that car of Glenn Townsend and make sure it's in a safe position.
Well, I think where it is parked, they can just move it. There is a place just there, a gap in the concrete, that they can move it back in and retrieve it after the race is finished.
So earlier on today, we had race number 2, a fairly dramatic race it was as well. That was the TCR cars that ended up at the front of the field, but took a little while to get there because there were some other very, very fast cars, and a couple of those fast cars will start down the back of the field for this one, including Charlie Curry and also David Calabria. Watch for them to charge on through the field in this one, starting from down the order. Miles Jones won't start. Too much damage to his car after heavy contact with the wall in the previous race. Also, Greg Boyle, we saw that he was running in the lead pack in both of the opening 2 races, but unfortunately his day is done as well. The blown transfer case in his all-wheel drive Nissan Skyline GTR.
Yeah, normally you see that car running around in New South Wales sports sedans, and yeah, unfortunate for him to have that drama, a 4-wheel drive component that would cause a problem.
So race 2 earlier on today at the start, it was Charlie Curry and David Calabria on the front row of the grid. Calabria was the one who was able to swing across and take the lead heading up Mountain Straight. They would go side by side up there as Martin Farkas ran a little wide coming out of Hell Corner. A couple of cars getting very close to the wall, including Chris Sutton. This was the move for, at the time, 3rd position, Harrison Cooper down the inside of Will Harris at the chase. That would be quite a critical move a bit later on. Bob Papavac running wide at the chase and opening the door for a couple of cars behind to overtake. There was this moment for Glenn Simmons on the exit of Hell Corner. A tank slapper, left, right, and in the end, spinning into the middle of the circuit on Mountain Straight. Fortunately, Chris Stannard in the Porsche.
Right in front of a Porsche. Not the ideal place to have it happen.
No, there was this incident too, Gary. Matthew Holt's rear bumper came loose. That was because he had a left rear tyre failure. The tyre flapping around caused that rear bumper to become dislodged. Up the top of the hill, this was wild. They ran 2 and 3 wide down into the diffy. You can't do that at Mount Panorama. Ryan Callahan around the outside of Corey Fraser. Almost lost control of the car on the way into Forest Elbow, but check this out. Still manages to get down the inside of the BMW anyway, so gains 2 spots in sections of the circuit where it's hard enough to overtake one car. And then there was this incident up the top of the mountain. Contacts between Glenn Townsend and the slowing Honda Civic of Miles Jones, which saw Jones heavily into the wall. Big damage to his car, and unfortunately his day is done.
Yeah, the effort by Callahan in a production car, just got a set of slicks on it, and it is an older production car at that, being a VZ Commodore. And they're actually putting the Lotus on the back of the quick lift as we speak.
Yeah, so they are actually going to take the opportunity to load Glenn Townsend's car onto the tilt tray and get it out of harm's way. Hopefully they can get that done fairly rapidly because the time is ticking on this race. So it has technically started. We are under safety car conditions. And when it is time to go green, the safety car will pull in and it will be a single file safety car restart effectively.
Well, that would tell me that there is front suspension damage on that Lotus. Otherwise, if it was just a mechanical drama where it had a failure somewhere, they could have just flat towed it. So you might quickly run down the classes. It's a mix and match of several classes.
We know you strive for optimal yield. That's why at InsightTech Pivot, your productivity guides everything we do. Smarter fertilisers, easier application, results that count. Because good enough is no longer enough. So, why not great?
Water. It's nourished and sustained us since, well, forever. Our bodies are made of it. Our lives depend on it. And it's got us so far. But Gatorade hydrates you further. Because water wasn't made for this.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do? Drag in research, drop in thoughts, watch AI pull insights from your docs. You did your thing, it's time to share. Then let your team build from there. Now you can do that. Do that with the all new Acrobat.
These aren't tools, they're standards. Not flowers, first impressions. Not just day-to-day, your life's work. And this isn't just a van, it's the space your business needs. If you need a van, you'll want a Volkswagen. Volkswagen.
Come on in, welcome to Master. Oh my goodness. McElroy has his masterpiece.
This KO Sports Stream brought to you by Flex 24 Volt. Flex, demand more.
There are some things you just never do blindfolded, like cutting wood, going for a ride, or fixing your antenna. So never dig without using Before You Dig online first, because if you don't search first, you're digging blind. Search Before You Dig online every time, and never dig blind.
With a faster face, enhanced aerodynamics, and our revolutionary React shaft system, it's time to drive beyond the swing speed limit. QI4D, our fastest, most fittable drivers.
We might speak, eat, and celebrate differently, but the passion we share for our cricket teams is the same. Together we cheer for those we love. And the only team we support more fiercely is family, wherever they live. Send money back home with Remitly. Download the app today.
Kimi Antonelli takes the championship lead from George Russell with a second straight victory in Suzuka. Heading to the Miami Grand Prix, Mercedes holds a comfortable early lead from Ferrari and McLaren. That's your points update, powered by American Express. Access more with Amex.
Wait time 46 minutes. You are the 4th person in the queue. You are the 5th person in the queue.
When your internet gives you
You are the
lemons,
shortest person in the queue. You are the worst person in the queue.
get Tangerine.
And one of the challenges behind the safety car, particularly for the drivers on slick tyres and particularly for the drivers of the TCR cars, Ben Bargwanna was telling us before how much of a challenge it can be to generate rear tyre temperature in those cars under this safety car, working hard to try and build as much temperature as you possibly can. And we are hearing from race control that we will be going green this time around.
Indeed, and as you say, with the slick tyre, they need the heat. That's what gives them the grip, and conditions are far cooler now than what you had for your previous races.
Exactly right. Overcast conditions, the sun starting to set, the ambient temperature dropping. It's actually the coolest day that we've had here at Mount Panorama for the last few days. There's a few big gaps. There was Barry Kelleher in the TA2 car. He was a fair way behind Aaron Giantini in the Honda Civic, so they do all need to bunch up and get ready for what will be a race start this time around. Saw a great battle between Harrison Cooper and Will Harris in the last 2 races, and they are going to resume hostilities at the front of the field. The Hyundai i30N TCR car versus the Honda Civic it will be when we get the race underway this time around.
No more weaving once the lights go out on the safety car, and you can see some of them were halfway through a weave and then thought, no, we better get back into line and just play the game.
So Harrison Cooper has let the safety car go, and it's now up to him to control the pace. And what you want to do as the race leader is you want to be getting on the accelerator at the optimum time for yourself and the most awkward time possible for the car behind. And here at Mount Panorama, that's typically just after you've gone past the apex of Murray's Corner. In fact, he's gone early.
Very early. And Harris hasn't gone with him at all.
No, well, the green flags were waving, so that surprises me a little bit there. It's going to be a huge lead to Harrison Cooper by the time they get to the start-finish line. 4 seconds he is ahead of Will Harris.
Oh, he may have had a drama getting the car going again, and of course no one can pass until they get to that control line.
So that has spread the field out at this safety car restart, but there will still be battles for position further back in the pack. As we see, that's young Jet Herring going side by side with Tom Vucecevic on the exit of Murray's Corner. A couple of drag races happening up Mountain Straight as well as the drivers exploit the straight line performance of their cars. It looks like might have been Brian Callahan in that big HSV making a spot heading up the hill. A couple of other battles for position a bit further back as well. Good race start from Dimitri Agathos. He's actually done a really good job. Keep in mind that that is a car on treaded tyres. He is doing a sterling job to take the fight right up to the TCR car on slicks. But now we do get into the section of the racetrack where the nimble handling of the TCR car of Will Harris should give him the advantage. But Agathos, a talented steerer, a former international go-karting competitor, has been racing at Subaru WRX for
How close to the wall was he there?
Now, yeah, full commitment over the top. But we do see that Will Harris has been able to extend a margin over that WRX over the top of Mount Panorama.
It looked like the Honda had some dramas getting going, and even to the point of getting to the top of the mountain, couldn't get away from the Subaru. But now it looks like whatever was the problem seems to have cleared itself, and he's now can try and make up some time on the race leader, who now leads by just 2.5 seconds.
Big queue of cars forming up behind the BMW of Andrew Kogan as they head over the top of the hill. He has got Brian Callahan for company on the run down into Forest Elbow. Drives down the middle of the track, taking the slightly defensive line. The V8-powered Toyota 86 of Corey Fraser is in there. One of the Herring Mazda MX-5s, very wide out of Forest Elbow, almost grazes the right-hand rear-view mirror up against the concrete wall there on the exit.
The diversity of cars is seen quite there. You've got a Commodore and a Toyota 86 matching for pace as they head down the straight into the chase.
Vucecevic doing a good job as well in what is a naturally aspirated front-wheel drive Honda Civic. Here comes Corey Fraser looking down the outside of Brian Callahan as they head into Murray's corner, and a problem for Bob Pupovac. He's heading into the pits in his Honda Civic. Around the outside, Corey Fraser on Brian Callahan, and he gets the job done as well. You don't see that very often, an outside overtaking manoeuvre into Murray's corner.
Because that's running an LS motor, isn't it?
It is indeed, but Callahan fights back down the inside. They give each other just enough room on the exit of Murray, Hell corner, and Tom Vucetovic is now in the draft of Corey Fraser as they head up the hill.
And Jet Herring's the next one in the queue behind, and he could probably gain some advantage with such a smaller car against those big ones. So actually lost a little bit going up the mountain. He wouldn't have the torque of those cars ahead of him.
And behind Jet Herring is his uncle Richard Herring in one of the earlier model NA Mazda MX-5s. Michael Ricketts, who's been doing a superb job in his Nissan Pulsar, is in that battle as well. And here comes some of the fast cars starting to charge their way through the field. So watch out for the progress of Charlie Courier and David Calabria coming from the rear of the field.
Calabria is up to 21st already. So out of the 36 cars that are running, that's been a pretty solid effort in what has been a little over a lap.
In the first half of the field or thereabouts, the positions will be relatively straightforward because of the straight line performance superiority. They'll just be able to drive past their opponents up Mountain Straight and down Conrod Straight, but as they get closer and closer to the front of the field, it will get harder and harder to pass, as we see that Kogan finds himself under attack once again, this time from Corey Fraser in that LS-powered Toyota 86. It's the contest for positions 7, 8, and 9, 10 and 11 that we're watching on screen at the moment. Meanwhile, out in front, Harrison Cooper continues to punch out fast sector times, and he's extended his lead in the race to just under 4 seconds over Will Harris.
This is a great battle going on here. What effectively is position 8 at the moment, although the BMW seems to pull away a little bit as they head down the straight from the 2 General Motors powered cars.
It's got plenty of grunt, hasn't it, as Callahan goes side by side through the kink with Corey Fraser, and it'll be a breaking duel between the two of them into the chase. Fraser with the preferred inside line, managing to hold on to that position, but gets loose on the exit. That opens the door for Callahan to switch back to the inside for the run down into Murray's corner, and watch for Tom Vucetovic, because he'll be looking to position himself ideally to capitalise on this battle. Callahan down the inside of Fraser, Vucetovic lining up for a manoeuvre, and this is allowing the Herrings to close in.
Vucetovic had basically a choice of which way to go, and neither of them actually worked out for him. And even the group behind, headed by Ricketts there, are starting to make ground on this group as well.
And here comes Charlie Curry. We know that that Honda Civic is wicked fast in a straight line. It's got a supercharged version of the Honda motor under the bonnet.
K24 engine.
And he will just cruise past these cars heading up Mountain Straight. Look at him go. And David Calabria pretty much coming with him as well. Great drone shot on the run up into Griffin's Bend, and I think Charlie Curry passed pretty much all of those cars except for Callahan, but he will get ahead of the Callahan HSV on the run up into the cutting.
You wouldn't mind being the second of those two, because you lets Curry pave the way, so that you know he's coming through. They know that David's not too far behind him.
So here is David Calabria up the inside. No, doesn't manage to make the move through there on Brian Callahan, so he'll have to wait for another opportunity.
Certainly his move through the field there has split that dice up significantly, so, because Callahan's got quite a bit away from Fraser at this point.
The Herrings have swapped positions as well, so Richard Herring's been able to get ahead of young Jet Herring. So those two cars swapping spots. Next driver on Charlie Curry's hit list will be Andrew Kogan in that very rapid BMW, and in fact he makes the move before they even get to Forest Elbow.
Callahan, a little bit of a tail wag out of Forest Elbow, almost touched the concrete.
And here comes David Calabria, so he should also make the move through on Kogan down Conrod Straight. We are hearing from race control that it is the final lap that has just been commenced by our race leader, Harrison Cooper. Oh no, problems for Andrew Cogan. The bonnet has flown up in the fastest part of the racetrack on Conrod Straight. That would have been a terrifying experience for him at well over 250 kilometres an hour, and he's managed to pull that car off to the left-hand side of the road. My goodness gracious me, it's obviously smashed the windscreen, you can see. What a disaster for Cogan.
Is he trying to push it back, or is that the wind that's trying to do it? Maybe he's trying to push it, trying to flatten it out so he can see where he's going. So we're now on our last lap, and Cooper leads Harris by 6.79 seconds. So he's cleared out. They did come down a bit for a little while, but then obviously Cooper's put his head down, and you can see by the sector times that he's just going quicker and quicker. He won't get a end result lap out of this because of the fact that BMW's parked down in the chase.
This has been a really impressive performance from Harrison Cooper. Let's not forget that he's only fairly recently acquired that TCR car, and he's done a good job of taking the fight right up to and beating the Harris brothers, who were both front runners. Certainly in the case of Will Harris, race winners in the National TCR Series when it was running as a category here in Australia, and here he is down Conrod Straight for the final time. Harrison Cooper qualified on pole position yesterday and was defeated in race number 1 earlier this morning by Charlie Puri and David Calabria, but races 2 and 3, he has well and truly stamped his authority on Super TT at Mount Panorama. Into Murray's Corner for the final time, and it's going to be 2 out of 3 race victories for Harrison Cooper, the Hyundai i30N TCR car in Austrac Super TT's inaugural visit to Mount Panorama.
Harris will come across the line in second place, and he finishes 7.4 seconds adrift of Cooper. Oh, and Ricketts.
Michael Ricketts.
Last lap, coming over Skyline before the dipper. He's gone into the wall there on driver's left.
So he was the leader in the under 2 litre treaded tyre class as well, and had dominated that class right through the weekend. So we're going to have to look a fair way down the order to find the next best of the under 2 litre treaded tyre runners.
Looks like Charlie Curry's going to secure 5th spot from the back of the field, having passed Trevor Simons on that last lap. Calabria is the next one across the line in 8th. Well, he's got the bonnet down. Didn't bog it in the sand. And yeah, what an unfortunate end for that.
Yeah, that would have to be one of the scariest things, having something like that happening to you on Conrod Straight when you are travelling at such a high speed, and all of a sudden you just have no visibility whatsoever. So a terrifying moment for Andrew Cogan, and he's actually done pretty well there,
so there
all things considered.
Here's the end result now.
Yes, so Harrison Cooper, your race winner, 7.3 seconds, the final margin back to Will Harris. Dimitri Agathos, he finishes in 3rd position outright, the best of the runners in MJS Electrical Supplies over 2 litre. And then we go back to Martin Farkas, Charlie Turi, Trevor Simmons, David Calabria from the back of the grid up to 7th position. Chris Sutton in 8th spot. Brian Callahan in 9th position. And Tom Vucenovic rounding out your top 10 ahead of Corey Fraser. Back to Richard Herring, Graham Elliott, Jet Herring, Matthew Holt from the back of the grid up to 15th. Oz Muller. Back to Brad Herring, Braden Cogan, Matthew Giantini, Tim Weston, the giant killing Ford Fiesta, rounding out the top 20.
Brian Kelleher just outside, Barry Kelly, I should say. Aaron Giantini, the next one. Highlights from the 3rd and final race for the weekend.
So, first few laps under safety car conditions, and once we got going, it was Harrison Cooper who set about building a big lead over the rest of the field. He nailed the safety car restart, opened up a sizable margin over his pursuers by the time the race commenced. And then there was this battle. We saw more and more cars getting involved in it. Corey Fraser and Brian Callahan, a side-by-side duel down into Murray's Corner. And it was Corey Fraser who did something that we don't see very often here at Mount Panorama. He made an outside move stick through the final turn on the racetrack.
And was attempted to be followed through, but Brian held his ground into the corner where they went almost side by side. And of course, then the run up the hill and coming down Conrod Straight, slipstream was effective for Callahan, and was able to get alongside as they went down into the left-hander. And a little bit of a problem for Fraser coming out of that corner would certainly cost him, because Callaghan was able to make a move stick down at Murray's corner.
So a great exchange between those two drivers. Tom Vucetovic maintaining a watching brief just in behind that battle group. And while they were all battling for position just ahead of them, a scary, scary moment for Andrew Cogan in the BMW, the bonnet flying up on Conrod Straight. But in the end, that was Harrison Cooper who took his second race victory of the weekend in Super TT, coming home ahead of Will Harrison on the final lap. Unfortunately, a crash for the car that had dominated proceedings all weekend in the under 2 litre treaded tyre class. Michael Ricketts losing it through the S's and hard into the fence. Big damage to the front of the number 41 Young Car Wash Nissan Pulsar. Very disappointing end to the race there for Michael Ricketts, but it's been a fantastic day of action here at the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And to wrap it all up for us, let's head down to pit lane with Aaron Noonan.
Lockie, it's been a major day. Tomorrow, the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour starts. This guy nailed the pole positions today, Thomas Randall. Quite hot chocolate out the back, just cooling off after that big quali.
That's it, yeah. I felt like something sweet after that. So, yeah, it was pretty crazy qualifying session. The top 3 covered by half a tenth. So the closest it's ever been, and for the 10th running, to get pole for Ben, Michael Cavich and the whole GWR crew, it's really special.
It's occurred to me, actually, that when we were here a few months ago for the 12 hour, who started the race on pole position?
Yeah, myself.
In the Mercedes, though, very early in the morning.
Yep.
Do you get a bit more of a sleep? We've got a warm-up in the morning before the race starts at 11:15 local time here tomorrow, but a little bit more of a sleep in the 12 hour.
Well, I'm thinking, Noons, I'll just get Ben and Michael to do the warm-up, and then I'll sleep until about 10 a.m, and then we'll go from there. Now, look, in all seriousness, we'll see what happens, but it's a long day. You know, the work has just begun.
What about this race? I mean, there are so many different cars in the field, drivers that you don't race against regularly. Tomorrow's not just about going fast. It's also about using your brain all the way through 6 hours, because you just can't blaze away like you do perhaps in the supercar.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, after probably 5 laps, we'll be getting onto lap traffic. The speed and the lap time difference between all the classes, between X class all the way down to E class, is quite large. And everyone's out there driving at their absolute capacity and what the cars are capable of. So we just got to be patient. Long race, 6 hours. Minimise mistakes, whether it's us as drivers out on the track or if it's here in the pit stops. We have 6 CPSs, so we've got to make sure we get those done. And then it's just about, yeah, hopefully having some luck. That's what you need here at the mountain. Hopefully the gods are on our side tomorrow.
We will wait and see. We wish you all the best. Thomas Randall will start from the pole tomorrow. The Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Make sure you join us. Don't muck up the daylight savings. Get that clock right for tomorrow. It's going to be a major day. We'll see you from Bathurst tomorrow for the 10th running of the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Games and tricks are tangled up and wasted. Double down in the bus sucked in the faking patience. Haunted dreams awake still. I love to be so hated. I did it to myself. 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 This is our great game. I promise you will be entertained. This is sensational. What is that? That's how we roll on Fox League.
Mr. Humphreys, you're here today on first appearance, charged with arson and criminal damage by fire.
Don't let the kid out on bail. He's in over his head.
New series Mudtown, Tuesday 7:30 on British or watch on demand.
Everything all right, my love? Catherine?
I'd follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
Wuthering Heights, express release, available now in Foxtel Store.
Wow! I might just do this all day. Whoa!
You're dealing with a Welsh girl here.
Oh! Show! Come on! Come on!
New strategy. That's never happened to me before.